May makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map, and especially Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find a third, not even. Yes, Micro won that!
Fights on back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team NAOS PH.
It's more of the NAOS core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH. We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch. NCG, what a way! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl will not allow anybody.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nakage. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Mojer kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abadon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, team. Kasi ang lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong ng individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong unique sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang mag-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladden, but he's in the corner. Going to this lane, he decides to let it rip. Finds Boogie, still with a takedown. Ass is there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here! What an Asta!
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slaytom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rabab.
I'm V-Black, and we are
Abaddon Abyss. It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO, with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon Abyss, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay!
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week na yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City, and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get like to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to V-Black's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ario because dami niyang tinuro sa akin and at the same time gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of
students na nagka-cutting, tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart, kaya IGL ba?
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us day one until here. Thank you for being there for us, and we will do better in our games.
The aftershock, though, further stalls him. Drax, great angle for him to utilize. He gets a second follow-up here in the UGNS as well, and next he's holding down to the garage. You shall not pass.
Savvy HK completely punished by the two players, but as soon as you swing out in front of
Hi, I'm Marky.
Hi, I'm Waldorio.
Hello, I'm Nexi.
Hi, I am Georgie.
Hi, I'm Savvy 8K.
Hi, I'm Drax. We are
Oasis Gaming. Excited po kasi yung mga upcoming matches namin, feeling ko malalakas yung mga kalaban namin kaya challenging.
Another achievement for myself, saka another opportunity para mapatunayan namin na kaya namin maging #1 sa Pinas. Preparations for VCT. We have 3 coaches. We scrim 3 times a day, around like 8 hours, and I made lineups for my role.
One main problem that our team encountered would be chemistry as a whole, since we all came from different teams and we were fairly new. How we overcame them was to just keep practicing and play together. Another issue would be most of us are fairly new players, and we don't have like a veteran in the team. So I guess we all just trust each other and learn from our mistakes.
I look forward to compete against Papi Chulo because he clutched us 1v3 last VCT.
To compete against NAOS kasi sa point of view ko, sila lang yung threat sa amin ngayon.
What makes our team unique is our bonding. We sometimes scare each other, we watch some movies, we watch our VODs.
Sabay-sabay kami matulog, sabay-sabay kami kumain, sabay-sabay kami maglaro.
Sometimes we brush our teeth together.
Wala parang connected kasi kami sa outside and inside the game.
Siguro yung team namin kasi bago pa lang kami. Panigurado, madaming struggles na mangyayari. Excited ako kung paano namin malalagpasan yung mga struggles na yun this year. Saka syempre sa mga rising stars this year, excited ako makalaban sila.
By here. It does look like they're just kind of sending this. I just want to do a little bit of damage. That might ace. Oh, and he take a few hits from Bobby here. He is trying to bob and weave. Lands one haymaker. Lands a second.
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mojer.
I'm Wits. I'm Ja. And we are NAOS.
Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila.
After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparations for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa NAOS and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para madalin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yan.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the plant?
Hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for Glab to secure the round. And again, Glab.
Hi, I'm Boogie. Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Fallex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
Game Lab Alpha. Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin and sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Noong una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp and now na nasa Game Lab Alpha na kami is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Batman po kasi same po kami ng role which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition. Kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find a third on even. Yes, Micro, what that?
Fights on back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experienced sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team NAOS PH.
It's more of the NAOS core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH. We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch. NCG, what a win! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
Hi, I'm Zin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nakage. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin, si Mojer. Kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abadon Esports. Kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential. And I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
Jar next year, I think. Kasi ang lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila o kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong nangyari sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladen, but he's in the corner. Going for the discipline, he decides to let it rip. Finds Boogie, still with a takedown. Ass is there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here!
Finds the two, they double up.
Waiting for something to spin, gets the ace even! Easy picking two, make that three. A highlight reel from Max.
The operator is the stopper. NDG going for a wide swing. No one really to take damage control here for the side of NAOS.
Mula Luzon, Visayas hanggang Mindanao, pinaglaban-laban natin ang the best of the best na players dito sa ating bansa. At sa wakas, dito sa final day ng ating playoffs, magkakaalaman na kung sino nga ba ang best team sa Philippines. I am Likeable, your host for today, at kasama ko of course ang ating very likable as well na casting player or panelist natin for the day na si Fluffy02 and si Rico. Fluffy, I gotta ask, nakita ko yung clip mo kahapon sa Twitter, you were casting. with your heart on your sleeve, what was going on through your head as the entire series was just pushing through?
I mean, Oasis, everyone knows they always have that potential, but they were really put to the test yesterday. They went the long haul for that best of 5, so I was scared the entire time because I think that team is really good and hopefully they show up today.
Do you think they're gonna show up today, Rico?
I mean, they already pretty much showed up yesterday. So, kumbaga, nakapag-warm up sila ng 5 mapa before the grand finals. So, it will definitely help.
Actually, saktong-sakto yung sinabi mo eh. Kasi nung tinanong namin kahapon si Robotics dun sa interview, sabi namin, so anong plano? Magpa-practice pa ba kayo ngayong gabi? Sabi niya, ito na yung practice namin. Imagine mo, 5 straight maps with all very close score lines and umabot na nga sa point na tumatayo na si Fluffy habang nakakast.
Exactly, but it's also so scary because it went through that best of 5. That means that they are exposed and that practice is already shown to everyone on broadcast and especially the NAOS team who I'm sure is watching that game.
Nako, delikado talaga to. Pero para naman ma-paint natin ang bigger picture sa mga nanonood ngayon, heto ang ating recap from yesterday's games.
And now looking at this map score, 2-1, again, a very familiar scenario as Georgie able to spot a lot of heads but will not get the kill. Their Rolling Thunder is gonna mow down everyone from long. And Oasis gets a surmountable amount of lead. Rich will deal the, Savvy AK will deal the final blow and Oasis takes it 6-6.
Into the round, but still a minute, the attacker Killjoy's ultimate is already going to be used. It's going to be up to Oasis Gaming, going to go for triple peak. Going to be able to get 2, Savvy AK going huge. Equalizing the round, though they get detained. Will they have the time to get the kills though? Yes, they will. Oh no, Oasis Gaming is literally disarmed. It's all into the hands of Nexi.
Nexi having to come from arcade here. He has possible sight on this entry area.
He has the timing.
Yeah, he does have the timing at least, so they don't know where he is. Now he's sneaking up to this site. It's all up to Sexy Nexi. He gets the headshot at least, and as well as the neural theft information. Good use of Cyber Cage to stealth his way into this. But the possible stun, will he be stubborn? Will he stick it? He just wanted to get it into half with now 5 HP.
Stick?
He's still gonna stick it. He still wants to kill, but no, Dritch denies that possible clutch. Lock, their attack has been mid. Dritch actually gets the headshot onto Marky. And that's a welcome kill coming from Boogie as well. Again, this is the thrifty round. Wild Oreo again, trying to ruin Glab's day. And with this, another one. Their sheriff rounds are crazy. Jory's gonna play close. He's gonna use the smoke with the cloud burst as well. He's gonna use this to maneuver around. But he has someone from behind, but it doesn't matter. He still gets the headshot. Insane, Georgie. And 12 seconds on the clock. With this, Boogie is forced to use the lockdown now. They know where everybody's gonna be coming from. The spray's not gonna work. Georgie is insane with the 4K. Yeah, Georgie with the run back, trying to create value as much as possible. Dugout. Flowers will be the choice actually for entry with the dash coming from Ball X. Georgie gets a kill on the chase though, but Owen QT gets some for himself. Resurrect for that second life that we talked about. 3v4 right now. Glab, Owen QT, what are you doing? You are insane. And he gets the ace. What a finish on that round. Work. They have to make this count. They're just too many as Jace is playing too close now. Playing on the aggressive. Savvy AK denies that. Boogie gets the exchange kill and he's doing some more. Savvy AK, now it's a 2v1. It's all up to Drax at this point. Someone, Owen QT is already playing defuse, but the gravity well is going to force him out in the open for Drax for the picking. And now it's all up to Alex to defend. He gets the spike. I don't think Game Lab has time. And Drax takes this game 6-6. Denied. Savvy K gets a kill on towards Boogie. Fallex denies that, gets immediate trade, but Nexi as well. It's 3v4 at this point. Owen QT is trying to make it work. It's a 2v1. It's all up to Dritch right now to save this round and take it to overtime. And now they know where the last player is possibly at this point, but the flash one more. Georgie. They may get a kill onto Dritch. Drax is committing to this defuse, and Dritch doesn't have the time. And Oasis will go to the grand finals.
Oh my god, my heart is gonna explode, and I'm sure it is also in the Oasis bootcamp. You see everyone on the team and they're like 4 coaches already exploding with joy. Even Savvy there giving a shout out to the camera. He's so excited because that was a best of 5.
So, Fluffy, any battle scars to show? Did your heart actually explode? What happened?
Thankfully, not yesterday. Hopefully, not today. But we'll find out later. But I think that entire experience just showed also the fortitude that Oasis has. And if they bring that today, it's going to be something that they can really rely on.
That's gonna be the challenge for them, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, kasi it's gonna be another BO5. Maybe they're gonna see another full map 5s against NAOS. It's highly, highly possible considering their history between these two teams.
The good news for you guys is hindi kayo yung magkakast this time around. Pwedeng manood lang, medyo chill. Kasi I can imagine all of the emotions. I could hear it in your cast na lumalabas talaga dyan. Pero bago pang lahat, nais nga pala namin magpasalamat sa Riot Games and Mineski Philippines for allowing us to view all of the action here on VCTPH.
It's a lot of punching there, but if you're also tired from all the punching, you can always check out our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Check out the QR code on the site. Subscribe now for free delivery every day, every store.
And as well as maraming salamat po sa Gab. This tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Hello po, Miss Cynthia.
Hello po.
Siyempre, meron din tayong pag-giveaway dito. If you guys haven't copped the Oni 2.0 bundle, well, this is your chance. Dahil pwede kayong manalo ng 790 or 1,650 Valorant points, powered of course by Grab Unlimited. Fluffy, ano bang kailangan nilang gawin dito para makasali sa ating promo?
All you have to do is like and follow the Valorant Esports Philippines page and Grab PH Facebook pages.
Yep, and as well as sharing the live stream. Nakasama yung hashtag VCTPH, hashtag VALORANT Challengers PH, at hashtag GrabUnlimited. Mag-comment lang kayo sa live stream kung sino ang team na sa tingin nyo ang mananalo and your number 1 team dito sa VCTPH.
Naku, kung si Fluffy magko-comment, alam ko na agad
Oo
kung
nga
aling
eh.
team yung itatype niya sa comment section.
Mamaya pa yung prediction.
Mamaya pa. Pero yung
Relax.
support kasi, not prediction, support nga daw eh.
Support
Iba
pa.
pala yun.
Iba pa.
Yung
iba pa
mga
yun.
tipong, my heart's telling me this, but my brain's telling me something
Inunahan
else.
mo ako,
Parang
pinano
yun
ko.
yung line mo.
Pero yun nga, ang ganda talaga kasi nung laban kahapon. And tama yung sinabi ni Fluffy. Is that gonna be the question today na parang nakita na kaya, yung all cards, are they laid out on the table? And is NAOS gonna, really study that? Yun yung malaking question. Sure, nanood sila kahapon eh. Pero ito na nga, pag-uusapan natin unang-una sa lahat ang team na napakalapit sa puso ni Fluffy at muntik pang magpasabog sa puso niya kahapon. Heto na, let us journey to the Oasis.
Perfect. Here you have them, Oasis Gaming. Since day one, they've really proved themselves as a formidable team, but they've had their struggles here and there. They fell against GameLab Alpha, and yesterday, they did get that game back, but they also fell towards NAOS Esports, who they're gonna currently compete in now. Looking at the bootcamp, some last-minute strategies from the players, as well as the coaching staff, gonna get the plans because this might be another long haul. We've seen how this team's formidable, what's the word?
Formidable?
Yes, that is the word. Has made me speechless because this team is what a lot of people think can be one of the #1 teams in the Philippines. And this is kind of the rivalry we expected as we move with NAOS Esports.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the story, diba, from yesterday. They, when we look at the past coming from Oasis, parang of course, they want to fight for that #1 spot, but eventually, from history, they kind of fall short and land a top 2nd or top 3rd, mga ganun.
Tingin mo, Fluffy, pag nag-huddle sila na, kaya na tayo mag-huddle tayo dito. Huddle tayo. Anong pinag-uusapan ng Oasis sa mga huddle na gano'n, bukod sa strategy?
Let's not lose.
Yun lang pala yun. Plain and simple.
Just win.
Oh, just win. It's that easy. Yan ang challenge naman for the enemy team over here. Dahil time and time again, they have proven that the timing is theirs. Ang big question for our Grand Finals day, is it time? Is now the time for NAOS Esports? Here they are, folks.
Perfect.
And we have NAOS Esports, si Ja, si Mojer, si NDG, Papi Chulo, at si Wits. Maraming hype. There's a lot of hype surrounding this roster, especially at the very beginning. Yung pinakamalaking question dito sa roster na ito, sa simula pa lang, is how will the young blood, the young talent, and the veterans, the seasoned players combine their powers, and how is that all going to mix? Coming from the regular season, they've proven na isa sila sa top teams dito sa VCT. And now, despite losing sa Oasis nung sa regular season, they managed to get revenge sa playoffs actually in that BO3 scenario. Knowing this team, na nakakuha sila ng revenge at hindi pa sila exposed dito sa BO5, at least for this tournament, I wonder how they can utilize these sort of strengths against Oasis dito sa Grand Finals.
Yeah, I think out of all the teams, NAOS is another team you'd expect to be here at the Grand Finals, but they've also scaled a lot better than Oasis Gaming. They didn't stumble as much towards the latter half of the regular season, and moving on to playoffs, they had a cleaner win when they faced Oasis Gaming yet again. They said before that it's hero time, and they really have to show up today.
Yan na nga talaga. For both of these teams, they really have to show up. But this is something that I do want to ask you, Riku. Sa tingin mo, ano yung biggest strength right now ng NAOS?
I think for me is how they gel well like as a squad. It's like they cover each other's weaknesses. For example, yung senpai and lodi nila just trying to give like wisdom and calls to lead the way for the young talents and the newer blood dito sa NAOS. And I feel like that sort of mix really is a huge statement kasi kung titingnan natin, they lost at certain maps from the regular season, and pagdating sa playoffs, parang their weakest maps, parang wala na. So their growth is like really stable, and I feel like that confidence and that growth is absolutely scary when we look at the Grand Finals. Yeah, they're kind of having that plug-and-play scenario where they had these veteran players that really know how to play the game in the game, and they've been putting themselves together and getting better and better over time. When you look at a team like Oasis, they also have a lot of young bloods, but their leaders and the knowledge and veterancy really is more on their coaching staff, like Robotics, Erax, Evo, myself. It's also, but they're not in the game, and that's a big difference because if outside of the tactical pause, when you're in that mid-round scenario, we've seen Oasis falter.
I think in layman's terms, kung pag-usapan natin yung kakasabi lang ni Fluffy, is when it comes to other teams, yun nga, yung in-game leader nila, parang nag-a-act na rin as a coach. Unlike dito sa side ng Oasis, wherein you have to wait for the timeouts to come in para magkaroon ng clear direction coming from the coaching staff. That is gonna pose as a threat for them right now, no? Delikado talaga yan, Fluffy. But do you think, based sa nakapanood mo kahapon sa 5 long games that you casted, na may ibubuga talaga yung Oasis ngayong araw na to? And if yes, ano kaya yung favorite part mo sa mga pinapakita nila kahapon?
I think at least they can shoot. That's for sure.
They can shoot. Ay nako, yan na nga tayo sa Bang Bang. Yan naman yung paborito nating Bang Bang dito sa Valorant. Pero ito, pag-uusapan natin, this is actually Coach Fluffy's pick. Pag-uusapan natin sa ating head-to-head, si Savvy at si Ja. Hirap na hirap siya, guys, na mamili. Kasi nakita naman natin, everybody was performing yesterday. But on top of that, it's just that I think it's too close for comfort for you, Fluffy, when it comes to this team.
I think with Oasis especially, every member has really stepped up and had to adapt to their new role. When you look at the head-to-head, we have Ja on one hand and Savvy AK on the other. Both very flexible players, but recently I think both of them also have the similarity where they've had that high impact during rounds, able to not only use their util but get the frags that they need.
Yeah, especially like meron trend dito sa dalawang players. Both are very strong Sentinel players as well. And it all boils down to kung sila yung matitira sa round, they're always there to clutch and always ever so reliable. Not only a support when it comes to utility, but also when it comes to the frags as well. We remember Ja with their match against Oasis nung isang araw sa playoffs, which, you know, they knocked down Oasis dun sa lower bracket. And I feel like Ja had a lot of impact. And I feel like if he does step up even more for the series, mahihirapan si Oasis.
Exactly. Sabi nga ni Black and Blue dati, duelist is just a mindset. And both of these players have been previous duelists for their team. Savvy AK and Ja flexing onto different roles. They still have that aim and they still have that experience.
Ay nako, pagdating kasi dito sa dalawang players na to, talagang it's not a question of aim, it's not a question of skill. They have that. Pero yun nga, when we talk about Oasis, it's the question of direction. Where are you guys gonna go? And that's something that they really need to figure out, especially today. Pero ito yung something na gusto ko rin i-kind of figure out dito sa panel natin, Fluffy. Oasis likes to switch up their players for every map, and I don't know, do you think that it should be more structured this time? Or like stick to a specific composition or stick to a specific roster and just focus on that for now? Or are you guys gonna stick to this paiba-iba na
I think
pa-surpresa.
changing up the players isn't that bad. It's more of the play style of each player rather than the agent because they're all very capable. But it also depends on which maps we're gonna play.
Saktong-sakto yan. Dahil papunta na tayo sa ating map selection. Fluffy, you're so good at making segues. I think you should be a host.
Aww.
Aw.
Yay.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to ask Fluffy just yet for his predictions here. And the main reason why is because baka may idea na siya. Masyadong insider info na yan. So tayo mauuna dito, Rico.
Sige lang, sige lang. Like,
yes.
I'm so excited to see this map, Vito, kasi nga, it's a BO5 scenario, and most of the time that we see NAOS and Oasis, at least duke it out like recently, most of the time, a lot of BO3s. And when we see, like, air quote, the weakness, a little bit of preview, siguro, Oasis, I feel like they're still having a difficult time when it comes to maps like Pearl. Like, honestly, I feel like NAOS has that in the bag if that in case that it appears once more.
I agree with you there. So aside naman ng NAOS, we've seen them thrive in almost all of the maps. Napaka-confident nila dito, 2-0s all around sa lahat ng mga games natin recently. I am surprised that they're banning the Haven first over the Split. Kasi wala pa tayong info sa kanila when it comes to Split. So I was assuming that they were gonna go for the more safer picks since gusto nila maging consistent dito. But what do you think on this ban so far, Fluffy?
I think that Haven, though, is a type of map that both teams are very familiar with. They have good successes on both sides, but because it's a map that Oasis already played yesterday, it might be in their benefit that it's out of the pool.
Yeah, I think curious din ako kung bakit. I totally understand this split ban kasi considering the fact that even way back, even before this split even started, there was a recent tournament at natalo si NAOS dito sa mapa ng split. So of course, absolutely, they do not want to see that in the map pool.
Going into the first map selection though, I would not be surprised if yung best map na agad nila yung ilalabas nila, which is obviously Icebox. Nobody has been able to figure out the complete solution on how to get this through, di ba? Ang hirap talaga eh. Pero I agree with you guys there, maybe Pearl, ang daming pwedeng possibility eh. But at the end of the day, kung aabot agad na hindi tayo 3-0 dito, eh lahat ng mapa ay lalabas. Pero I am wrong. It's Lotus that's gonna be the first map, Fluffy.
It's a surprise to me that Lotus is the first map. You're right. I think Icebox is one of the maps that it's very, very favorable for the side of NAOS. They haven't dropped a map in it yet in any of the series that they've played in. And yesterday, if we take a look at Oasis's bans against Game Lab, Lotus is going to be the first ban that they removed. So having this map that they didn't want to play previously be the first map now might be to their detriment.
But when we look at the previous record kung saan, again, we're talking about the previous tournament before, you know, VCTPH, yung nagkalaban nitong si NAOS at si Oasis, bagong labas pa lang tong si Lotus, and the score coming from Oasis was 13-5. So it makes me wonder, of course, a couple of months has passed since then. I'm sure there's a lot of research and as well as performances and scrims na na-practice na nila dun.
Speaking of research and practices, if you look at the map bans also, a fact for those at home, if you notice that NAOS has the double map veto into the map select, is the advantage that they've brought in from the upper bracket. So there is something that you gain from really overachieving and really pulling out your strengths when it matters and going through it from the top.
Ang hirap lang dito, Fluffy, when you think about it, is we already know that NAOS is going on this really good trajectory right now, and yung Oasis yung masasabi mong underdog going into this competition or this grand finals rather, pero it just makes it a little bit more difficult knowing na ganito yung process natin sa map selection.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at the maps right now, we have Lotus Fracture and then Pearl for NAOS. NAOS, the first map they pick Lotus is the map that Oasis wanted to ban previously. The second map that they choose, which is Pearl, is a map that Oasis is not the best in.
Yeah, they constantly struggled against this against teams when it comes to this map. So totally understandable kung bakit pinilito ni NAOS. And I like this Ascent pick coming from Oasis. We keep talking about this map. Absolutely standard. It's all about execution.
I am crazy wrong right now kasi Icebox na nga yung nahuli dito. Which is so surprising kasi kung ako yan, kung tayo yan, we would choose our best maps first. But now it's just like, you know what, nakita na yung strategy natin dito over and over again. Maybe this is the time na finally may makakatalo. Pero let's avoid allowing others to actually see kung paano kami mahihirapan when it comes to Icebox. So let's throw our other cards on the table first, and when worst comes to worst, we're gonna go on Icebox.
I mean, it's also a valid strategy. A best of 5, although it's 3 out of 5 of the maps that you have to win, it's also in a way a race. So if you can get the maps that you want, at least have that security, knowing that the final map is something that's super favorable for your team, it's fine to try your luck on Lotus, try your luck on Fracture, and then on Pearl. Because if all else fails, you still have Scent and Icebox to work with.
And for me, yeah, Icebox, so far it has been 1-1 on the regular season to the playoffs record. Pinakaunang panalo ng Oasis against NAOS was an Icebox win. It was 13-11. But it was more convincing pagdating natin sa playoffs when NAOS played this map against them as well. 13-3, I believe. It was a snowball, truly a snowball. So I absolutely think Oasis should not step on Icebox if they want to win the Grand Finals.
Yeah, the remorseless winter on Icebox is not going to stop, especially with the track record that NAOS has. But on Fracture for Oasis side, they do get to pick their maps of their own. They lock in Fracture and Ascent, and it allows Oasis to play one of the stronger maps in Fracture, although this has been played twice already, once against NAOS and once against GameLab. So if they're doing the research, NAOS already knows the strats.
Yun na nga eh. Parang ready na yung Oasis na bawiin ulit yung Fracture map. They had total control of this when they first met in the regular season. Natalo sila when it came to the playoffs na natin sa upper bracket. Pero ngayon, Oasis wants to own this map back. They're really confident here, and I hope that they show us the true confidence and the true potential that they have when it comes to this map. Which brings us to the next topic of conversation dito na medyo pakabog talaga. So, umpisa natin from this to here kasi ayoko ako yung mauna eh.
So ako muna, tas ikaw, and then last si Fluffy. Parang ganun.
Hindi, ako na lang yung last.
Ay, okay.
It's the perk of being a host. I get to dictate kung sino yung unang magpe-predict. With that said, Rico, lay your predictions on the table.
Promise our friendship will not be ruined from this, Fluffy.
It's 50-50, but yeah.
Okay, for me, based from what I've seen recently from the playoffs, I am going for NAOS.
Anyway, Laika, so my prediction is loud and proud. I'm going with Oasis Gaming as I think they can take it with the adaptations.
Grabe, may pag ganun si Fluffy.
Oo nga eh.
Wala eh, naka-black shirt na.
Okay, na lang.
But okay, this is really hard. I'm the 50-50 breaker here. Honestly, my heart is saying Oasis. However, yung kumbaga pag civilian yung nagpapanel. Pero kapag pag-uusapan natin yung stats, if I'm gonna use my brain today, it's leading towards NAOS right now. They have the momentum, they have the stats, they were able to study what Oasis brought to the table yesterday in the 5 maps that they played on. So kahit saan ko idaan, it's advantageous for them. I'm gonna lock in NAOS today.
I mean, regardless of how it goes, I do think it's going to be very difficult for either team, especially for Oasis, because NAOS has that advantage from being the upper bracket. They do control what maps they're going to play, and Oasis has been exposed of what they've already are going to do, what their plans are on those maps. So it'll be a challenge for sure. For NAOS side, I think they do have a really good chance of winning because their players are so good, but really they have to come together.
Yeah, I think that's the the advantage of winning that upper bracket. Kumbaga, they had the entire day to have an extra day to prepare before the grand finals, extra day to, gaya ng sinabi mo, watch the games, see all map 5 performances, and therefore carry that over and analyze that. Meanwhile, for Oasis, they had to scramble after map 5 and go head straight to the grand final. So yeah, we'll see.
This day is not going to be a day for scrambling though. You have to be at your A game today. You have to bring everything to the table, even if feeling mo na exposed ka na kahapon, and just play better talaga. No more room for error this time around because once again, folks, heto na ang grand finals natin. It's gonna be NAOS Esports versus Oasis Gaming. I'm gonna pass you guys to our casters now, so let's begin with game number 1.
The end of the road is in sight here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand finals. Today is the final day of stage 1, and we have the best of the best that the Philippines has to offer. Yet again, it's NAOS Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Welcome to the English stream. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and come on, man, here we go again. NAOS versus Oasis. We saw this in the upper bracket, but this time around, we go the distance. We go for a best of 5.
Yeah, it's the epic culmination to this epic trilogy, Dax. We've seen a bit of a preview during the group stage. We saw a bit of a preview 2 days ago during the upper bracket finals, but here we go now. The Philippines' finest going into it. The matchup that was promised really from the start of this stage.
Everyone expected this to be the finals, and that's exactly that. It's been quite a road though for NAOS as well as Oasis Gaming, but think about it, this is the 3rd time they're going to face off against each other. The first one in the regular season, 2-1 in favor of Oasis. The second time in the upper bracket finals, 2-0 in favor of NAOS, and if history keeps continuing, we'll see either one of these trends happen. The one they go back and forth and it goes Oasis's way, or does NAOS keep their win streak alive because they haven't dropped a single map ever since losing to Oasis back then?
Yeah, and that was the only series they ever lost throughout this entire tournament, right? They've got 3 maps into, what, 22 that they've played at this point. 1 versus Nakage, 2 versus Oasis. So Oasis, we did see them kind of struggle during the lower bracket final, ultimately pull it out in the end with the veterancy that they have, but it came to such dire margins near the end of it, Dax. But we're going to be starting things off here on Lotus, a map that we haven't seen each other play in the VCT, but right before the season, we got some pretty curious results when that turned out.
Minimal performances, honestly, for both NAOS and Oasis. You see, for NAOS, I believe they played it once against SR Nakage before they faced off against Oasis Gaming in the upper bracket finals, and it was quite a stomp, but that series was just NAOS domination all throughout. And I think that's a really good point we can talk about right now, because ever since NAOS lost to Oasis, they have been on the uptrend. 14-game win streak, communication on point, the best of the best the Philippines has to offer, for good reason, because they have looked so sure, secure, and absolutely on point with everything that they do.
Well, it seems like, you know, the added kind of brains to the coaching staff on the back of things has really helped them on out. But you want to talk about coaching staff, both these teams have them in spades. By all means, they could form their own team.
There was one of them on that other table we have here now.
That other panel a while ago.
The one who didn't even predict. Really, he just put his own brand there. That's my org.
He's like, here's the logo, slap it on the bracket.
Shout out Fluffy02 of Oasis Gaming, by the way. But speaking of Oasis Gaming, besides, of course, a big rotation in terms of the coaches, big rotation of the agents, they have rotated around Lotus twice already here in VCTPH. Once against Game Live Alpha, which they lost, and once against Abaddon Abyss in the upper bracket semifinals as well. But then again, it was a little shaky, but hasn't that been the term for Oasis Gaming all throughout? They started at the top, and slowly but surely they've been on a descent. Every single time we would find them in a face-off, it looked way too close for comfort for Oasis.
And brought up questions of their consistency as well as just how their mental fortitude stands up in those long games. Now, luckily enough for them, they were able to, you know, win out in the end of that best of 5. But how long can you continue, especially against such a touted opponent and really the rival, as they have even said here, versus NAOS? And you brought up the rotation stacks, and that, I think, is a big thing too to talk about. Now, they're a 5-man roster, and only a 5-man roster. It's Oasis who keep swapping on and out between the maps and between the rotations that they want to play and the compositions. And one has to wonder, is really the composition, or rather who plays what right now, the right idea for really the games we've been seeing?
Yeah, do you just stick with your players, right? They just keep these guys on the field. We see sometimes it's Captain Draxon, sometimes it's Marky, sometimes they remove Savvy 8K from the equation just to fit in the former 2. And it's quite a conundrum really here for Oasis. Perhaps not just, again, on the coaching staff, but really the players themselves. All-star lineup. Too many chefs in one kitchen is something that I always think about when I see this kind of roster, especially from hearing some backstage reports. It's not even a matter of them really clamping down when things get tough, but perhaps there are too many voices trying to call too many things.
As well as knowing the fact that, you know, that could have been maybe okay, especially knowing that, you know, the old Oasis team, they've been together for a while, but let's not forget that coming into this stage, they have 2 new players, especially, actually really 3. You got, you know, some of the former SB Empire boys in that combo there with Draxi and Nexus, and you got Georgie as well. So there's really lots of different influences, lots of different voices coming into this, and one has to wonder how they will continue. We cannot doubt that Oasis are one of the teams to beat, and that's why they make it this far. And NAOS, they're the ones who have suddenly thrown things over towards their way.
And we are throwing it over to Agent Select as we get into our first map, ladies and gentlemen. Lotus is where we begin. Newest map in the scene, and it's going to be, of course, quite a doozy of an opening. Speaking of, though, you can already see here for Oasis Gaming, they bring out Marky on the Omen. No Harbor shenanigans this time for either side. Now, as in the meantime, this is exactly what they run, except that they changed it up here versus Oasis game this time. Last time against SR Nakage, it was the breach. This time, it's the KO for NDG.
Yeah, and they kind of swap out from that double control that we did see in the past as well on different tournaments. You know, Oasis wanting to forgo that. So I'm really seeing this trend almost like teams, they wanted to stick towards that double controller. We saw that early on, one wall controller, one exact controller. But now they just want to focus a bit more on being able to reinitiate, to be able to re-hit.
This is such a big swap though for Oasis. You look at the names themselves right now. Savvy 8K has had such a good run in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And you finally put him on his signature collegiate pick, that Raze. It's just been one of his potent picks alongside the Jet. Georgie, in the meantime, moves over to the Sky. And we've always talked about Georgie being that pinnacle duelist that has really gone above and beyond many others here in the PH scene. But seeing him on Initiator, there might still be that worry that will this fit the way that they want to?
Yeah, and that's a question, right? And we talked about those rotations earlier on going into this series. Who plays what? And this time, well, it seems like they want to try something new. You got Savvy AK leading that charge. This time, Georgie, as you said, the second guy on in. That's Wild Oreo on the breach, which we have seen him in the past, but questions remain. How do they play with something they're not too potentially, comfortable with? It's NAOS to try and stick a bit more true to their guns. NDG on that KO as we've become accustomed to in other maps, but here on Lotus, it's a new thing for them to try out as we go into round number 1 of the Philippines' finest at NAOS versus Oasis.
And Mojo's already dead. He's gone. We started the game and he's already gone. Poor Mojo. Well, gotta go fast apparently, and fast as lightning. He does get stricken down. Oasis though on the defending side. You got NAOS on the offensive. And as you can see, take look at what happened. Georgie though still sharp no matter what. Not gonna be able to make that trade happen. 4v3 scenarios. Oasis still trying to effectively stall for C.
I do like this change up by Oasis on the composition and who plays what. You keep Georgie such a hot-handed player alive a bit longer because he's not the guy to entry this time. He's not the guy to make that first contact, and they can utilize that.
Yeah, there we have it though. Angel's gonna get lobbed, and Ja yet again with the takedown. Savvy 8K taking the opportunity from Halls, and really for Oasis, they're just playing it slow and steady, waiting for as many peaks as possible. Wild Oreo with the punish. Here you have it. Wick so low, he will fall. And Oasis, they start the series with a pistol win.
Oh well. That's certainly a good omen for things to come here. Speaking of, that's the only controllers we got on either side. What's curious, Dax, is that a lot of teams really were utilizing the fact that when you get a Harbor plus a Sage, like a team like GameLab, for example, you get to utilize the Cove plus that barrier, and it really gives you so much more diffusing capabilities and as well as an easier time for the plant, which we've seen be really important here on Pearl, or rather on Lotus.
This is something I discussed with you way back when, the definition of what controller you're going to play on Lotus. You can run that Omen rather than the Harbor. The Harbor, the weaknesses on the defense are very apparent, especially on a 3-sided map. So what you can do here with the Omen instead, stable dark covers, paranoias of course, and from the shadows, similar to what we see on Haven, quick rotations to help out in the pinch. We're going to see a lot of that from Marky and Papi Chulo later on, but we're watching now here in the middle. Smoke gets thrown, a slide on in from Mojo to begin with. Nexi though backing on away, and you can see the change of pace right now for Oasis. It's very respectful, as much as possible. Too much respect perhaps, as now is going to go for the double up. The goes yet again in the hands of Nexi. It's been potent. Bulldogs here for the rest of Oasis to clean up house.
Well, they get 2 kills on that, but the plant doesn't go down. And Oasis quickly stifle the push here of NAOS, but questions remain. How does the composition, especially on the attacking side of NAOS, really work on out? They don't have that perceived pressure that we've come accustomed to seeing with a double controller. When you have the Omen, plus maybe something like a Harbor or a Viper, that gives you so much more leeway to try and fake out and pull the rotation of the defense, especially on such a big 3-lane map.
Yeah, it just goes to show right now, these lanes are going to be looked to be controlled by both sides. NAOS, though, cannot find their footing as of yet. It's such a big advantage, though, if you look back at the map draft, right? Those 2 bans helping him out in the pinch. Savvy 8K, though, in the pinch of his own. Blast backs to get away from main. Sparky doing the same old thing. And really, Oasis playing a game of disengage as much as possible.
I mean, that's kind of what they have to do, right? They can reinitiate. That's what their composition gives them in spades. You got Savvy on that Raze, and you got 2 initiators, as opposed to the more double sentinel defender-sided NAOS composition, at least on paper, which is taking some damage in that early bout. But now NAOS, knowing to not just commit too early, try and pull some aggro on A, but really see where it seems like they want to go, even though the spike is still here towards that A side.
It just feels like, though, it's a sense of respect right now for NAOS. We saw it in the upper bracket finals. Many a time, NAOS would just back away and say, sure, Oasis, come at us, funnel into us, and we'll kill you. Oasis, learning especially against GameLab Alpha in that 5-map Slobber Knocker. It was just, it went the distance. It was all about fisticuffs. But here and now, you can see it's more just about being tactical as possible for these two teams.
Yeah, and it seems like NAOS are a bit more prepared. Little Bird tells me that first time they faced each other right before the VCT stage started on Lotus, NAOS weren't really prepared for it, and it seemed to be the case when they played Split recently, so it makes sense why they banned it as Papichulo. He gets a catch as the plant goes down on B.
Good beginning here for NAOS, at least. Pulls a bit of that defense, but eventually Oasis will know it's all about that B-side arsenal, though absolutely fired up here for NAOS. And they do take down the members of Oasis, losing 2 in the process.
Well, I like the smart play here by NAOS to just flex on back when they know the defense is going to be in a scramble there in the round. But obviously, you know, the firepower helps out in the end. Question remains how the gun round plays out in this case. We've seen this map kind of be turned just a bit to more towards the attacker favored side, but not as steep as you might expect.
I'm just waiting though for NAOS, how they're gonna move forward on this offensive half here, Black and Blue. We've seen a few times Mojer dying very early on. He does make that space and allows, of course, the backline presence of NAOS to do wonders themselves. 0 point gets thrown toward that A side. That's intel. Oasis, though, on the flip side, they can still get some soft intel here with the Guiding Light. Get a semblance that someone's watching towards Mount, if ever.
Well, that's value for sure.
Bet.
Let's double down on that some other time. Wits, he wants to double down on this. They can because they got the res up online.
At least a second chance, especially for someone like Mojer who wants to lead that charge. Savvy 8K jump peaks. Gets the intel now. Many a member of NAOS over towards A, and they're just creeping closer and closer towards this orb. You said it, they have that res available if ever. Fault line though gonna be into play. Set up the barrier orb right now, and Mojer always danger close, always at risk. Waiting though for the opportunity to slide on in. Passes by right now. Oasis still playing that game of keep away. And Savvy 8K actually catching Wits first and foremost. Priority target. Savvy with another one. Showstopper reigns supreme there. But now as they fight on back, it's 3 for 3 as Papichulo now gets the advantage. Marky all alone. Gets spotted though by Mojer in the middle of the site. Papichulo falls now, and it's Marky with the 2K there at the end. The clutch comes for Oasis. Heroics early on.
He hits it right on the mark. Oasis, they play that so well, I think, on the defense there to try and dissuade NAOS from just bum rushing their way. You saw the initial fault line by Wild Oreo as the contact was made with the relay bolt stuns coming from Mojer, and that just kept him halted. The aftershock comes on in, and when they commit towards the site, when they go towards A, that's when Marky throws his paranoia here from the top of the stairs. You're going to see it connect there on the Mojer. It's going to keep him at bay for the meantime and buy him that space, but ultimately enough, Marky, as they were low and he knew where they was, he is just so on point in those moments.
Told you about this guy. He's flexed on over just from that duelist, from that jet way back when, into initiators and into controllers like this. Marky still sharp at those shots. And some big heroics here for Oasis. They needed that against Game Lab Alpha yesterday. They're looking to do the same here versus NAOS on today's matchup. Wits still with the plant. It's an eco round here for NAOS.
Spike planted.
To get the plant at the very least, that's all they really need. They don't have much of a flank presence here. They can open the door to try and feign that persuasion and maybe can pull off the defense here.
Quick little blast back now. Savvy 8K with the clear, and Wild Warriors there to keep pursuit on. Oasis looking clean right now. And as we just get the options going, it's Oasis selecting them all. Ja in the corner.
He's waiting.
He's just waiting to try and stifle anyone. Maybe pick up a gun. Sneaking through. Oasis, look behind you! Turnabout is fair play. Ja with the takedown onto Wild Oreo. They need to clear him out, and eventually they do. Losing one more in the process, but it's 4-1 now in favor of Oasis.
My goodness, imagine there, if he knew just how much time he had left, could have maybe gotten a kill on the Georgie or Savvy and then flicked to the diffuser. A bit of target prioritization, but ultimately enough, they still get the round. They get some good damage done. And that's going to keep Oasis on check to make sure they clear that angle the next time. But you can see Savvy, when he's at the front line, when he's the tip of the spear, he really becomes activated the way that we've come accustomed to.
Yeah, just some precision here from Savvy right now. And I love that he's making space alongside Wild Oreo. That double initiator coming in crucial right now for Oasis for both the engage and the disengages. And you look at NAOS, on the other hand, they have ways to suppress it, but they don't really have ways of control right now. They bring Mojer in. He might be a little too deep for the rest to really keep pursuit or follow him up with. And it's become problematic right now for now since they're desync. They have to deal now with the Rolling Thunder too. Georgie finds NDG by the doorway, and it's Georgie, oh Georgie, cleaning up house immediately towards main. Nano Swarm, it's gonna be there for Nexi. Papi Chulo though still with the takedown. It's B side now being taken here by NAOS, but up close, Marky looking to set up the paranoia, the smokes rather. Savvy at K though, no fear here whatsoever, pushing towards B, forcing NAOS away.
And Seekers gives Papi Chulo away too. There just simply is so much more utility here for Oasis to throw at NAOS. They're gonna have to try and win this the old-fashioned way. As you talked about, they got that KO to try and suppress some of that utility and stop it from being as effective as it possibly could be, but the Sage Barrier, that's a big thing too. Oh, he spots out the gun. Papi Chulo low, gives himself away as Witz finds a kill.
Yeah, I saw the barrel, but unfortunately the tracker rounds on the inside, letting Savvy 8K pepper him with bullets. 11 HP, as you mentioned, time ticking now, and Witz looking to protect, but Marky is there to inspect and get that takedown. Only one left, Papi Chulo. Well, he has to hit the showers after that one, as Oasis now make it 5-1. This defense looking strong, and that's one thing we've been criticizing about Oasis recently. Their defense has been a bit lackluster on multiple maps. They're stepping up now.
Well, the swap up here on who's playing what really gives them a bit more, I guess, just fluidity on what they can do, especially as their composition provides that utility in spades over what NAOS have got, who seemingly just look ill-prepared in that case. Then it really does benefit them so much more. A timeout called here by NAOS. They've got some ultimates to throw, every one of them except for that lockdown, which was ultimately denied real quick, but we haven't really seen NAOS be in the way that we've come accustomed to.
Oh, we see a bunch for NAOS. They have so many ultimates to work with. It's been the same process, just like the upper bracket finals, but the Oasis, this time, their spread is clear. The way that they're able to make these retakes have been very, I'd say, exceptional even. And it just goes to show what they can do when they understand when to get in there and when to pull the hell out. Oasis right now, this is the modicum of control we expect from them given a roster like this.
And look at Savvy. We've been seeing him this entire playoffs have a run for his money. He's been doing super good. Every time we'd see him on that anchor position, you'd see him on like a Sage or more of an initiator. Many times on over, he'd always get a double before going down, but this case, when he is feeling hot, it's a really good decision, I think, by that staff and by the team as well, to put him at the forefront of the action.
Yeah, second highest ACS, third highest KD right now within the playoffs, only behind players like John Papi Chulo. And if he can surpass them right here, right now, you already know Oasis has a star in the making. But that's the thing about this squad right now for Oasis, just stars shining like constellation. We begin, though, the beacon of hope for Oasis with that guiding light. Big intel, and just because of that, Oasis isn't even pushing that way. They're backing off, preparing for the side take instead.
Yeah, you got 4 of the highest rated players here in this stage, in this one match. So Oasis, they've taken this early lead. Eco by NAOS, information given on that B side potential take. The door as it opens is going to be a big problem. They're going to be trapped within this. Savvy and Marky simply farm the rest of NAOS, who are trapped by that fault line, and the follow-up showstopper shuts him down.
They're even using effectively those slow orbs against them, backing on away. Eventually Mojer going to be able to get the takedown. Face first over onto Savvy 8K, and Mojer, he needs a round like this. 3 already with the lightning fingers. It's time to see who can supply that power here for the side of NAOS, but Nexi just brings in Blackout at the very end. 6-1, lights out there for NAOS one more time.
Yeah, that was great damage here, but you can see how Dax that, because they don't have much of kind of a re-hit tool in their case. Yeah, they have a paranoia, but they don't have anything like a breach. And maybe there, if Mojer wasn't the first one to go on in, he could have been the guy to throw his relay bolts out towards door, to commit utility towards that, but they don't have anything like that. Maybe a Sage Barrier, but what can that do once it's burnt down? And so there's really, I think, a big lack of tools here that NAOS have brought in comparison to at least what Oasis have got.
Yeah, they brought a hammer while Oasis has the whole toolbox, basically. And not only that, you're seeing Savvy 8K run rampant for good reason. The paint shells and the showstoppers very effective against the slower pace of the rest of NAOS right now. And Oasis, they're feeling confident. They want to play this as close as possible. One way to scare them off. Someone needs to peek first and foremost. Jado with the takedown. A bit of a lesson perhaps here for Oasis. NAOS now looking to take opportunity, get the push going. Wild Warrior cannot escape. And this is where NAOS thrives immensely. Make the punish happen. Make the kills work early on. Georgie, though, looking to hold. Many a player coming at him. Hits the head of Mojer, but eventually Wit's going to be able to get that takedown. Nexi now versus the world. The smoke going to be in the way. It's 1v3. He backs on over towards the halls yet again. But maybe a re-hit. Lifted on up to the high heavens and sent there by Papi Chulo in the end.
You always have to believe it's doable, it's winnable when it's Nexi at the end of things in a clutch, especially when 2 of them are low. But here harpens back to the same point that we talked about during the upper bracket finals, Dax. The catch. Being able to catch out and punish here Oasis on a lot of their kind of set plays on both the defensive and offensive side of the floor is what NAOS have been really efficient at doing, and that's why they won that round.
Hasn't that been problematic though here for Oasis? Maybe that's a lesson learned immensely, just to stop doing that against someone's like NAOS, a team like NAOS who can punish you with sharp shots that close. You look at Ja, he's just so impactful at getting those frags if you give him that opportunity. Honestly, unbeatable in many a situation, and NAOS at least getting back on the board because of it.
Yeah, it's one of those type of things where you just do not want to take a duel against this man, and well, with NAOS, the composition suggests that anyways. You look at what they have. They have a lot of stopping power in terms of halting the composition. Those stuns, the suppress, the slow orbs, the sage in general, but they don't have much to really re-hit you. So if they anchor down nicely, Oasis have got something to work with here. I think they have an inclination of where Georgie is.
I'm looking forward to what they can do on the defense, but right now on the offense, it's Mojer again, getting a good beginning here for now, sliding on past Savvy AK spotted, and NDG's right there behind his teammate, his partner in crime, to keep the flow going. That's the beauty here for NAOS right now. They still have the speed if the Neon is alive, and from that point on, distance is no problem as they get the spike planted.
But notice how Daxter buy has been broken here. Really kind of a half buy, if anything. So that speaks to just how close some of these rounds are, even though the score line might not have suggested that a round ago. So plant here, no real fuss. Isn't really much of a case to be made for this to be a winnable one, as Mojer finds one in a flawless round by NAOS. Says, wow, the pendulum swung back after that timeout, hasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful ending. Even the flash came online as soon as Nexi was sliding down. They were keeping tabs on top as much as possible. And this is where NAOS can truly shine here. I'm really looking forward to what they can do on the second half. Looking at this roster, many ways to keep stable, to keep the stall going. But yet again, it's a very fine tip right now here for NAOS. The tip of their spear, Mojer, he's kept alive. If he's supported by whatever utility and smokes you can throw out early on, he will create that space here for NAOS. And Oasis understand that now. There's a priority target that they need to remove.
Yeah, they have to really focus in on that. Remember, guys, to tip your waiters. And here's a tip for you all. Use your timeouts. It's a respectful thing. And that's what Oasis, they realize that too here. Early timeouts on both sides in the first half. Well, maybe not too early, but you can really tell that Oasis, they've gotten a bit of a better read, especially after losing, you know, that initial bout in the upper bracket final versus NAOS. Well, not really initial, because that's the second time they've met each other, but you can tell versus Game Lab that even after the interview, you know, their coach, their main coach, their robotics, was talking about, I felt like, in verbatim, not really verbatim, but he said, I felt like every adjustment we could have practiced, we did in that best of 5 series yesterday. And so this should have given them a bit more, kind of like a warm-up coming into this series, knowing that they've got a tough opponent up ahead. And NAOS are proving to be the case.
Yeah, NAOS has just been the toughest raid boss, really, of the PH scene. We talked about their win streak. We talked about how unbeatable they've been in every single map after losing to Oasis the first time around. And this is the first semblance we see NAOS really on the back foot for quite a while. We get back into the game, though. And Oasis, yet again, using that soft intel to perfection. Guiding Light gets thrown by Georgie, gets at least an inkling someone's there, and he wins out that duel again. He's been speaking that angle black and blue. He's just the king of this hill this time around.
Yeah, he's been really good in punishing that Mount Peak. Marky, he has to make sure that Ja doesn't get away scot-free with a kill here, and they double punish him. This is really good for Oasis in the opening picks, and they've been one of the most efficient teams at converting these type of man advantages.
Yeah, they keep looking for these first pickoffs. We've noticed that, especially in previous matchups. One man advantage, it opens up a world of possibilities here for Oasis. But now they're committed now to play towards C. Post plant begins as we get Papachulo putting that down. Waterfall though cascading towards Wits. He even finds the two of them himself. Nice transfer there to keep the odds even from the shadows now to try and get into backline. Lockdown's gonna be there, and this is gonna be a vacuum short here for NAOS. Mojer though gonna get felled. It still will be Wits playing towards the mount itself, and Wits with another one. 3K for Wits, but while this happens, Oasis decision-making at its finest. Play it smart, go for the defuse instead.
Yeah, that lockdown came super quick, and just they weren't ready to be able to back off in time and still have a good post plan by the time that they even were. You know, what's really smart about Oasis here is that they didn't wait for the lockdown to stop before already committing to the defuse. As soon as they flushed out the site, they stuck it immediately. And that's one of the biggest reasons why they had that round. A few more seconds, NAOS would have been back into the fight.
By this point in time, though, does NAOS stop peeking towards Mound? It's so dangerous. Georgie always has that higher ground, and if you ever watch Star Wars, you already know what happens to you if you try and face off against a force like that. Savvy, though, this time punished by NAOS. He wanted to be a bit more mobile to move towards Rumble. Marky instead cannot support. Will back on the way. Oasis lose a member early.
Almost every single round we've seen Oasis try and push forward and gain early control on this defensive side. Yeah. Those are the rounds that they've been losing, Dax. Look at that last round. They waited. They got 2 picks off of it because they waited for NAOS to come to them. And it's been many of the same tale that we saw from the upper bracket final. When NAOS are the one who are forced to initiate and make a play, it's Oasis who are really good at catching and vice versa as well.
Yeah, I do feel like there's a reason, though, because we always see that guiding light action from Georgie on one of the sites. That's the only other way they're going to get that intel, if someone is actually willing to peek it out. This time, though, NAOS quicker on their feet, ready for that kind of situation. And they crawl towards C, have to deal with a bit of the Seeker action, though, courtesy of Georgie. They've been looking for ways to figure out where NAOS is going.
Yeah, it's a good point, because when they can take that early control, they're going to have less issues to try and worry about to find out where exactly they are, right? The opposing NAOS side. No Fade, no Sova, nothing of the sort to really gather that information. And so they are forced to play in this way as a retake comes on in. They don't have any big ultimates to throw up as the post plan from NAOS is looking strong.
Yeah, full roster even. Look at how close they're playing this time. No more Mount Shenanigans. We play on site. We play towards the bend and in the waters. It will be Nexi looking to drown the opposition. Wits already go down first and foremost. Wild Warrior's there too. Mojo though playing with his fast lane, goes for the crisscross, an ankle breaker to get behind Nexi. Wild Warrior the only one left, missing the shots, he ducks for cover, and it's Papi Chulo versus Wild Warrior. Looking to line things up, but as soon as you leap, you will fall there to Papi. 7-4 as NAOS make it work.
How close that came. And luckily there for NAOS that we're able to see Mojo just rat himself through those smokes. Could have gotten the follow-up, but Oasis always so potent. They brought it to a 2v1, really a 1v1 at the end of things with the man disadvantage. You can really see that players like Marky, like Georgie here, being so big, and especially Wild Oreo, to have that backline who is so ready to trade. You got practically 4 duelists on your team. How do you falter?
Well, while you can praise Oasis right now, all you like in that kind of scenario here, Black and Blue, the only problem recently was almost never being good enough in that last bout. And we move now into the next round. Immediately we get into a 4v4 action here towards A main. And Oasis now is drawing lines to separate each other.
Yeah, both duelists taken out early, so it's going to be the battle of utility coming into this one. But that's a bigger problem, I think, here for NAOS than it is for Oasis. Not just because of the ultimates, but because a lot of NAOS's utility is focused on that duelist. They rely on the relay bolt and that wall to try and get themselves in.
They have the answers, though, because they have the better rifles. Rolling Thunder going to be the call here for Oasis. Georgie looking to wade on through. Does he notice the flash coming his way? Finds NDG. Papi Chulo on the opposite end. And yet again, numbers evened up. Angle better though for Nexi. The Bulldog bites to catch out Wits. Ja towards the Rumble yet again. But the crossfire is so set here for Oasis right now. NAOS will have to retreat. Ja though finding opportunity, playing it at the very last second.
How do you fight a man like this? He's got the lockdown, but the problem, can he cross safely? He has a small angle and he finds it anyways! Ja, always so potent on those 1v1s we talked about, Dax. You cannot out-duel this man.
Yeah, just getting out of control by this point. And, well, for NAOS, they move towards C. Wild Oreo yet again put in a clutch situation. 1v2 against the tandem that does it all in the clutch for NAOS. They include now that lockdown. Many a times we talk about, Ja, do we put him in the front? Put him in the rear? Doesn't matter, because he's just able to do it all. The turret's even there! There is just no getting away from this guy. Ja is prepared on the opposite end. Wild Oreo, he's gonna sprint for it, he's gonna run for it, but time is running out here, Black and Blue, and now it's just so prepared.
Yeah, I'm seeing a very, very small window for Wild Oreo to be able to do
even alarm
this.
bots.
Yeah, they know. They completely know. Nano Swarm on this. There's no way he comes out of this on top. This should be NAOS tying up the game, and Papi Chulo doesn't even let the time go away as he gets around.
Yeah, this is a good recovery from NAOS. At the one point, what was this, like 5-1 or whatnot?
Yeah.
Now it's 7-5. Now it's NAOS making a competition. And let's not forget, you look at this roster right now, it does feel like the defense might suit them better. They're going to rely less on what Mojo can do around the map, more so to the anchor potential of players like Papi Chulo as well as Ja. It's time here for NAOS to step back up.
But that wasn't a bad half by any means from Oasis here, Dax. Yes, NAOS, arguably on paper, their composition might benefit off of this defensive side, but so does NAOS Oasis from the attacking side. And let's not forget, statistics-wise, it's a bit more skewered towards the attacker's favor here on Lotus. So Oasis, they've got something going for them coming into this half. They have the advantage. You can see the pings here towards mid, so both teams seem to want to take control of that early, especially towards that A rubble.
And we begin again now into the second half. Quick little shout-outs, though, to, I believe there's a watch party for NAOS right now in the Double Dragon Plaza. So hello to everyone there. Of course, guys, Facebook stream for Filipino side, Twitch here for English, and we are happy to have you here at the very end of the Philippine first stage. This is a best of 5 that will look to go the distance. And we begin now with Oasis Gaming. Yet again, looking to display that siege towards that A side. They're clearing out the rubble so efficiently and effectively, really keeping an eye out on any off angle NAOS could take here.
Well, NAOS, they really want to try and halt this, but they don't have the utility nor manpower to do so. You got NDG within that site. He's been having a bit more of a quieter game so far. He needs to at least get a kill to make this valuable. Savvy finds a one. Papi Chulo on the trade.
Yeah, here we go. Cornered. Papi Chulo still able to fight back. Truly, though, Mojer having the impact now still capitalizing on the cascade here, on the collapse of Oasis. And while all your pants, he's going to be able to get one, but that's it. Just right there already, and NAOS on the second pistol. They're bringing it back close here, Black and Blue.
Oh, yeah, the pendulum, their momentum is really building up. And you can see just the real discipline from a young player like Mojer. He gets that one pick off of crawling up from the stairs as that Neon, and then he falls back. He waits for Wits to catch up with him, knowing that in a 3v2, he could easily be traded out and lose the round. But Papi Chulo, didn't I talk about this man being one of the best pistol players in the game right now? He certainly delivers with a mere classic.
Cornered Beast, it fights as ferociously as possible. And it's been the case in point right now here for NAOS. We've seen this before. Well, we're seeing it yet again.
You know what's even funny? He wasn't even cornered. He's an Omen. He could TP out. He just chooses like, nah, I'm gonna
fight here. I got this. I am not running away from you. Yeah. You have to run away from me, and run now here, Oasis, as Wits will be the Lord of this MN domain on top of the wall, on top of things to get that first takedown. Oasis immediately reeling and recoiling out of that position. Re-engage perhaps with the Guiding Light, gets no dice whatsoever.
Well, this is the thing, Dax. When you think about, there is so much initiating power on the Oasis's attack, but they got a Sage here on NAOS. A very simple agent, one of the most, yes, arguably, but simple can also be quite effective. You put up that barrier in their face, and there's simply no way to go around it unless you hop over or break right through it, and that takes time.
Right now, Oasis, their game is the eco here. Not just in terms of the pistols right now, as Ja finds Nexi, but keep an eye out on Wild Oreo. He already has 5 on his Ors, maybe a 6 after he dies for that Rolling Thunder, something they can use later on in the long run. But in the short term, Marky's just still holding by the spike. Surprises Ja with a quick little classic. Beyond that, though, now still in position to make the retake happen. Georgie rushing in with a shorty, but that's all he can get with, well, the inches that he's been able to push into this site. Beyond that, though, NAOS has tied up the scoreline that Oasis worked so hard on early.
Well, they are going into a bonus right on after, but still, Oasis, they're able to get those 2 kills, the plant down, and some damage done. The momentum, though, that still remains to be seen if Oasis can start to swing it back their way, because that tide, when it keeps on going, it's a difficult current to try and turn away. And we know that when the wings of theirs start to feel the wind, it's going to be very hard to stop their sail.
They've spread those wings and flew to better heights now here for NAOS. Only problem, though, Oasis has the guns. NAOS going to be on the bonus, and is John really not going to buy armor? He's not. That's ballsy. Okay, we'll see.
He's got money for it, but
it's a bold plan. Black and Blue will see how it pans out.
Well, he's got your favorite weapon in the Stinger, so maybe he can rat something out of this. Maybe they can get healed back up after doing it so.
That's a lot of ifs, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game of ifs, what ifs right now, and I think the biggest question is, what if we do go into that further depth? Marky finds a kill somehow.
Yeah, and Jaw's just like, thanks for the Bulldog. That's mine now.
Yeah. I think he was spamming the default angle from Mound and just found a kill.
Yeah, Oasis has gotten away with that a lot this game, huh? That Mound, it has the Oasis flag on it.
Especially Marky, actually.
Yeah, and Georgie too. A little biased, per se.
Map bias.
Yeah, true. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, they did beat NAOS the last time we saw them against each other. So, I mean, on this map at least.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Quite a bit.
In a region far away, in a tournament different from this one. But then again, Oasis right now, you can still see the amount of respect, maybe even a bit of fear against NAOS in terms of how they play things out. Usually you see Oasis, they're just so gung-ho. Let's get in there. Let's kill everyone. We got this, guys. But of course, you have to respect what NAOS can do. Behind the door, even right now here for NAOS, maybe a play towards Mound later on as Oasis moves towards the site.
Yeah, going to be difficult. Paranoia on now to try and get them some control of that door opening. Job finds the one, but he's going to be outgunned here, and so is Papi Chulo. A 2v4, a difficult one to win on out, especially with mere Bulldogs. I don't see this round going NAOS's way.
Yeah, into cover we go for Georgie. And DG, though, the transfers are so unreal right now. But beyond that, 21 HP, the Dream still alive, but barely. Flash bounces the wrong direction, and as soon as he peeks that out, it will be Georgie to get the takedown. Maybe that flash that was towards the angle Georgie was taking.
Actually.
But then again, an inch too deep, didn't even hit them, and Oasis, they get a good hit towards C-site instead.
Well, maybe we're just coping just a bit. Oh, what's a blind peek there coming from Ja with a Paranoia to support him. But yeah, manpower, man advantage, as well as that weapon deficit being a big problem here for the NAOS squad. NDG, though, hopefully that can start to get him going in this game because he's been the quietest one so far. But we've seen that change as series progress.
Yeah, kill distribution relatively even right now. A far cry from what we saw last time for Oasis especially. But we begin again. The rifle's ready here for NAOS. Seekers, though, to begin this push, and immediately, as soon as you get that audio key here for Ja, he's gonna pop the Now Swarms. Rolling Thunder gonna be the play, still catches out the back line as much as possible. Here comes NDG now, Null Command gonna be there. And Oasis, they're still in a pickle here, Black and Blue. It's not as safe as they would like to go for C.
Yeah, it's a jar that's gonna be difficult to open. Even with a tight grip, they've got a tighter one held by NAOS right now. They have that side control as you talked about, but it's a bit shallower than they initially would like. They'd want a bit more deeper control, maybe towards Waterfall, maybe towards CT, which is looking pretty difficult, especially when Papi Chulo can punish like that.
Any angle, every angle. Savvy 8K, though, trades it out with the pain shells. Only problem for now is if they just keep themselves too bunkered. But Papi Chulo's crawling on it, crossing through the waterfall to get 3. Mojer and Wits clean up at the end. And now with an eco-res to finish off the round, we tie up yet again the scoreline.
How many times have we talked about Papi Chulo just being such a great player in terms of catching out the opposition? Whenever aggression comes their way, he's always at the ready to be that net, to be the guy to hit the bat. And the Oasis, they've been feeling the full brunt of that effect. They're forced here now into a difficult economic situation. Do we force up kind of a scrappy buy or an eco? Seems like the latter is the option as they've got the From the Shadows now.
Yeah, they have that at the very least. Both sides can play the flank if ever. But Oasis, they're feeling now the pressure that NAOS can always bring at the end of these rounds. Suddenly, NAOS will appear and suddenly they will be there to kill you. Over onto the doorway though, yet again, NDG and Papi Chulo. Such a strong fortification here for NAOS. There's so many members right now of NAOS towards A main. They read Oasis like a book and they rip out the pages. Whatever they can play, they will get nothing. It's NAOS with a flawless round to take the lead.
To take the lead. Isn't that something to say, Dax? Especially knowing how that 5-1 scoreline progressed a while ago. Incredible stuff here from this NAOS squad. The sheesh spray at the end of the timeout.
Say that again.
Look at that. See, it's there.
You say it. I want to hear you do it. What's your best sheesh?
Sheesh.
Come on, do it for the audience.
I did it once.
Do it for the gang.
They can handle
Sheesh. You gotta go like that.
You gotta do the arm dash.
Yeah. Sheesh.
There. That's.
I
about,
did the Randy Orton.
That's about as conyo as we get today.
Good job, Barry.
Thanks, Barry.
Okay, anyway, though, timeout called here by Oasis. It's the predicament we saw in the upper bracket finals. You think that Oasis can run away with the game, but now it says, no, we are here. No, we will stabilize. And then it's just so predictable, honestly, right now, for how NAOS is actually going to retake these sites. Someone's going to get the right timing, someone's get the right push on, and find that small opening that the Oasis isn't ready for. And it's been the case in point in so many of these rounds. We saw from Papi Chulo, we saw from Ja, we saw from Wits, we saw from Mojo and NGG. I just listed them all, but it really just goes to show that any one of those guys can come and clutch at the moment's notice for NAOS.
That's a big thing, right? The question among this NAOS team is much to the contrast, to the contrary of what Oasis are. You know that 1 to 5, really that 1 to 6 of Oasis, every single player is a reliable, star-studded one. But NAOS, there are questions of how those two younger players continue with this three-veteran roster, namely Mojer and NDG, but they have been so impressive so far throughout this tournament run.
Yeah, it's been a La Familia. It's been a family here for NAOS. And here we go again. Ja just does not lose when he peaks first. Goodbye to Marky. Ill-prepared for Ja coming his way. From that point on, already you can see the foundations, really, the fabric of Oasis unraveling here.
It's going to be difficult to spool it in. When you lose Marky, who has been by far, I think, aside from him and like maybe Savvy, the most reliable presence and piece of the puzzle that we've seen from Oasis throughout their run as well. They came in big many times during a clutch. They have to go big again.
Yeah, Showstopper looking to be unleashed towards this B site though. A big impact with a big boom. Savvy 8K looking for anyone to deliver this one down to. Lets it rip, but no one's home to actually accept it. No one's going to answer that text. Instead, Ja right now making a phone call of his own. Wildor goes down. Lockdown's there already.
Why was nobody watching that CT? You have to expect the push out. But they were all watching towards the upper. They get the lockdown destroyed somehow.
A bit of hope here right now for Savvy 8K. He's over onto the box, and they have the crossfire instead. Oasis now making a big red X towards his B side, and they will get some buried Thresher along the way around to tie it up again.
Where was the presence from NAOS? And that round was all about just miscommunicated presence from either side. Initially, Oasis, why were 3 of them looking towards that B upper? And then for NAOS on the retake, why were 3 of them coming from that CT? Where was the upper presence? Where was the door? Why was it too late? Was the big question. Allowed Oasis to focus their strengths on one single lane.
Way too many question marks in that round for both sides. In the end, though, there's something NAOS hasn't really respected. Having that race for Oasis, the pain chills, the showstoppers, they've been very effective from Savvy 8K all throughout this game because he's able to exploit these corners. Sure, you ban out Split, where we have the foundations of Raze built in Valorant, but you have something like Lotus, and it's still CQC. It's still effective to lob those nades. Here we go, though, now. They know someone's there. Marky jiggling around, trying to keep his APM up, but a crossfire yet again. Oasis now setting up traps, and Ja will fall for it.
Wits is in a difficult spot. They know he's close. He's trapped by the Trailblazer as well. He needs that backup. There's no way he comes out of this alive. And Oasis punishing NAOS for a bit of the over-aggression here. They wanted to press the issue, but they bit off too much and they can shoot.
And here's the pain shells again. I keep telling about you this one, Black and Blue. It's the year of explosives. It's a year of Oasis, apparently, as they already catch out 4 of NAOS who tried to be ambitious, but just no dice for them. Papi Chulo. If he does this, I will just freak out right now.
No way, not even for him.
45 HP, that's 2 bullets.
But now they forget the rule, the law of the push and pull. They pushed forward very deep already into A control. They have the entirety of Rubble control as he goes down eventually, but you see that round once more. Now they had control of A Rubble. They had that entire piece to themselves, and yet the defenders on C also want to push all the way towards way too deep. You have to remember, if one side is a bit too deep, the other's got to pull back. Yeah, it's a push and pull law.
They're drowning under the water right now here for the side of NAOS. And truth be told, that's something we saw on the first half. That NAOS will get caught out by the utility here of Oasis, by their setups, by their crossfires. And it's the way that Oasis was able to take that lead on the defending half. You see it now. Now struggling because they're walking into that one. They're walking into those kind of setups. And it's just been such a tide turn right now. This pendulum we always talk about. We just think of a grandfather clock that just swings left and right. Oasis, though, you can hear the bells going their way. Savvy 8K on this Raze, still dominant as ever. And perhaps that's the game of musical chairs that Oasis has been trying to figure out. Who do we really put in the front line right now?
Well, the answer so far seems Savvy has been very savvy at finding kills and finding opportunities so far. A bit of a characteristic mistake there from NAOS, considering how clean they have been playing the second half. Maybe that will whip them back into shape. They're forced on Diego, and not a great position to be having Diego, especially late in the game.
Yeah, this is where Oasis can truly pull on away, and problematic right now for NAOS. They can believe perhaps in the overdrive. Mojer had a big round with it once. But will that be the only case here for NAOS? We get back into the game. Oasis have so much setup possibilities. That lockdown, those Seekers, and yet again, the guy in light getting thrown towards C. I do believe it caught out Wits, forcing him to back on away. Second time, no intel here. And now it's just trying to cut noise as much as possible.
Yeah, well, Oasis have to be careful. 2 rifles abound here for NAOS. And now they're practicing a bit more of that push and pull that I talked about. They push forward a bit towards B, which means the other side's A and C got to pull back. You can't have your front line be so far forward that you forget the anchor possibility of your composition. Barrier should expend soon. They have a paranoia to open this, and they have a good read on the situation.
Yeah, now though behind the door, we see how effective having an Omen is in a map like this, especially with that paranoia cutting the noise of the doorway itself. There you have it, utility thrown, and a quick little spin. NAOS cannot push. Oasis playing it safe.
Yeah, the big thing here though, Dax, is that they get that utility burn. And that was the setup that they needed. They wanted to have that happen so they can actually get a kill off the peak, but now that the utility's been wasted, nothing to go.
You can only do it once per round. That's the one-time big time, and no big time moves whatsoever from Mojer. Here comes Savvy, but he's way too close, and Winston Jaw able to get the takedowns. Hope perhaps here for NAOS, but Oasis is following in pursuit right behind them. The second wave is there to go for the collapse on. They know Papi Chulo's in the corner, and this time they will catch him out. Oasis making it 11-9. A good round though for NAOS in terms of the damage.
Yeah, really good damage and economy done here, and economy gained for their side. Maybe if a kill was able to be found here by NDG with a rifle, could have been a different situation in the 1v1, but Papi Chulo kind of filtered there and forced to the corner as the lockdown was placed.
We've seen though from Wits those rat plays. Last time on Icebox against Oasis, he was there by that A side. Same thing here. Paranoia, I don't care. Nearsightedness, I don't need to go to Vision Express. I can still see you coming if you're right beside me. And those are some moments really for NAOS. Micro plays because of their wisdom. We get back though now into the rifles here for NAOS. They burned the Paranoia actually.
Wow, that's
big investment.
Yeah, a lot to be thrown here. The suppresses, the relay bolt, and that Paranoia. You need, or maybe not need, but you want to kind of have that Paranoia presence to be, you know, available and active throughout the game and throughout the round, especially. The later that's online, that's more pressure perceived, at least on the attacking side.
No commando gonna be the call. Rolling Thunder is the answer. Distance is the game here for Oasis. They're now trying to wade on through despite the suppress. And as NAOS will back on the way towards the site, Oasis yet again respecting the line that they cannot cross. They're burning utility here, Black and Blue.
NAOS too, though, respecting them as well. They don't want to fight this. They know there's a bit too much pressure for them to deal with, and so being very disciplined in this bout, they fought and really expended lots of utility on either side to go for this A rubble, but that matters more for now, so have less to throw out in general.
Oh, from the shadows over onto the waterway there on C side. Ja will just deny it, and Ja tries to peek with a turret, but Nexi survives now. Fly high here with Savvy 8K, but Ja says that's pretty much our tagline. We're ready to catch you as you fall. Wits is there too. NAOS yet again, anchored and stable. Georgie coming up close. Ja with a one and done angle, and Georgie gonna get that takedown. Wits though with a 3K so far, up top the wall, getting them all. NDG at the end, and NAOS keep it close again.
My goodness, Ja there. Even though he only got that one kill on the Savvy, that was a huge kill because that was a space take here coming from Oasis. They take that back site. That site is completely theirs. There's no way that Wits is going to be able to rat himself, but the fact that Ja is still alive allowed Wits to be able to back on up, allowed Wits to be able to hold down that waterway.
He's that dungeon defender. He's the one watching the wall as much as possible. Eyes up front here for NAOS right now. This game already, I'd say, coming to our expectations.
That's map number 1.
Come on, it's expected. We got a 5-game series last time between Game 11 and Oasis. We saw how close the 2-0 was.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, it wasn't a wash whatsoever. The stats were a lie. It's Oasis right now fighting. Seems like a bit of, I'd say, a misconstrued utility thrown. But beyond that, it's Oasis now making their way towards the site.
Hey, Timmy the turret says hello before a quick exit. Now it's on the retake here. The utility, the push, they know where Ja is. He's trapped, he's blind. Savvy with a stinger up close.
Savvy, of course, ready to push, and Oasis doing the same thing too. Nexi finds 2, pistol Yarrow indeed, and that's already the eco-frags going away with Oasis. They're getting the takedowns too with the rifles, and from that point on, it's them on map points.
What a way to play and take that match point away. Oasis.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, they knew that they had the lesser weapons, and so they press it, but they had so much to throw out. The paranoia, the fault line, the flashpoint, everything thrown towards that waterway, and they all focus on one lane.
And let's not forget, this map draft is manipulated by NAOS. This is a NAOS map pick. NAOS got 2 bans. They got rid of that signature haven of Oasis first and foremost. And if Oasis can take this and move over to their map pick Fracture, it's a good sign moving forward. We going out into perhaps the penultimate round.
I believe NAOS have a timeout to call because it was Oasis who used their second one. So give a bit of time here if they really want to talk about this round, but no, they're sticking to it. A Spectre held by Mojer. The res online for Wits. Aside from that, the lockdown's the only thing close to upcoming, but you can see Oasis knowing that pressure a while ago that they put in the round that they won. They're expecting a bit more aggression from NAOS, who are opting to hold back instead.
It's worked so far, though, between Wits and Ja, especially. They have the Resurrection, too, so NAOS is happy to make the trade happen if ever that's the case. Showstopper, though, something to watch out for here for Oasis. Cutting noise early, playing executes late.
Isn't that the tried and true formula Oasis like to do? But do they do enough to keep that defense on towards the A site? They can hear the information. They can hear the stuttering of each footstep towards his A site. Now they come. Suppress confirms their presence, and that denies the paranoia from throwing out.
Yeah, that's a big one. Usually Oasis, they love to make those set plays work, but that is just the perfect suppress at the most opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable, though, and here we go, the Showstopper letting it rip. Wick still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there. Savvy AK making the find onto Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK, though, with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat. Hands up! Ja's got you, and Ja kills you. Ja will rule, and Ja will get the round for NAOS.
Man, he is keeping this ball rolling for NAOS. Not so far. We do not go down. We go to the final round of regulation, and how close it came. Once more, the dynamic duo of Ja and Papi Chulo keeping them alive.
What's new here? What's new? Wasn't that the case in SVE?
Was it really?
Well, you would know per se, and we know that NAOS is never out of it, especially when you have the veterans at the helm ready to defend. Oasis perhaps over-eager there, waiting for the push. It's a tendency, though, we've seen. Oasis, they don't respect things like lockdown, things like aftershocks. They're willing to wait that angle, and NAOS just really, I'd say, calls their bluff.
Yeah, it seems like, exactly there, right? A great poker face to be placed on by Ja, and Savvy was anticipating him to go for that bluff, to try and peek maybe perhaps before the lockdown, really went off. But no, Ja just way too disciplined to let that go to waste.
They know each other. That's the thing. This is just both of these teams waiting for this matchup. Let's be real. Oasis NAOS, as soon as they saw each other in the bracket, they knew this was the grand finals waiting to happen. There were contenders, though, all throughout. We saw, of course, Sarnakage with that off-season run, Action PH impressing, Avanon Abyss almost making it happen versus Oasis, and let's not forget, lower bracket finals of Game Lab Alpha really stepping on up. But right here, right now, this is what's expected of the PH scene, and they know the competition is right in front of them.
And look at this, you can see their pings towards that rubble. They're trying to be very wary of these rat positions that we've seen players like Wits, players like Ja and Papi Chulo really trying to exploit, and so now as of the moment, they're going to give up this site. No real way to hold on to this.
Oasis pushing, actually wading through the staircase. Georgie, he's playing to the usual Georgie style. Also that B-side push. Georgie finds Ja first, tries to back on the way, but Mojer's there, ready to receive. While this happens, though, it's not even A site. It's B instead. Paranoia prone. Mojer's there to win the stun, and something's wrong, Marky. He wasn't ready for that one. 3K for Mojer already. A bit of a rat position here for Nexi, trying to be cheeky. Wild Warrior, same case. Nexi knows someone's on the other side of the doorway, though. Many a number here from NAOS. The rush on Nice sweep by Wild Warrior, sure, but he's the only one left in a 1v3. Fault line into play, looking to just get that buff going on, but no! Ja will just be able to bring it back, brought back to life, and keeps NAOS in this game. We go into OT.
The first game of this. The first grand finals of the year, the first map of the series, and the first overtime so far. We are not done just yet. The Philippines' finest looking to deliver here in the best of 5 series. And my oh my, how these rounds have gone back and forth. Nobody giving up. Incredible shots, incredible rounds being played by either side. We saw Mojer there somehow pry that B upper open.
Something was just up there for Marky, unfortunately. Ill timing, perhaps the pressure of the stun, but you can feel the pressure now. We have gone into OT. Things have gone wayside here for Oasis. They had a good start, but now has kept up and caught up so many times. Despite that eco round going Oasis's way, NAOS is still here. NAOS is still ready. We finally get an operator into play, courtesy of Savvy. Watching out for Staircase, but NAOS, smart investment early on. Smokes in the way, fast lane's there too, and now they're trying to cross towards A.
Well, can they really? Now it's attacking side. We've seen a lot of times it really focused on punishing aggression from the defensive Oasis, but Oasis are not giving that up. And most of their defense, the man count here, prepared to try and repel this attacking side. I'm not sure if that door is open. Doesn't seem to be the case because they're not worrying about it too much just yet. A bit of a lurk, really, to try and give some presence here, maybe towards that B side and pull them off.
It's not the biggest threat right now. Instead, they're looking for options towards A itself. Trailblazer, though, gets the spot onto one. They now know Papichulo's playing in the middle, so Smokes will be telegraphed here for NAOS. Nice there, too. Gets the catch onto Savvy, but he repeaks the hesitation there just because of the presence of the KO. And this is an opening now for NAOS to go B.
Yeah, the shoulder giving himself away there as he checked it initially. They should get that B plant without much of a fuss, but they don't have much control of that upper. Papichulo lands a frag, quick and easy. But Georgie, he's shut down immediately, a 4v2.
Yeah, Oasis just don't have the setup whatsoever, and NAOS, of course, will knock them down. No crossfire, no problem for NAOS now. They're just so ready for it. They catch out the isolated angles of Oasis, and they're the ones on match point now.
What a game for NAOS to come back into this. The deficits here really calm, cool, and collected multiple times over. We saw that. From 5-1, they came back 7-5. From 12-10, they came back and tied up the game for overtime. And once more now, they take the lead again.
The intensity is just felt in the building, is felt in this matchup right now. Whether you're watching on whatever stream, just support this Philippine broadcast, to support these two teams here, Black and Blue, because so many of these, I'd say, fans know about Oasis and NAOS, know about how strong these rosters are. The all-stars, really, of the Philippine nation. As we get into the timeout, though, Oasis, they're feeling the pressure. You can see these rounds, they're collapsing away from them just because they're hesitating.
And what's surprising is that, NAOS, they arguably have less pressure perceiving tools, right? That means tools that you can use to find out what that pressure is about, to find information in that case. No real Sova or anything of that sort. They only have the suppress, but they're doing it really well, especially on their attacking side. But then you look about the perceived pressure utility they have to apply that. No double controller, no real, not too many flashes to throw out, and yet still, they've been really good at reading that defense and pulling the offense towards their way.
I think we can simply say, whoever's willing to take that extra step right now will win this game, and NAOS consistently, after being down early on, have been the ones who've been out of reach of Oasis. Then again, though, we get back now into the game itself. NAOS actually pushing with the barrier orb. So will they expect Papichulo waiting there? It's a good call for him, though, to do that just because he can actually teleport if ever he's caught out. The Boombot, though, is the first sign of warning, and Oasis understanding there's a big threat towards mid.
Make noise, fake out that Omen TP towards C, make noise towards B. Now they run down the list to go towards that A block.
Rebel cleared yet again. We've seen this Trailblazer a bunch. Just because of the potential pressure of Mojo. You have that Neon, you can actually bridge that gap very quickly, more so than any other duelist right now. Then again, though, Oasis playing towards Link now. Maybe a chance to move towards B. Seeing if anyone's going to be peeking from A itself. NDG. There's so much danger coming his way. Blast back invested early on by Oasis. That's already the audio cues here for NAOS.
Yeah, but he knows the threat is coming. That suppress at least gets 2 or 3 players here on the attacking Oasis side. 30 seconds left, and they got lots of utility to throw out. No paranoia available, though, as they go for that B split.
Yeah, they're running out of options, and it seems like Oasis is dedicated to go for B instead. Wild Oreo planting under upper. Ja trying to peek things out, catch out anyone who's ill-prepared for him. But then again, still a bit of the lurk action there from Savvy 8K, and it works out versus NDG. Big start here for Oasis. Paranoia getting a prime, a triple drop ready to happen. And NAOS is there on site and ready to fight. Mojer finding Wild Oreo. Oasis on the outskirts though, but Savvy AK is A-OK. Mojer still fighting, making it 2v2 now. Papachula with the smokes, and it seems like NAOS are trying to walk into this one. Oasis though low on the HP. Poppy goes for the tap, but Oasis will not get faked on out. Guiding Lights there. Time ticking, time running out. Papachula, he has to go in there. He has to get the defuse going. There's a defender. There's Georgie. Down he goes. And Savvy AK ready, but will fall.
No
time though. It's going to be of the essence here for now. Can Poppy get the defuse? Absolutely not. We go into another round.
Played well here by Oasis, and Savvy being the big saving grace of that round. We go to another. We see his lurk get the catch out on the NDG, and that was a huge part. The fact that they don't have to worry about the rubble flank anymore allowed them to secure that B link and really hone in on their post plant.
First game.
First game.
Second OT.
Yeah.
We're not done.
You thinking the third?
I'm thinking of 5 maps.
I agree.
I'm willing to go that distance. I hope everyone is. So strap yourselves in, kids. We are on for a ride between Oasis and NAOS yet again. Paranoia to throw things out. Suppress a little too late to the party to cancel it. But then again, just because of NDG's presence, it doesn't allow Oasis to really capitalize on that early investment.
They're going for this early push, yes, but the entirety of that NAOS attack is going towards C. They should have a plant here without much of a fuss. The question is, does NAOS pull back and play for that mound, or do they progress further? There is some control that could be seized here towards that waterfall. They do have Nexi trying to hold it off, though, for the meantime, but a lot of the retake's going to come from CT instead.
Mound's been dangerous, that's for sure. Here we go now with NAOS getting the plant going. Mojer keeping an eye out, actually retreating now because of the threat of the Trailblazer. Oasis had so many ways to clear out close corners, and it becomes a mid-range battle instead. Aftershock is there. Oasis yet again making space here for Savvy 8K, and he'll get one before he falls. Press comes on in yet again, 2-for-2 trade right now, and NDG tries to fight, but he will fall to the many numbers. Wits over onto the corner, ready to peek, ready to go at it. Flashpoint into play, and with the bullets run out, his life will drain too. Oasis retakes and regains the lead.
Wow, what a back and forth here. And really, the suppress, it came on time, but the trades from Oasis even more at point. And when you're at that moment, you know, you fall back towards the mound. Where really can you play? What angles do you have? It only gives you that, you know, really immediate plant denial angle, and that doesn't allow much space for getting those trades for the players within the site.
You can feel how suffocating Oasis is, though.
Yeah.
Just on the defense. Trailblazer, paint shells. What's next? Fault line, Aftershock, maybe even some smokes, and the nano swarms. What space can you work with? Nothing right now for NAOS. They might want to take those wings from their logo and put them on themselves by this point because the ground is unsafe for them.
Yeah, they gotta fly over this somehow and soar as high as they can. NAOS, we've seen them at match point a while ago, but this is overtime. This is a very different question. The C hit gonna come in real quick and real hard. The barrier keeps that waterway towards the control, but Savvy, he's hopped on over, and Ja gets a catch once more.
Just can't leap against Ja right now, and Ja with another one! Luckily though for Oasis, they have that high ground. Papichula looking for the timing, but Oasis get in cover in time. Minute decisions, inches upon inches right now of perhaps possibilities here for both sides. Double stack though, over onto that back side. Fragments there, that'll kill Wild Oreo for sure. Next he's with 3. Papichula's there yet again. Marky on the opposite end. We've seen the clutches happen from Papichula before. Can he do so one more time here for NAOS? Marky though, ready for the exit onto the smoke. And Marky hits him smack dab in the middle. Oasis will take the first map.
And there it goes. Oasis finally getting the map after their 2 series they've played, and Lotus is the one touted for them to take in second overtime. And how close those margins were once more. Dax just completely read there at the end by Marky.
The streak though is over. NAOS has finally lost a map after so long. After all the series of 2-0s. I believe it was around 7 of that.
Around 7 series, yeah.
It's just crazy to think how close it got from a beginning that looked all Oasis there, black and blue.
Yeah, and you know, finally Oasis, you look at their, you know, their lines, their stats coming into this from the VCT. That's 1-1. They lost 1-1 during the opening games of this stage, and now they finally turned their, you know, stats positive.
Can we take this time to breathe real
quick?
quick?
Yeah, that was...
We went the distance, and we just started our night. Savvy 8K though, the knight in shining armor. 27 takedowns, nice first kills. That's a big one, honestly. We always talk about, for Oasis, the most important stat right now is the first blood potential. And it's really been the case in point here for Oasis. You get that lead in terms of the numbers. You can try and run away with whatever you want to do from that point on.
Yeah, big rounds, big kills from a player who has really had big expectations of him coming into this, especially being that lead man, especially being that duelist in this case, taking over Georgie's job. But we did see some really great presence from a lot of the Oasis backline. Marky, I thought, especially after winning that one, was huge, but so was Wild Oreo. So many times on the retakes, he get a double to just keep them with the advantage.
Yeah, but then we talk about the highlights, and I think we can discuss really how suffocating the defense of Oasis is. We talked about it right before that last round, just the waves of utility that they can throw, but it's also about the rotations in the positions, garnering intel through the sky as well as the A main take. It just allows the team to collapse on the opposition, and fast rotates from Oasis come online because of it.
And that collapse is exactly what Oasis are really trying to bank on. A lot of times you see that post plant here, they want to collapse from multiple different positions on a same target. And when you have that much to be peeking you at the same time, we have that much of a threat to worry about, that is where NAOS become really shaky, and that's where a lot of their problems are exposed, where they do get isolated a lot of times versus a 1vx situation. So Oasis here really finally able to get a grip.
Yeah, I'd say though for now, one thing they did really well was dismantle the potential crossfires. If they can get the catch early, it just removes the defense of Oasis or the setups themselves. But Marky, he knows that it's his time. Look at him bringing out the clock early on. He was just so ready for it. He knew where Papichulo was going to go. He knew where he needed to aim. And Marky, he's seen him in rotations. He saves the day with his aggression or with his frag potential yet again.
I mean, we always know that this man is so potent when it comes to those frags. And he certainly delivers here to get that opening map win. And what a win it was here. Unlimited potential on this man. That's why they keep him on the rotation. But map number 2, Pearl, I think that's a big one to talk about.
It's crazy to think that we have just gotten started. We have so many more maps to go. We do have, I believe, Fracture next here in terms of our rotation. And
oh, you're right.
Oasis Gaming, that's something they have been potent with on the attacking side. Not so much on the defense, but we have seen improvements now on the defense from that first map. So perhaps they have cleaned up their act in that point. It really just goes to show, though, that no one is out of the woods as of yet. And we'll take this time to go for a break. When we return, it's that second map. What a beautiful night for incredible action. And with that being said, we continue on to the Grand Finals VCTPH. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oasis Gaming with a 1-0 lead over NAOS Esports, finally making their mark against NAOS after the win streak that was incredible throughout the regular season as well as the playoffs themselves. But I'm Daxter with Black and Blue, and give me some thoughts there, Black and Blue, honestly. Anything you still remember after we took that breather, because that first map had too many moments.
Well, first of all, I feel like we're in for a pretty long night, Dax. I think we're going to burn the midnight oil on this one. There's
Road to
no
12
way.
a.m.? Road to 12 a.m.?
I don't even have a watch on, but still I'm looking. You know why? Because I think now's the time for them to come back into this. You're going into Fracture, which is a map that we have seen them beat in the past Oasis, but we've also come to be touted as one of Oasis's best so far, and that barring Haven, and so I'm really curious to see how they can pull this off, especially looking at how near the end of things there were just some fundamental errors we saw many times on Over that when we talked about during the opening matchup, rather their previous matchup on the upper bracket finals, it typically was NAOS playing that disciplined style and getting the catch, as we'd say a lot of times on Oasis, but many times on Over that would stop around on Pearl.
No,
on Lotus.
I'd honestly say rather that Oasis decided, guys, let's stop going in. Let's just stop going unga bunga. Stop getting too gung-ho.
Exactly,
and
so
actually
they weren't
play
able
what
to catch him
NAOS do the same thing. And from that point on, right, it was more of an even playing field. So I guess that's where we can really coincide with our point right now, and that's exactly what they need to do about this Fracture map. If you look at the numbers themselves, you can see how apparent the attacking side of Oasis is comfy on Fracture, and you move over to the defense, and it kind of goes the complete opposite direction. It's a small sample size, let's be for real, and it's only for VCTPH, but they have a 67% win rate on the attack, and a sub-50, 47% win rate on the defense. That's a big number to keep an eye out on, because it not only happened once against NAOS when they lost it in the upper bracket finals since they started on the defense, but even previous to that, even when they won that map against NAOS, there was that streak from NAOS when Oasis was on the defense.
Well, I mean, it's like -10, -11 at this point. And you look at the their next map, and many to the same kind of contrasts are available as well, and actually does happen on Pearl. So when you look at their attack, a bit more of a struggle on the defense. So it really comes down to a lot of times Oasis, a lot of their focus is kind of placed upon one side more over the other, and I think that is a big thing that NAOS have edged them out, who have generally been consistent on both ends of the floor.
We're at the end of the beginning here of the second map, ladies and gentlemen, and keep an eye out for that Oasis swap with Wild Oreo moving over to that Fade. It's something they brought last time around against GameLab Alpha, and it did work wonders. It helped them out on the defense. It was just a bit more of a modicum of control, since especially against NAOS Esports themselves, the tandem between Georgie and Wild Oreo were in. They're pushing. We're in. They're having at least the capability to run around that map. It's just answered back by players like Ja, players like Wits, players like Papi Chulo, and perhaps more of that defensive-sided mentality is what Oasis needs to do today to try and win the series out.
I agree, because we see many times on Over, right? Here on Lotus and during the previous series that many times when Oasis do push out on that defense of theirs, that's when NAOS get the catch on them many times on Over. And a lot of that was also due, as you pointed out, to the composition they bring on in. They don't have that hard information gathering the same way maybe a Sova or a Fade might have. And so now they don't have to try and aggress too far deep, because they do have that information gathering nowadays.
Yeah, but now it's on the other side. A lot of comfort. And I think it's time to give you the floor about this. Can I have like a paragraph or two of why the Jaw Chamber is just so wonderful?
In his words, it's good if you're good, it's bad if you're bad.
That's a quotable quote right there. Clip it and ship it. So there you have it, guys. NAOS Esports trying to prove that they're good for all of this to come, to try and get the Fracture map yet again versus Oasis Gaming. On the flip side, though, that Cypher composition, very stifling, actually. And especially with how Nexi's going to be able to play it. It's still the problem, though, of NAOS running that KO. And if Oasis is going to try and force things out, yet again, you're going to see the adjustments themselves of how Oasis has to play a bit more offsite.
Yeah, well, NAOS were also pretty good on the read last time around on Fracture, where they would set up just in the same exact round that the Oasis would want to push out. So if the pace here, if the way the cookie crumbles doesn't swing their way, it can be difficult, but they won the opening picks. That's 2 for NAOS.
Indeed it is. And good beginning now here for NAOS yet again. Wild Oreo, though, playing close, and Ja just whittles everyone down. If you're good,
You're
you're
good.
good. And there you go. Case in point, NAOS with the pistol.
And he's feeling it too. But still, it works out on the pistol round. I mean, you do have that firepower advantage on the on the Headhunter, but I still remain to wonder, would swapping to a Killjoy in this case, knowing the Fade is now available here on the side of Oasis, would that be a good option here for NAOS? Knowing that in terms of information gathering, they're the ones, once again, out dry, and we saw that be a problem on Lotus.
Yeah, there's a lot of theoretics, honestly, and even though Oasis has a lot of coaches, they don't have too much time to make the comp change itself. Perhaps this is a Cypher setup that they really want to run. You also see another swap here for Oasis. In a map like Fracture, Marky's out, Drax is in. You have that Brimstone, you have Nexi still, his dynamic duo from the SPI Empire days. And when you see Drax and Nexi together, it's just really more of that control that Oasis is looking for rather than that extra bit of oomph that they have with Marky.
But isn't that the kind of, maybe not risk, but it's a factor that certainly has to run in a 6-man rotation, especially when they're all 6 active. You have a player who's like super hot, who ended off the game with a clutch in Marky, and just because of rotation-wise, he's not in for map 2.
Yeah, it seems like perhaps too many choices to be able to take. You have a buffet, yes, but you only like one real thing right now, and we'll see for Oasis how this is gonna pan out. Besides, though, while we do have this time as Oasis rotating, I heard that, I don't know, I heard a rumor that there's gonna be a trophy really for these guys, whoever wins.
Really?
Like a real trophy.
I thought it was a digital one behind
apparently
the
it's
panel.
both. I don't know. That's what I've heard. That's what I hope we can say. Maybe we can take a picture with it one day, whether Oasis or NAOS will win it. But speaking of Oasis, they're going for the main rotate and retake.
Well, certainly lots of R's to roll. It's theirs to take. Doesn't seem like too much of a fuss now, so I think Oasis, they really just want to play underneath to die to the spike, and that's about it.
Yeah, they don't want to feed ult charge here to NAOS right now. This is such a mature look for Oasis.
Wow.
Honestly.
It's almost like they're not the young team.
And now they're all dead.
Together.
Together. At least they did it together.
Yeah, holding hands.
Kumbaya, even like a campfire, really. But campy round, sure. Oasis now moves into the gun buy. Only problem when you do that, that means you're not killing anyone in NAOS, so they can basically have a bonus with the arsenal that they bought. And look at the arsenal that they have right now. That's a lot of firepower for a 3rd round.
Yeah, 4 Bulldogs, a Vandal. Not as equalized, but certainly one that's far, far more winnable than typically out of the question would be. So now it's on the attacking side. They get the benefit of starting on this favored half of theirs.
I think that's actually a good point right now, Black and Blue. I raised it a while ago. Concerns when Oasis is on the defense. And seeing them begin on the defense yet again, it might be an ill omen to watch out for. No omens in this game, though. It's all Brimmies this time and here and now. Papichulo, good start towards Georgie. There's the fate of Wild Oreo trying to make the disengage happen. And we've seen this before from NAOS. When they make that A-take happen, dish control allows Mojo to fly. Already, NAOS denying Oasis. Wild Oreo, though, fighting.
Oh!
Wild Oreo winning towards the side. Turn around. It's Nexi who will catch you. Wits trying to get that backstab going, but it's all left to Papichulo now.
How did that happen? When Wild Oreo was kind of pincered here towards A main, they're kind of delegating, NAOS to be able to handle it, Papichulo and co, but he somehow comes away with it, able to isolate those fights due to the smoke. And now the Clutch Master himself put in another difficult spot.
Well, he has to make his own situation for himself, indeed. There you go, smoke gets thrown. Cyber Cage is the answer, and it's a big stall right now. Oasis, they know Papichulo needs to come at them. The spike is just in the distance. On sight, in sight. But out of mind, Oasis, though, dangerous. Maybe Papichulo can find a way to isolate the duel versus Nexi first. But Wild Oreo, he played the hero this time around. Almost got the transfer going for Papichulo. But Nexi gets a bit of revenge for that last series. A 3K for the Cypher, and it's Oasis in their first gun buy who is barely able to eke it out with.
Wondering why he doesn't fake, at the very least, the door opening there. It was a bonus, so nothing really lost, but it should have been a lot closer. They do economic damage, so they should have the advantage coming in this round, but they've been played a bit, I think, more interestingly at the end.
In the long run, NAOS is okay, but then again, that was just so close. That was already well executed. But Wild Oreo, he just comes online. Not just cute, but deadly too. That's the thing. When you see Wild Oreo birthday week buff, it was like a day ago or something like that. Happy birthday to him, by the way.
Look at that scan. He gets 2 off of that ping.
And because of this here for Oasis, they have so many ways to get intel now.
Yeah.
We mentioned how the Cypher setups from Nexi, especially on a classic split map, it's something that Oasis was able to rely on when they play it. It's the same thing now here for Fracture. You have intel with the Cypher on one side, you have it on the Fade for the other.
They bypass here the tripwires. And NDG, he gets caught out still on the spam. There's a small gap in his smoke. Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center.
Teleport's ready.
Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point. And with a 5K there, it's NAOS who is in charge.
Never turn your back. Not against this man. I mean, he talked about it. If you're good, you're good. Nothing there, even about anything Chambers got to do. He simply just took it the old school way, back to his roots.
Just
an ace.
You just don't beat this guy.
My goodness.
Just don't win. You just don't win. Even I need a timeout after that one.
He's got 8.
That was on Oasis. That's honestly on Oasis. He already got 2.
I think normally you'd expect there someone to be like, okay, you get the 2 off the flank, they rotate away.
No.
Not Ja.
That's Ja.
That's Ja.
That's Ja.
Yeah. I mean,
dude, this is the... You see this black and white screen?
Yeah.
That's a moment of silence for Oasis.
oh yeah, totally.
This is it. This
Ja solo-handedly literally forced his timeout of Oasis.
And we talked about how good the state for NAOS was in terms of their eco.
Yeah.
It's even better now.
Incredible.
This is some double dragon money right here, man.
Yeah, it really is.
It really is.
Hey, I don't know if the watch party over at NAOS are watching the English or the Tagalog broadcast, but if you are watching English, shout out to you guys because you just forced a timeout.
Okay.
It's actually off a job.
Anyway, so what does Oasis do by this point?
Don't they have one too?
What?
No, maybe.
What? Oasis? I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe right now. Maybe Fluffy's trying to make it happen.
Yeah.
Watch party downstairs and in the cinema. Anyway, though, back to the game. And really, Oasis, they're going to need a miracle round after that one if they want to keep it even. This is the point of, honestly, no return for this economy. If NAOS keeps snowballing like this, they're going to have so much money moving on to the next few rounds.
It's so easy to snowball sometimes on a map like Fracture. You know, as you talked about, Oasis, they don't have that benefit of building an early lead like what we saw a while ago in Lotus typically because they're on the defensive side now. The side we know they struggle in typically. But if they can maybe kind of suppress and, you know, stop the bleeding just a bit, maybe get 4 rounds here on this defensive side.
Oh my!
Even more. Oh, what are you doing?
Yeah. He swings with the rifle though. Unfortunate for Wild Oreo. Oasis right now with a backstab coming in from the T-spawn. And now turns around just to take them down. Savvy 8K, he gets one for his troubles, but NTG cleaning up house. And from that point on, it's Nexty all alone. Could have been worse for NAOS. Oasis at least makes the rotation work.
1v3. As I said, if they can get a few rounds here in the defense, then they have that benefit of their attacking side, which has been very, very impressive. NDG and NAOS, they get their 4th.
Yeah, it was some good damage for Oasis, but in the end, NAOS, they have the firepower. And they at least know how to turn around to take them down, you know?
Yeah.
So, from that point on, this is NAOS yet again looking to just keep on building with this lead. Oasis, they did a decent job just to make sure it's not completely out of reach. This round, though, absolutely important for Oasis to keep things close with.
Well, delicate moment there. One-handled. Hammer at the end with that firepower. But they've got some ultimates to work with here on either side, especially on Oasis' side. Now they have that Nightfall. Now they can actually play a retake. And if they can get the catch like Georgie does here, they have information to gather off of the neural theft, even though Nexy's far removed from the situation.
4 immediately, and Savvy 8K still playing that tower position. We've seen him get away with it so many times this season, but Ja is just the unstoppable Demon King this time around. Nexy loses out to him, opens up that B side, scope in, and that's a target confirmed by Ja. Another one bites the dust! Unbelievable from Ja, and there's another one even. Line him up, knock him down. Ja will just keep on ruling.
They talked about this guy even in the chat. This man deserves to be at the Tier 1 competition, and he really proves why. I was talking about, you know, even at the start of last year, this man is going to be something special. And he's proven it in this series so far. Even though they lost Lotus decks, one cannot deny how important and impactful every round you see him in is.
He's gonna get chamber nerfed again.
Yeah.
He's already a dead agent for 99% of the population. He is the 1%. He is the one. He is Ja. And he has just taken control of this game. NAOS Esports, they've had some great sets. I love how they've been playing that A side, especially how they play from Dish. But a few rounds that we've seen here, Ja says, let's win, and that's what he does. The push comes Oasis. They don't really have the firepower. Nexi, he's been Magnamonas with the pistol, sure gets the intel, and Drax with the takedown onto Ja. That's a big target eliminated. Now it's pushing towards tower, and here comes Oasis already looking to collapse, preventing that spike plant. Georgie with a takedown. Wilder is there to deny the null command too, and Oasis, it's grit right now to fight on back, forcing out the Rolling Thunder. Expensive already here for NAOS. Georgie playing close. NDG is there though with Mojer, and the duo, the young ones, they keep NAOS in this round.
They keep him alive. Difficult situation there placed upon NAOS after those kills started going their way. But look at the ultimates. They've got them all entirely up online. I think you failed to recognize there, especially Georgie, that when Wits goes down on that KO, since he had the null command up, he can still kind of see, peek out of the corner of his eye, and tell him, oh, Georgie's under dice.
He's there. You're gonna spam that thing as much as possible.
Yep.
And you mentioned it, a good catch, some big intel. Couldn't save Wits at the end of the day, but we did see NDG and Mojer save that round for NAOS. A big effort yet again from Oasis. Oh no, the timing! That has to hurt Oasis! Eventually though, the showstopper catches out Ja first. Wits is ready yet again over onto the corner. And Wits, he's trying to get another one. And now get the showstopper in response! What? There's a flight here from Mojer! Yet again, the flank is utilized here by NAOS. 2 HP left for Wild Oreo over onto the corner. NAOS have taken away A site yet again. And they just keep using Dish for it.
2 players up full HP. A single one on either side, quite low. The flashpoint out. They have to know NDG somewhere towards A main. He's worrying about that flank to come on in. But look at Mojer. Look at his timing. He's coming from the flank. They don't know he's on tower. He gets the one. He's bought them time.
He's still there, ready with the high ground. Next, he spots him though, and that's it. Oasis, they get the defuse, get the retake going. And it got absolutely clustered there at the start of that hold. But in the end, as the showstoppers flew, it was the fireworks of Oasis seen in the sky. What a game we're having here, Black and Blue. Second map also keeping up with the highlights.
So close on those moments. Georgie just barely able to make it through the door. Ja getting caught out. And you see there as well on the A main push, while the Oreo somehow, and as well as Savvy, not getting caught by Mojer's showstopper. Daxi's margins have been incredibly minuscule many times over.
We've seen a while ago now us tie up the scoreline effectively against Oasis despite that tough start. Ja though finds one for his troubles before he's felled first and foremost. Oasis really looking for Ja right now, taking him down as early as possible.
Well, worthwhile trade here for Oasis at the very least. Typically, this would favor the attacker's side. The plant does go down. Nexi. He has control of drop for the meantime, so they don't got to worry about that. They have the high ground, but the entirety of the push otherwise is coming from A main.
And Mo just keeping an eye out though. Georgie over on the upsend. Savvy K's right there to hold his hand and get that takedown. Orbital strike for the stall though. Now it's buying time for themselves. Still have to be wary. Nexi towards that drop area. Perfect pinch possibility spotted out here. It's just attention being drawn though, and Oasis, they time it right. Eventually NDG and Wits do fall. It's all left to Papi Chulo right now. He's over onto the side, watching out for the halls. First one will fall to his hand. Too many players though on the opposite. Oasis, they need to make it to the spike though. Time is ticking, but should be good enough for Oasis. The defense getting back into the thick of things here, Black and Blue.
Yeah. Oasis making it, oh my goodness, half a second left. Imagine if Papi Chulo was able to stay alive there for just a hair longer, but you know, Oasis, they're really good at making these rounds awkward here for NAOS and Ja. He gets that pick off, but now they're making sure that nobody's left alone. Nobody's left untradeable, and they give themselves a bit of a backline to be able to catch him like a net. There's a timeout now, forced upon NAOS as Oasis have strung 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Oasis is finding their footing, that's for sure. Despite what NAOS can get in terms of active map control, Oasis is answering the same way. They keep tabs and they keep pressure towards T-spawn. They keep the pressure moving towards Dish, despite NAOS using it early on. And that's something I believe that NAOS isn't ready for. They're expecting Oasis to just be caught with their pants down, but apparently there's someone else ready with the belt, ready for the wraparound, and it's been the biggest way here for Oasis to get back into this. Also, one more thing. it's still Ja, their target priority. He may kill one person early on, sure, but shutting him down so quickly removes such a big threat from NAOS.
Well, is he really the target priority at this point, or is he just simply giving himself up? Yeah, at first. He's the one to make that first contact when typically you'd expect Mojer to be the one, and you have Ja be that second guy on in, but since he's been on this chamber, he's the one lurking instead. And he might get kills on these lurks, yes, but he's been quickly traded out after Oasis have been making sure once again that nobody's left alone to be untradeable.
Well, really just goes to show, though, that this game will not stop keeping it close. Best of the best the PH has to offer. I can concur, I can agree. The margins, the scoreline is a suggestion. The rounds themselves are the real story. We get back now into the rounds, into the first half. NAOS, they do keep Ja actually with the majority this time around. So no lurk action, no single dual fire. Georgie though and Savvy8K, we've seen them do this before, and they will be punished accordingly. Savvy8K still gets on the way in time though, moves on the opposite end of underpass. And NAOS, they're looking to gear up for this B main take.
Was able to get away. And that's what we're talking about. It's Mojer usually who you expect to be that first guy to make that contact. They're able to keep Ja alive in this push-up. They have NDG here up on the close. Oasis expecting the B hit to come soon, and the entirety of the defense ready to repel them.
Now Wits, though, is ready to lead that charge. All the utility they need to initiate. Do like the fact that Valdor is sending out that Prowler, but I don't think he actually saw Wits over onto the corner there. False assumptions. Drax has to anchor, and Wits already with the takedown.
Oh!
Wits, there you go. Didn't see him. He will take you down. Nice punish here from NAOS as they basically get this site for free.
Yeah, they knew that window of opportunity there was right open. They made sure that they're able to capitalize off of it. Making good use of, well, an opportunity. An opportunity not taking his opportunity wasted, and say, let's not waste this.
Yeah, that's the round right now here for NAOS, and we've seen this happen. If Oasis slips up even just by the most minuscule of margins, if they don't play it too safe, they will get caught out by NAOS. And it's an interesting dynamic. We saw how willing they were to commit the Trailblazer in the first map to clear out Rubble. They actually make it do a loop. It's like a show for the dog there real quick, just like having the pedigree itself. But if you're not going to be able to clear out those corners and NAOS is just able to inch their way to those positions, then someone like Wits, he's going to be happy to take that, do that, and get the round for NAOS effectively.
To be fair, we saw Oasis start to clear out that Rubble on Lotus when Mojer was really pressing himself on up, right, to try and take that Rubble away. And now that they know that that potential can happen, they could miss a gap there. They're going to make sure this time to be a lot more diligent in clearing those angles out. So now they're pretty good on the attack so far, but we know that the attack really is their favorite side anyways. How do they go on out after this half? Because now the Rolling Thunder is possibly to come in online.
Yeah, and Oasis is trying to weather the storm basically on this defense. A 5-7 scoreline will make Oasis immensely happy. 4-8, still doable if ever. They still need to string out the rounds anyway. Rifles are out here for Oasis. The defense has just given up the sites themselves and navigated toward the main areas, moving over onto the north flank as well. So this is going to be NAOS getting the site for free. A retake is the only option for Oasis this time.
A quick A-take here. A good read on NAOS' side as Oasis cleared out all the flanks, all of drop. Little do NAOS know, CT is completely open for them, so if someone gets the initiative to push that, they can have much more control.
Oh, but the trademark now broken, and this is going to be Ja looking to just hold things down towards the doorway itself. Step into his lair. Why don't you sight at the ready? Georgie, though, finding Mojer, and Ja truly is the Grim Reaper, slaying those souls, finding those takedowns. Drax and Waldoria do fight back, make it 2v2. The high ground immense. Flashpoints there, though, to keep the stall going. And as Waldoria walks into the sightlines, Wits will just trip him up. Molly Lob, Drax trying to just make a bit of space for himself, but there is no creation when Wits is there ready for destruction. 8-3 for NAOS.
And look at the confidence. Both of them low HP, and yet they don't throw the Rolling Thunder. Perfect flash there, I think, on the NDG. If that flash did not connect here on the dropping Wild Oreo, get every advantage to win that fight. They were on the back pedal here now, both NDG and Wits. They weren't ready, and they're both quite low, so that single flash, catching him, really helped save that round out, and now they have ultimates to counteract Oasis.
A little bit of time is all NAOS needs in those instances. And NAOS Just looking to keep the pedal to the metal here. Keep that lead growing as much as possible. Oasis, though, on the flip side, eke around for half of them. Around a half buy, actually. Maybe a Hero Vandal here for Nexi, that's for sure. Rolling Thunder is the call, though, to take the spawn away from NAOS. Counter Rolling Thunder right now here from NAOS, making their way to that B site. Oasis cannot step on B whatsoever. Ja is ready, though, yet again. The flash is there to make him turn. Counter flash is the answer here. And Ja, just an absolute stalwart here. The Sentinel in his prime, finally felled by Georgie. It's 3v3 as Oasis tried to go for the retake.
Yeah, he's a salesman of death at the moment, but it is time to go down. Nexi pushing on in. Wits with that tower control. That's all they really have. Mojo here coming from that CT, from the generator, but he can't connect the shot. They weren't even looking at him. Here comes on the orbital strike. He finds the one, but he's burned down. And that's the round. Oasis take it back.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need an ult to win, and sometimes you just need to keep them contained. Oasis, damage control at the very end. Not the worst half for Oasis whatsoever. It is 4-8. My only problem, that's the same scoreline they had last time around versus NAOS, and we knew how that ended.
Well, NAOS here, valiant effort, but they should have known the orbital strike was online coming in there at the round. They have to know that tower is the last place you want to play when there is an orbital strike for that retake available. They get punished for it heftily. If they maybe were able to take more control, like what Mojo was doing already currently during that Jenny, then maybe that round could have turned out otherwise.
Yeah, it felt a little bit too hustled there by NAOS. The fact that they were contained despite them getting that side control early on really allowed Oasis to just keep it close. Eventually, they were able to catch out Ja. Eventually, they were able to force them towards tower, and a single click was for Oasis. Here we go, though. NAOS pushing, NAOS going, and it's Georgie ready despite the stunts. Mojo goes down, ready. Next will be NDG. Sure, come at us, why don't you? The game Oasis likes to play. Pistols out, Oasis with another set. It's Ja all alone. 1v4, can't fight versus Drax.
And that's a decisive round here from Oasis. Early contact there, an early execute by NAOS to push out towards B main. But since the fault line connected, Ja had to back on out. And NDG just so eager to trade out his longtime teammate here in Mojo, progressing further. I think they should have been able to cut their losses and pull back.
In the blink of an eye, Oasis, they make the second half start strong. They counteract the push from NAOS. They counteract the flank even, and they get the pressure towards tower. All check marks there for Oasis Gaming. We move now to the next round, though, and we see this a lot from Oasis. They pick up rifles for 3 of them.
Yeah.
Hero Vandal early on for Georgie with half armor, but 2 of them only sticking around with the Ghosts. It's an interesting economical setup for Oasis.
Yeah, it's not something we see, too often. They're one of the teams to really employ that idea in the first place, but now it's very standard economical situation here. Mere classics all around. The free guns, what they can get, is what they'll take.
Yeah, well, the distance there, and the Oasis is just so prepared anyway. Clean as a whistle. You don't get to see that from Oasis too often, but they're going to be happy to just have some modicum of control. We move now into their bonus.
And now this is their attacking side, their favorite side really coming on out here. And because of the fact that they had that interesting economic decision for the round 2s after winning pistols, it allows them a bit more firepower while also still having a decent amount of economy moving in around 4 of the half. And that's what Oasis really like to play off of many times over.
Yeah, that's something I'm keeping an eye out on. What can Oasis build with this money moving forward? How will they be responsible fiscally? And right now, Fistic comes towards Ja. Will just go for the rendezvous away. He knows now that he can't get away with what he did in the first half. Oasis, arcade control is theirs. Nexi actually with a wraparound towards main.
Oasis building up their chances of taking this second map. With every round that comes by, Ja's gonna have to try and find the catcher, but no! Nexi wins it out still with a Spectre.
Now Oasis stepping on up, but Wits is there to step back and be the one to get the reception. Rebound here by NAOS, 4v4. Yet again, set up towards Link. Papi Chulo trying to provide covering fire, and eventually he catches out Georgie in an elongated fight. Savvy, though, with the trade. Oasis keeping tabs and keeping the numbers going. Only problem now, they're trying to make that tower hold happen. They have the spike in the hands of Savvy 8K, And Oasis, they can go for the rotation if they can keep their breach alive.
Well, that's a big if here, Dax. And Wits is good for a double. You seemingly look away, but you also recognize there how NDG was perceptive on that fault line, committing it towards that CT. It's all on the Savvy with the spike.
Has a spike. Odds not in his favor whatsoever. Even has a flashpoint, sure. He's made wonders happen all throughout the Oasis run this season. Such a difficult predicament, though. Wits yet again over onto his signature corner. He's gotten away with it before. Look to do so yet again here. The spray down for Savvy 8K. NDG is the only victim as Wits with a 4K himself. Nicely done and nicely held to make it 6-9.
Nice. For NAOS, at the very least, Ja hasn't been able to get himself going in this half the same way we saw earlier on. Now he's in a difficult state. Does he buy up the headhunter shots or does he continue forward? Nexi there, finally able to get the better of him, where typically it's been the opposite way. So it's going to be a bit of frustration at least purged out here by Oasis as they go into their bye round.
And I'm going to say though, for NAOS, Wits has just been that stable point right now in this game. So reliable. Clutch situation after clutch situation, keeping tabs on Oasis. It's really the power of a player that has gone the distance, even globally. Formerly part of that team secret roster. Went to champions even. That X factor that kept him alive so many times. Despite that though, history looking to be a bit different here. And now pushing towards the north side. Oasis execute, but Wits and NDG on the board. Quick little flank, quick little hold, and Oasis, they were ready for it. They knew it was coming, and this round will go their way.
A great expectation here by Oasis to recognize that potential. And NAOS, just lesser buys in general here throughout this entire half. And that's been a difficult thing for them to convert. Especially when, you have a player like Ja who doesn't have a rifle in his hands. And the timeout called by Oasis, actually. Not NAOS in this case. Oasis. Want to talk things over.
Interesting call. Seems like they know that there's still that potential to try and go for the wraparound. They are just basically playing the lurks, waiting for the push to happen towards the screen area, towards the main. But it's not as convincing as perhaps they would like. That timeout right now, it's also to build on the macro side there, Black and Blue. We've been talking about how economy here for Oasis is so important, and they've just been trying to keep away with that gun advantage versus NAOS.
I mean, that's what you have to do in this case, right? NAOS on equal footing are a difficult thing to contest.
We got the watch party cam going.
Yay!
Yes, we've been trying to set this up all day. So big shout out to the prod. Big shout outs also to everyone on the NAOS side right now. You can feel the tension in the air, though. Snack time for the other guy, too.
I can feel the chips and the cola. How
dude,
about that?
I want snacks after this one already. Like some hot pot or whatnot. But
yep.
The series is going to get hot, and we should be getting back into the game. There you go. I heard it. I heard it coming. And we are... Okay, we're now ready. We have everything set. The rifles are out for Oasis Eco round here for NAOS, actually.
Yeah. Difficult buy on the last one anyway, so... Another deep push coming on here. The Stinger! Only good for one, though. Next, he could have gone down.
If you're asking, you shall receive, though, from NAOS. Ja with the headhunter, too. Wits catching out Wild Oreo. Timing perfect now for NAOS. Moment after moment going their way, and you can see that a single pixel finds the head of Georgie from so far away. Ja is just precision here, my friend.
Well, you have to remember that with that headhunter, when you right-click, when you zoom out, it's more like 1 pixel turns into like 10.
It's a hand cannon, man. It's a hand cannon in a fist. And, well, Oasis taken aback after everything is said and done. An eco round here from NAOS. Absolutely the way to define this half. And as Drax waits, he has no intel whatsoever. Orbital Strike is ready, but he doesn't know they're all coming from drop. Maybe now gonna get heard. He will look to unleash the smokes first and foremost. Trying to time things right. Playing a bit of that flank, playing a bit of the off angle. Finds Papi Chula first, but that's all he will get, which just does not relent whatsoever. Always finding, always seeking. It's NAOS with the thrifty.
Well, it's smart of him to play that position, right? Because you can see there now, they expect that A main, knowing that he has an orbital strike available. That's typically where you would expect that Brim to be, right? But maybe if he played somewhere towards a tower, if he had that pre-information that the rotation would come towards drop, things could have been different. But the real round, the real part to talk about here is this arcade push, knowing to press the pace and close the gap when they have the lesser buy.
Oasis was the one who called that timeout. And they were the one caught napping there by NAOS. What a way to actually bring it back here for the NAOS side. And since they have that lead, that's all they need now to try and keep the momentum going their way. Tour de force brought out by Ja. Wild Oreo trying to just prevent the push from happening with these Prowlers. It's at least a safety net that Oasis wants to run with, but anyone crosses this sideline, they have to be dead. Prowlers there, rendezvous out, Rolling Thunder. Now the call in Oasis. Expending so much just to keep things going towards A. Wits again, though, still with the spot, still with the find, and really the outmaneuver of Wits is something NAOS has been able to work with.
That was one of their only rifles in the round. I was questioning there, do you really want to push up A main when you know your enemy's on an eco with 2 hero rifles, really? Wits, he holds on to this, no problem at all.
Tower's taken, it's all Wits now. Papichulo over onto Jenny. And that will just be extra power to fuel the fires of NAOS. Wits, he says, eeny, meeny, miny. He'll catch them all. The 4K again. Convenient enough for Wits to just let them in.
Well, a flaming heart and a flaming hand here, Wits. That's the second 4K he's had in this map. He's got his suppress online, his null command. Just no way to stop this veteran of the international scene as well when it comes to those type of duels, when it comes to those situations. When you need him to be the reliable rock, he's really just steady.
Rock steady? That's honestly what I have to say about him right now. He's just been impeccable. A big reason why NAOS has such a star-studded roster.
No way.
No freaking
They knew.
way. They were ready for him. How many were looking at him? And he still gets the kill. He still gets away.
Well, Dax, this is the reason why he is the best opper.
That's illegal.
In
I'm
the
putting this on
Philippines.
rules. That's illegal. You can't do that. You can't get away with that job. But reality's check. And it sets in here for Oasis. They had so much confidence for this attacking side just by eco rounds, just by stellar anchoring and stellar raids and audacious kills. NAOS has been able to stay ahead. And since they had that lead anyway, the few rounds that they got are all they need to put the noose really on the Oasis neck.
Well, who needs a scalpel when you have a complete mallet like Ja has been? They've given that information away that the A site is what's going to be taken. The split here on the late lurk coming in from Drax. He has the orbital. Modric can get timing in this. They're pinging it. They know that presence is there.
He's nearby, that's for sure. And through these halls, the echoes of NAOS looking to ring. Aftershock going to be there. The peak comes out. And yet again, NAOS looking to play clear. Wild Oreo though, nice flick onto one, but it's not going to be enough. Orbital strike at the ready here. Drax thinking about it. Still need a foothold though as Wits is on the ground now. Pulsing for the suppress value. Rolling Thunder thrown out here. And NAOS going to be going for the defuse, but let it rip. The satellite looking to shine bright. NDG will fall next. He finding Wits eventually confirming that kill from the grave. 2v2. It's just the angle here for Halls. Papichulo on the defuse, but Drax with the angle, and Drax gets it done. Oasis needed that one.
Huge round here coming from Oasis. And the fact that Drax was able to keep his silence, even with all the pressure applied towards him, was more than enough for them to win the round. You saw NAOS committing that utility to try and flush out a player like him, but they don't actually clear it out. They use the Aftershock for that deep A main, but nothing really came off of it, and they could have used that to clear it out quickly and then progress on towards the A main exit.
They don't look for him. That's the thing. No one was active enough there from the NAOS side. They just hang back and they didn't realize. Wait, guys, that's an orbital strike. That's a brimstone.
The op.
Ready to just let it rip. And the op.
No way.
How?
Georgie was ready once more.
He was so prepared. Oasis knew it was coming. But Ja, just again, a magician never reveals his tricks. But right now, it's just way too tricky for Oasis to navigate past
It's
him.
not even that, Dax. They know the trick. Georgie was teammates with this man. He knew he was coming. He was holding it with an op himself. By all means, he had the advantage. And yet, Ja wins it out anyways.
He's a miracle man. It's Sunday anyway. Makes sense right now.
Yep.
And, well, lordy. Ja is just ruling right now in terms of those impactful first kills. Still not done. The Oasis have gotten out of this hole before. Can they do so yet again? Papichulo now with the stall. Sees is going to be there to keep Papichulo in check.
He's safe, though.
He's safe. He's sound. The Haun's thrown out. Oasis now moving towards the sand instead to try and find the off angle. They're also going to go for the Nightfall here, but look at Now's position. Prepared towards CT side, and Wit's going to be able to peek that one out. Next, he would to find out the Mojer, though, but these kills are just going in favor of NAOS. It's 3v1 immediately, and Ja with a 3k to boot. Match point now for NAOS to try and tie up the series.
That was on the head too as well. Up close, who needs to shoot him in the body? We can find it all the way. Overkill, maybe. Confirming is what I want to call it. There's a kill. Oh, he got the better angle off the shoulder, and it connects. And this is really difficult when you try and have to go for that sand split because your A main was unsuccessful on the push. There's so little space for you to move, especially for so much presence.
Yeah, it's just so tight, and they tried to use that for Oasis with the Nightfall to go for that deafen to just get a bit of that decay action going, but it's just no advantage when a single shot can just kill you on the spot. This might be it here for NAOS, the operator at the ready. Quick lone knife go getting thrown. Showstopper heard but not found as of yet. And look at where Georgie's at. Launches it towards Ja. He was just looking for that main position. And that's a big one here for Oasis. Georgie though with another one heating up here for the Oasis side. He wants to go for more though. The Neural Theft gets the intel, picks up a rifle to boot.
Absolutely huge round here from Oasis. Looking to extend this game even further, not to go down just yet. They have that, or they have the showstopper as NDG gets a kill. That's all they got to throw out here, but that's more than enough potentially. The nade should confirm the kill.
Oh,
it
hear
flashes Drax out. There's the kill, but Nexy's ready.
Nexy's gonna go for it. And again, Waldor is right behind you, and the angles are true here for Oasis. No setup, no way. It will just be Oasis ready for all the angles there.
The haunt there really confirming the round, and Oasis able to get those pickups. The fact that they knew Ja was going to be towards A main allowed Georgie to filter his ideas, to really be able to figure out where he was, especially as that information was delivered there by Nexy, and gave them so much more control of their side take when it could have been a really big stifle.
It just wasn't information. It was presence there by Nexy. It made Ja stay there, and as soon as they heard the showstopper, they looked back. There was already that sense of threat there for NAOS. Oasis, though, is still not done with this one. Keeping up the fight, have the rifles in hand. An eco state for half here for NAOS, but we've seen them get away with this before.
We have, but now that we call it, we might have just jinxed it. That's typically how things go. But now they don't have the same benefit of, maybe having a tour de force or anything of that sort in this case. 2 away from Ja to be able to buy up that. He gets an orb off of that early control of the drop. The site is entirely Oasis for the plant.
Oasis will be able to get the site, sure. NAOS, though, looking to prepare themselves for that drop hold if ever. Nexy, though, finds Ja in transit. Ooh. No way. The ley lines have been read. As Rax right now, even expending the Orbital Strike. Oasis actually using a bit more than we personally expected. Beyond that, though, it will be a sands controlled here by NAOS. Nexy prepared. Here comes Nexy yet again. It's just a roll call right now for Oasis. Great round here for Nexy and a flawless one for Oasis.
As soon as Ja went down, the only player there with a Vandal or anything of the sort in his hands, off the rope, the round is pretty much over. But now he's got the tour de force for the next and finals. The timeout is called. This is where you got to talk about things here. Will that orbital strike, that could have been, and as we saw a while ago in the opening half, was a big point of why they won that one round on the retake. Will that could have been the saving grace for them coming into these last few rounds of the half? But they expended on the eco when, as you said, we weren't expecting that much commitment.
Yeah, I was a little surprised. Okay, sure, it's for the stall, though, and it makes sense in the short term. But timeout now called by NAOS.
Yes. 2. 8 to 10 again. I mean, 12 to 10 again.
What, you expecting another OT?
Yeah, at this point.
Maybe, just maybe. I think this is the round that's going to define if we're going to OT or not. If NAOS wins it here, then obviously that's the result, right? But Oasis, they are just really digging deep for some of these rounds. We're seeing them play subterfuge, though, quite a bit black and blue, pulling attention away, keeping NAOS guessing.
Well, no guesses about here. Papichulo and Mojer having a much quieter game than what we saw from that Lotus. The Mojer's been doing good in buying that space, but we haven't seen much of that reliable backline so far just yet. It's been Wits to really pick up on a lot of these trades coming in here from NAOS, and the fragging disparity is just so far contrasted between these either sides.
And now it's just some heavy hitters right now. If Ja can't get those kills, usually it's Wits right now. And now it's Esports. They have a tandem to work with. They still have a tool team, though, right behind them. Prowler and the Boombot. Intel so important for Oasis in these kind of rounds.
Yeah, they want to make sure Arcade is theirs. Ja, he loves playing this position. He loves to wait above this generator. I think they're expecting it at this point. The flash doesn't catch him out. They know where he is in a difficult spot, but still gets a kill.
That's big attention, and now this is opportunity here for Wits. He can just choose them all, chew them out. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, but will actually back on the way. Georgie crawling. He doesn't even expect this coming. Well, he does not. Wits is the one who is just wary for this one. Papi Chula is there too. And you can see already, it's
There
a
he
zone
goes.
of control by NAOS. It's all NAOS on this defense right now. Flash comes on in. Wits again, calling Oasis to action. But Savvy 8K, Drax, they're just on the ground right now.
Yeah. They don't know where Drax is. You can see that's why, you know, they leave Mojo here towards A. They know that the breach there savvy, but the rotation comes, and luckily because of that, because they didn't know where they were initially, where Oasis were initially, that leaves your Mojo ready to give out that call and to give out the information as the smokes are dropped.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of ending before between Oasis and NAOS. Will it happen yet again? 2v5, the respect is there, courtesy of NAOS. Flash comes on in. Eventually, NAOS looking for opportunity to actually wade their way to the waters to move towards A site itself. And it's just so much depression right now. Savvy AK tries to play the angle, but it just was not gonna work whatsoever. NAOS, you can see it on the clock. It's their time to get on the board here.
Well, certainly some star power here. And just how royal NAOS have been, especially their Ja and Wits throughout the map. They take map number 2 in such decisive victory.
Yeah, Oasis map pick not going the way of Oasis. Pretty much history repeating itself. The lead contained there by NAOS.
Are those new jerseys?
Oh?
Oh?
New merch?
New merch, perhaps?
You know in Filipino what we say?
What?
Pahingi.
Pahingi. Or baka naman.
Baka naman. But then again, guys, it was a convincing win yet again there by NAOS at the very end.
Yeah.
It really just felt like deja vu. Did we see this kind of situation before happen? Was it the same site? Pretty much the same numbers. And it really just repeats itself in terms of history. If NAOS can get that great lead at the start, contain Oasis with some magnificent rounds, and that's just enough for them to eke it out by the second half.
I mean, I was talking about, you know, during map number 1 that, or maybe touched upon it, that it was the map for Oasis to win anyways, you know, Lotus. But moving on forward on the veto, especially if we get to that map number 5, right, that's where the big question remains. How do Oasis bounce back from it? We saw, I think, a lot more prevalence, I think, of better ideas to be applied here on this Fracture compared to the last time they played Fracture. But what can you do when you have one of the biggest player in the games playing this huge?
It seems like for Oasis, they wanted the safety net with the Fade. They wanted more intel. They wanted more control like what we saw on Lotus. But how do you even control a beast like Ja?
You don't.
You don't. You die.
I mean, by idea, on paper, right, you have the right tools to do it. You have that haunt to figure out where he is. But even when they knew where he is, it didn't matter.
It's insane to think that Oasis actually had the lead in terms of the first kills. And NAOS was the one who found answers upon the post part of those rounds, the latter halves of those situations. And these highlights, they're just Ja highlights at the start for sure.
Yep. Ja, and then Wits gets a 4K. He had like 2 rounds here with a 4K, so it's 8 between 2. And then he gets a lot of these flank catches. Just Ja so many times on over how reliable he is. Just when you have this star power, you know, on your side, one would argue that in terms of well-roundedness, at least at the start of the stage, at the start of the split, Oasis had that a bit more at least equalized, but one cannot deny, just at least in terms of the top level of things, how far, you know, the players on NAOS, their stars have gotten.
Yeah, and that's not just in Valorant itself.
Yeah.
Even back then, in their own tactical FPS history, these guys have gone international. They played with together as well. I think that's something that not many people know, actually, that Wits used to be teammates with John Papichulo, right? And he was the one technically left out of SBE when he moved to Bren in Valorant. So that homecoming, you know, that chemistry is still there.
It's surprising to say that many people don't know it nowadays,
Yeah,
because
I mean,
during year 1, that's all we were talking about, right, throughout the entire thing.
Yeah.
And Papichulo, cheek to cheek, he gets the win, delivering it with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah, absolutely. Papi Chulo didn't have the most, I'd say, noisy game in terms of clutches this time, but at least he's able to recompense for what happened in that last map, and that stability still near the very end. Now as Esports, this is the fashion that we expect them to win. This is the stability and synergy that we've seen from them as they grew along this stage 1 here in 2023. And if this is the same form they're going to bring the next maps, then NAOS yet again will be in cruise control.
Well, it's going to have to be because we're going on to Pearl, and we know how that tends to orient itself many times on over. Could be a Shino crystal ball, or could just be them drowning under the pressure. Whoever wins, though, is going to have the lead in this series. We're tied up 1-1,
yeah,
and that's not going to last for too long.
It's a best of 5, so it might go the distance instead in terms of the series. So much to play for, that championship on the line. The best of the best yet again doing battle, and we know that there is so much action to come. We'll take a break, and when we return, it will be that third map. If ever you thought it was going to end in a 3-0 in any way, no, we're going to burst that bubble real quick. Now as Esports has tied up the scoreline, and we will go to a third map. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and we are going to go into our third map, which is...
Pearl.
Very good. There you go. Pearl is going to be an interesting predicament right now for Oasis Gaming. And something I've noticed for this NAOS map draft, especially since they got both of the bans, and they got that first map control because of coming from the upper bracket finals themselves, it does seem like they're trying to put some of the biggest hurdles in front of Oasis, but still have that safety net. I do believe we end this whole series with Icebox if we ever go that way. But right now, NAOS is just trying to find the weaknesses that Oasis was exposed with all throughout the regular season.
Yeah, and they're putting a lot of that at the forefront, and obviously it still comes down to, having a more well-rounded kind of map selection in general. But when you look at NAOS, their Pearl so far has been pretty spectacular, barely struggling at all when you look at their games. They only really lost against SR Nakage, which was the only map they lost in that series anyways in the first place. So I don't know if this is even necessarily, NAOS kind of putting the difficult maps behind them, because they are putting every map is looking like a good map for them, barring that Lotus opening one.
Exactly. They're still in control, and again, they banned out Haven.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the biggest problem they had to deal with moving forward anyway. But I believe we're going to be going now into our Agent Select. And as we get into our third map, I do want to work with what you said a while ago. The only time that NAOS lost was because of SR Nakage still unsolved in terms of their off-season Pearl. Eventually, the whole Philippine scene understood what was going on. They realized what they could do against him. But you can see now, SR Nakage fell to NAOS the last time they were there on Pearl, and the composition that NAOS brought to that table was Mojer on that Jet. So you're going to see it yet again, double controller here for the side of NAOS. Oasis, though, in the meantime, Georgie's on the Phoenix, Marky's moving to that Sky.
I mean, we saw that Phoenix come out yesterday, right, versus Game Lab Alpha, but one would argue the more impactful Phoenix a lot of times was Boogie, and he was really going at it. So we did see Georgie play pretty well. It's Marky this time on the Sky, which we also have seen in the past, but one would argue once more that their Pearl just hasn't been as clean, as crystal as we've come to expect in the past. And that's not a good thing to come into this. They don't have a positive win rate in the past few months, at least at the start of the year. And a lot of their wins were really scrappy and barely came by.
Did you remember that ending from yesterday?
Yes.
It was way too scrappy. It was just a bit more of that experience, really, of Oasis beating Game Lab Alpha, and then it could have been overtime. It could have really gone to the wayside. And that is just that delicate balance right now that Oasis is scared to fall off from. Now it's Esports. Perfect chance now to continue on with the trend. Jaw was popping off a while ago. Will he do the same thing? Will Mojer be the one to keep an eye out for? Will he be the one to just control the game? And what will be the Oasis answer? Whenever you see a Phoenix on a map like this, you're looking for orb control, but does NAOS have enough viability to fight back against that early on?
That's the question, right? You want to be able to farm that Phoenix ult, and knowing it takes very little orbs to get up online, you want to take the game real quick. And here we go, real quick, in the map number 3, we're right at Oasis on the attack.
Blink and you'll miss it, and we are going to get into the game. I do want to give a quick little shout out to Prod that they have that thing upstairs right now. I'm glad we have that back compared to, and I think it was there yesterday actually for a best of 5. So you're going to see that updated later on. Scoreline though has been relatively close. All these games have gone double digits for both sides. But Oasis now on the offense to begin with. You got Georgie, you got Drax. Looking to play towards that A site. Keeping an eye out, though, and any potential lurks here from the side of Oasis. Mid-vide for by Nexi, but that's it. Oasis actually going for that B take.
The double controller here. Always a potent thing on the defense by NAOS, but they give up the site for the meantime for free. Wanting to play that retake, they can because of those walls that they can put on up. The early damage towards Mojer is going to make his entry a lot more difficult.
Oh, that got awkward for Georgie real fast. Luckily, he's in cover because of the barrier orb. 1-for-1 trade now to begin with. Curveball to try and control the back halls as much as possible, but Papi Chulo keeping the advantage there. He's removing the lurk from the equation. Georgie, though, still in the front line. NDG's there, but Georgie with another one. It's going to be all up the wits right now. He's burning, he's bound, and Drax with the takedown. Oasis is crispy on the pistol.
Yeah, they use that Cloudburst to be able to take the back halls, but it also works against him. You see Georgie able to find an angle there through it. They're able to simply just overrun that defense, not to allow them to get any real grasp of the situation. The opening kill here by NDG, it doesn't go unchecked.
This is a good start for Oasis, huh?
Yeah.
Not just because they won the pistol, but it's Georgie getting kills. We keep talking about how that Phoenix ultimate will define the agent. 6 is all you need. And with 2 rounds viable, or rather 2 orbs viable here for Oasis, they can just find these kills. They can bring Georgie with a rifle early on, and exactly that's what they're gonna do right now, Black and Blue. This can be such a good pivot point for Oasis moving forward.
I mean, that's why they pay this man, right? To be able to get those frags to just go absolutely bonkers in those moments. And he's going to need to have a performance much akin to Jazz a while ago. When you're on that Phoenix, you have to go 100 or nothing. You have to go all the way or out. And you don't have that. You don't have that tool to back off like a jet might be.
You know how you back off?
How?
By dying and going back to your beacon, basically. Yeah. That's it. You are committed. It is an all-in here, basically, for Oasis. And speaking of all-ins, NAOS doing the same thing. They felt like this is a 50-50. We keep an eye out for that orb. We push now towards main. But Oasis getting the site for free. And, well, it's just easy pickings if ever they just turn around with this one.
A curious wall placed here by NAOS. Does allow a bit deeper into that screen's control.
They can split it.
They can, but I'm not sure if they're going to opt for that. Seems like they want to take that long fight.
Yeah, well, the fight looking to begin soon. The exodus of NAOS in reach, kicked out of the club. They want to play towards the wrap instead. The toxic screen's still in the way, but as soon as that drops, it's going to be NAOS with the quick little entry. Nexi, though, over the corner, smooth and sexy. Also for Nexi, 3 already do fall to his hand. Just the only one left, ready to fight, ready to stay, stagger, and perhaps a few more bullets. Nexi with another one. The 4K for him as Oasis win out the second round.
No way he gets out of that situation. And Oasis, really clean opening 2 rounds. The type of rounds they need to be taking against this NAOS squad who have also been relatively good and making sure any mistakes, any blemishes in their attack or their defense are quickly hammered out.
And watch for the next round here for Oasis. I know we're talking about Oasis a lot right now because they're the ones where everything is just really chipped in for by the squad. 1 left for Georgie to get that run it back. They can use that in the bonus immensely. This is the time for NAOS to go for the knife, but Georgie will just stifle Ja. He's ready to go. He's ready to fight. Mojer, though, finding Savvy AK, and Oasis looking to lead the charge.
And this is their bonus, by the way. They're committing a lot into this, but they can. They know that Phoenix, to farm him up early is going to be a big thing. Mojer, he has to get a kill here, but he doesn't. Able to back away for the meantime. Wits denies it, but not before getting a kill here. Georgie does.
It's already critical here for NAOS. Oasis looking to heat up to the high heavens. NAOS on rotation, though, vying for mid as much as possible. Nexi does have a bit of that utility there. And that's a signal right now for Oasis that there are lesser members here on the site than they expect. Lobbing now the utility yet again. Mojer, though, peeking from the tunnel to get that takedown. Wits is ready too from the link. And Mojer, well, majority wins. Wits is there too again. And from that point on, it's just a tandem for NAOS to get the round there going.
So smart there by Mojer to dash his way back into the halls after making that contact. And it would have been a bit awkward, but the perfect flash timing from Wits really bought him that space to go for the repeat through the one-way here on the Georgie. I think Georgie had an inkling, but because he backed off at the right time, because that guiding light hit its mark, allowed there for the awkward timing and the repositioning for NAOS to work out.
Yeah. Oasis had the numbers, but NAOS had Mojer. And from that point on, especially with Wits still being critical in location, it was enough for the defense to make it work. Beginning out here for Oasis. They expended that run it back, but they did not expend the guns, that's for sure. They now go for the buys. They're also 1 away, rather. They have the lockdown in hand. And this can be where Oasis, we see it as the signature cycle ultimates to make these side takes work.
Yeah, they used the Phoenix ult a while ago to run it back, and now lockdown comes on in. Sight easily given away by NAOS. They know they just want to hurt them, and that's what the gravity well here is doing, keeping them within that snake bite. It's going to allow the retake to be a bit more easier.
And then again, Marky already putting the plant down. Now sticking around by Secret, and that's an angle they can try to take. Dash on in. Mojer looking to clear out dugout first and foremost. Marky, though, up close with the guiding light. Has intel now. The wall bangs, so it can ring through. And it's Oasis who has to play this in CQC. 1 for 1, though. Josh still kept away from the objective itself, but now swarming onto the spike as much as possible if they want to. The link, though, still covered. It's a standoff right now. Oasis with the angle. Oasis with a chance, perhaps, but Papi Chula and Ja with a clear. Savvy and Trax do fight back though. 2v2 now. The fuse cancelled by the Gravity Well. And it's Oasis playing for time, playing the angle, and playing with the trades too. It's 3-1 as Oasis get the round.
Well, that's nicely done here from Oasis. The fact that they were able to hold on to that art for so long just bought them really the key for winning that round. And Oasis, they completely circumvent here that NAOS retake, who are just trying to play with, once again, the awkward timing here. Ja waiting for that contact to be made, waiting for the pressure to be applied from the rear of Art before he swings, but ultimately enough, just that Gravity Well, the post plant, way too difficult.
NAOS needed to put a stranglehold towards Art, and they couldn't get it. They only had one member there, and Oasis was watching Ja like a damn hawk. Drax has just been essential on the stall so many times. We do move now, though, into the next round. Marky finding Mojer, and while we do have some time here, Black and Blue, the gun disparity clear here for Oasis. You see, it's Wild Oreo out this time. So this rotation is just a game of musical chairs for Oasis. Guiding Lights, well, there's the flash curveball gonna be there too. So close for NAOS to try and get these kills. But Oasis will keep calm. Ja finds 2, though, at the very least. Still doable for NAOS, if ever.
Yeah, they can still make this happen. Oh, that barrier going up. That just makes it so much more difficult for Papi Chulo. But I think there's a small gap potentially. Nah, no way he crosses this. He's going to have to break this just to make it through.
Is he trying to do parkour?
He could, actually.
Oh, he did it! And he has a rifle in hand. Does Oasis know it? Yes, they do. As you mentioned, audio cue is sound. And Georgie actually tucking himself away into the little cubby there. It's only Phantom in the hands here. Papi Chulo. He's ready now to try and peek out versus the holes themselves. Toxic screen, but try and juke out Oasis here, but Oasis is so respectful. They're watching their own lanes. Isolated duel, Papi Chulo will get the takedown. Georgie falls, Savvy 8K. Going to play with the spike instead. Holding close, the tap is there, but Papi Chulo How does he even hit that?
No time!
There's no time though. It's a whimper in the end, but NAOS, that could have been something. Oasis, they played it with objective instead.
Oh my goodness. Papi Chulo still looking pwned. That's an eco round. But a pretty good one by all means, I think, here, coming from NAOS. Still, could have been it. What could have been. And Ja, how does he find 2 there somehow? He's been having himself a colder start compared to his fracture a while ago on that chamber, but maybe a round like that can get him going.
Are you trying to say to me the fracture jaw was the standard and not the exception?
Yes. We've seen it time and time
again. That's such a high bar that you raised there, Black and Blue. But this is more akin to what we saw from Lotus from Ja. A little bit of a softer start, find those moments. And I think that's what we're seeing right now also from NAOS as a whole. They're having these inklings of success. Chances, and especially the economical damage that they do against Oasis. But what we were talking about early on are the ult points and the ultimates that Oasis are able to cycle. With Georgie getting that run it back by round 3, by Nexi getting that lockdown by round 4. Those are just ways that Oasis can control the ebb and tide of this game. And that's why they're in the lead right now.
Let's not forget, attacker's side of this map can be. That remains true here for Oasis. They got that run it back, as you talked about, and when they have that, there's just so much space they can take away from NAOS, and then they seal that space that they've already taken with that Cosmic Divide, with the utility they've got, the Nano Swarms, the barriers, and that really just makes it so much more difficult for NAOS. On those retakes, you want at least one power position, but Oasis are really good at taking that away.
You know what's not too good for Oasis right now is that economy. They have 4 sheriffs. They won that last round, Black and Blue. And they're the ones scraping by in terms of the allowance the game has given them. Up in the hands of Mojer. Watching out towards B. Since it's a lesser state here for Oasis anyway, they're vying for mid, but NAOS is prepared for it with the stars especially.
Well, Gravity Well keeps them at bay for the meantime, and just the damage done here by Papi Chulo. Win them out in the long game, though melting down NDG here. Lockdown, they can't place this prematurely. They have to be ready about this. Just anticipating a deep push.
Yeah, maturity right now from NAOS. They're thinking about it, but they're not popping it as of yet since they're not sure of the flow of Oasis. Moving into Art instead. Looking to find a masterpiece in the round here. But look at NAOS now. they actually decide to unleash the Viper Spit and the Seekers. They do want perhaps that lockdown for something later on. The wall's there, and Savvy AK just trying to catch out those Seekers as much as possible. Lockdown now. Now is burning ultimates for a round like this. Mojer hitting the shot. Georgie falls, and Oasis, they're gonna get their caught with their hands up with one. The cleanup crew is Ja. He's 10 HP. He's looking for Drax, and he'll still get the takedown. The Ja Classic, the flawless comes for NAOS, and that is just stock standard for the defense.
And that's what they need to continue to do. Of course, an eco round here by all means coming from Oasis, but even if it wasn't, that was still a much more winnable round by NAOS. You see how with little time remaining, the lockdown there to even cut down those hours, they have to go fast. And when you go fast, that's when you get a bit sloppy in clearing out those angles and being wary of the op. And that's why they weren't ready as well. So even rifles, I don't think they're going to win that.
When NAOS has the ultimates, they're happy to invest it, that's for sure. They can use it just to keep the tempo going. And they don't really mind so much that they use a number of them for the round. Safety is security here for NAOS. And the best way now will be that eye in the sky. The Seekers played here by Oasis. There's the curveball too. It forces Mojer to go for a warning shot first. Running back now to call. Cosmic Divide though to allow Oasis to bridge that gap.
They have back calls control. See the shorty coming on out here. Georgie is taking some damage, but it's only to his running back anyway, so it's the conduit who takes the brunt of it. The retake comes on in here, but it's going to be a bit delayed off the Cosmic Divide. Gives them that frontside control, yes, but they're all wanting to play for the long.
I'm worried about this because that op's still there. If you give backhauls to Mojer, he can still hit some nutty shots. That's what the smoke is all about here. Mojer trying to reposition a bit more advanced right now. Here comes Wits 2 pushing on forward, and it will be NAOS already on the defuse. Ja gets one, Marky with the trade. Ja gets a second one. Halfway done here for the side of NAOS. Next, he looking to come up close, but eventually Mojer in position to get that takedown. And NDG, he just holds it down while the rest of NAOS clean up house. Goodbye to Oasis. It's NAOS with another one here.
And isn't that the difficult thing there? When you play that long post plant, when the op is available on the opposing side, at that point, you know you have to try and play a bit close. You know that they don't have much ultimates to throw out anyways on the defensive retake. None at least to initiate with, as the the lockdown wasn't available just yet. And they just paid the full price of it. They almost get the punish, yes, on Mojer, but ultimately enough, the op, how do you even deal with that?
You say almost, but it's just not good enough. Did you see how much NAOS made space for him? With Wits leading that charge.
Yeah.
With him going for the cloudburst past the halls. NAOS knows what they can win with and how they're going to do so in every single step. We see it yet again. Oasis, they get off to a good lead with tempo. NAOS crawl their way back into it by keeping expectations checked and, of course, keeping the economy of Oasis in not the best states.
And isn't that the biggest thing about, players like Wits, Papi Chulo, and Ja? They were arguably some of the most, selfless, stars you're going to see from any team. They go and push on forward to allow Mojer to take that space, as he talked about, as they have to do. Wits on the spam, but it's NDG who's cleaning up house here.
Oh!
The fourth for him. Give him the ace. He wants the cards.
He wants at least to get the stats going. Nexi, you're next, says NDG. Watching out for the connector itself. It's a game of trials and tribulations. NDG, you got this. No! And Nexi will deny it. Wits will get the takedown, and we're going to tie things up. Did you see the contrast? Wits played it safe. He played towards dugout to go for the wall bangs. NDG's like, screw it, I'm going in.
Well, it works out. If I was a coach, I'd be like, why? But then you'd go like, okay, that's why. Timeout here called by Oasis. They suddenly, once more, after building up their lead, it just gets completely erased.
The story just continues. We've noticed the tendencies for both NAOS and Oasis. Oasis ultimates for tempo, NAOS ultimates just to use it if they have to do so for the round itself. It's an interesting call in terms of macro-micro dynamic. And I think right now, that's something that NAOS is so good at really assessing, especially when they're down on the cards, they still know how to keep things even in the long term. They're always looking forward here for the side of NAOS. Well, I'd say for Oasis, it's not so much as refined as that. There is that semblance. Their ult rotations say that for Oasis, but they do lose out more members than they should usually.
I feel like a lot of times they are a bit more prone here, Oasis, to, as you said, with NAOS looking forward, Oasis looking back sometimes, kind of getting, I guess, conditioned into being wary of certain positions. We saw that during Lotus. We saw that during Fracture, that they almost become overcautious, over-disciplined of threats that aren't there, perceptions of things that don't exist. And NAOS are great at making sure that they can capitalize off of that chaos as we saw there from NDG.
I'm just trying to do the math right now. And just to add on to the point we're trying to make, Oasis technically has 10 more deaths in a 4-4 scoreline. I have quick maths. I did that off the top of my head.
Where'd you come that?
I just counted their deaths totally.
Oh, okay.
And I just summed it up, dude. It's PEMDAS, you know?
Oh.
Addition plus addition.
That's a thing?
Yeah. Ed Sheeran made albums about that, don't you know? But right now, it's going to be a song of Papi Chulo's people. He gets the first. Wits and NDG do contribute as well. And Oasis, they tried. They tried to get main, but they will be denied.
Well, the cult of Papi Chulo have a new hymn to hum about. At least so far today in this round. They get the res, which actually isn't a bad idea. 3v4, still winnable. You'd ideally want to pick off, but with a minute left, this is not a waste of a round, and with a lockdown as well available.
It brings Oasis back into the fold, that's for sure. You can put away those robes, not just the religion yet for NAOS here. Then again, though, Oasis, they're going to have to rotate right now, and you can see that NAOS, they're just anticipating so well. They're getting the reads against Oasis, understanding where they're coming from, and especially with that double control setup, they have ways to keep the advantage in their favor.
Well, certainly the favor here.
30 seconds left.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here should allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A, there was a plan B, and it's plan NAOS who takes that lead.
Yeah, he can tell that the rest of the push, most of the push at least two of that three were coming from that link, and that just allows him to be a lot more secure in where he can pre-position himself for that attempt to fend it off. And once more, NAOS take the lead after losing up the opening deficit.
Only a team like NAOS will shrug off a 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah,
only
5-1 even from a while ago.
5-1. Like, it's unbelievable how NAOS is in control of the PH scene when it goes down to it. They always keep themselves in contention. They always keep themselves an arm away if they're losing and a step ahead if they're winning. This time, though, setup looking strong here for NAOS towards A, where Oasis wants to go for half-buy situation yet again. Savvy 8K is already spotted out by the utility, and they have to retreat one more time. Oasis is looking for anything viable here.
Well, we've seen them, especially on Fracture a while ago, be able to convert some of these eco rounds of theirs, thrifty buys. The thrift shop, as long as it's open, it's looking to sell. Oasis, maybe he can sweep under here, but we've been seeing NAOS do this a lot, right, on these rounds. They give up that connector control and just hold here for the waterway instead. Hold for the cross. Oh, the timing, though. Ja, he peeks away when Georgie comes across. He could get found, but no, he doesn't get it.
Oh, gets back into cover at the very least, but Georgie's still there. Oh, turret now put on down, and here by the flower shop, it seems like Georgie will give Ja a rose that will just be thorned. Hurts, doesn't it? Mojer, though, makes a trade work, but lockdowns are there. No detains here for the side of NAOS. In the meantime, Oasis cashing out NDG, ambitious, sure, but he will fall right in front of them. It's 2v4 now. Mojo picking up the rifle. Papi Chulo coming in from Mark. Marky's trying to watch it, but the backstab is real, and Marky tries to do it himself. 3v1 though. Pistols and a stinger still should be enough. Snake Bites thrown on that. Savvy K peeks alone. Makes it a 2v1 scenario. Chance now for Papi Chulo to go for those transfers, but can't line up the sheriff shot. And we see a thrifty round here for Oasis.
Could have been it. One would even wager that if he just picked up the sheriff from the get-go, he might have been able to clutch it. We've seen it times over, but the real answer there was timing. Timing there for Georgie. Perfect. As soon as Ja looks away from that waterway, which he was holding for so long, he just gets Valoranted. And Georgie swings at the right time.
What do you say just gets Valoranted?
You know when you're holding an angle for like a gosh darn minute, and then as soon as you look away, that's when the dude crosses.
Yeah, well, that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of no intel. And timing, sometimes fortuitous here for the side of Oasis. Pendulum now looking to go back a bit more in the Oasis' favor. Because of that thrifty state, they have rifles to work with. Still an op, though, a threat by NAOS.
Yeah, that op we saw that be a problem towards those B site takes a while ago. So knowing that potential, Oasis opt to go. Maybe try and flank his A site.
Don't do me like this. Don't give me those puns. I'm stopping you there. I know Asura is around. I know all of our friends are here, actually. Shoutouts to them over on the opposite side of the room.
Yeah, they have a mini watch party.
Yeah, they're having a good time, too. But it's not just a good time we're having here. It's such a stressful time for both NAOS and Oasis. Seekers, though, to lead the charge. Savvy 8K looking for opportunity. Georgie, though, run it back. Allows him now to try and get in there as much as possible. Curveball hits Ja, and Georgie will get the strikeout going. NDG, though, ambitious yet again. Modra even finding the blades on the flank. Becomes a 3v3. Oasis still can't fully commit.
That was the kill they needed. The fact that Modra was able to clear that out now gives him so much more space, so much more of a chance to win this. But NDG once again on the rat, which gets a kill. It's all now in the marquee. They don't know where he is. He's on the flowers. You have to give it to him. The bouquet, it's been exposed.
Oh man, this is just a wilting offense for the side of Oasis. They thought they had it, but now it just keeps on peaking, keeps on going, and keeps Oasis getting NDG. Undeniable that he is just there to be aggressive.
NDG, he does it 2 times in a row. That same angle, the same peak from the same wall of Savvy AK. Just goes up on top and uses those building blocks to lay the foundations of their advantageous half. 6-5, they take the lead once more, and the op is still available for Mojer.
Still has it, that's for sure, and that could have been Oasis's. But NDG, he just gets away with it yet again. Sometimes you need that X factor, sometimes you need someone to think outside the box. And seems like for NAOS, that man is NDG no matter on what agent you put him. Initiator, controller, he got this. But Mojer, of course, it's second nature to him. Easy shot towards Georgie. The Phoenix is down.
Look at Marky. He has a mere judge to make this happen. Not the best weapon at these long ranges. They're going to be struggling to take some positions here. They do have that Cosmic Divide, but perfect timing with the Gravity Well.
And he's going!
And he goes at it! He goes down, though!
Too ambitious, but Savvy 8K is so low, has to heal himself. Only around 35 HP later on. Mojer can't connect the shot going towards Drax, but Wits is still stable, and Wits is still there. No chances here for Oasis to put that spike down safely. Nexi, he's going to be trying to play the crossbar going here with Drax. The duo yet again looking to build their empire here for Oasis. They have the spike now, but can they get the hell out of this one? So dangerous. The guidelight's even there to give the intel. The numbers, so much in favor of NAOS. The flank is ready here for Papi Chulo even. And Oasis, they're going to need to shoot themselves out of this corner. Wits sidestepping on away. Now still keeping them contained. And this is just one quarantine that Oasis cannot escape from. Sure, Drax gets the charging Mojer. Time running out. And there is just no time for Oasis to win this round. It's NAOS with another one.
So cleanly played by NAOS, but it's difficult for Oasis to even win that round. They give up the opening pick off of the information. And that's a problem, right? When you have Georgie on the agent like that Phoenix, there's no real ways to try and dissuade that. Maybe a perfectly timed flash, but that's all you get. No dashes, no space-gaining tools, and especially in such a long angle like that B long, you're going to need those space-taking tools like Mojer's got on the Jet.
Looks like Paradise is in chains here for Oasis. It's so much control for NAOS all the freaking time. It's just unbelievable how they understand how to funnel a team as wild as Oasis, as strong on the firepower, but they get it. They know what to do against a star-studded roster like this. They have always the map looking to go in their favor, but just the activity that they want. Papi Chulo willing to just go for those pushes. Now also willing to play close even with an operator. Just some of those extra little bit of oomph. Small things that NAOS are doing right now has kept them in this lead after the 4-1 start.
Killed my bot.
They've given up lots of information on this connector push, but ultimately, where do they go coming from it? Next, you're going to be the first one to try and fend them off. As the smoke dissipates, they pull the rotation a bit closer towards their way. They're crawling on up. Nexi needs to be good for one, and that's all he gets.
There's so many people watching at you, Nexi. No way, no real chance. Strong on the go, sure. Now Swarm gonna get lob, and they just want to keep this Sage on the inside. Now it's already with the frags that they need to clear out this B side. Only one left's gonna be Marky, as well as Drax. Seems like Drax Missing out on the roll call, and Ja will be there to receive him instead. It's a pistol hitter for NAOS. That's momentum to move forward with.
You see how Papi Chulo there was also at the ready because he knew that as they push up here towards his B link, the defenders from that A site, namely Georgie there and Drax, are going to have to come through, either through the double doors or through the connector itself. And Papi Chulo at the ready, keeping his head on a swivel and making sure their flanks are checked. And it gives them really the big advantage they needed to bum rush the B site.
What impresses me about NAOS right now is just they're still so calm. Despite all of these situations, Oasis, you can feel the pressure is getting to them bit by bit. NAOS is able to not just inch ahead, but try and go a mile a minute right now. Moving forward now to go for that A site here, black and blue. Yet again, it's so secure for NAOS.
I can tell you personally, from hearing their comms, you got players there with the veteran experience that they have, they can really help deliver that calmness, and it's in stark contrast to a lot of the youthfulness that Oasis have in spades, which does give them, you know, that benefit of having long-lasting battery, but where does that lead, especially in a series like this?
There you have it now. Guiding Light is the call here. Oasis, stellar punish towards the main angle. Not going to be enough, though. NDG still there to equalize. The firepower is real here for the side of NAOS. Poison Cloud to be in the way, though, to keep Link contained. But eventually, NDG is already with the same angle. He's done it before. He's looking to do so yet again. Papi Chulo's there to Savvy 8K. There's a hole in the way. And NDG just gets up close and personal. A bit of a snatch steal there. Around goes the way of NAOS.
Yeah, he sticks him with a pointy end. There, NDG, and look at this. Top frag from the man himself. In very stark contrast to what we saw a while ago, but those discrepancies we're seeing now from NAOS really starting to shine here on a map like Pearl. The good punish from Oasis initially on that flank, I think it's a really good idea to try and dismantle that A main hold on the post flank like that when you got pistols, but just too difficult to pull out in the end. It's their gun round. One, they absolutely have to convert that.
Cosmic Divide is available here for NAOS too, so they can always set up the way they want to with it. The rifle's out here for Oasis. They have a lot of mid-presence though towards Link. And as you can see, that Oasis right now, we don't really get that ambition that we expect from them. You run something like the Phoenix, you run something like the Sky. Those are compositions that enable you to go for those main pushes if ever. Seems like though eventually they do just that with NAOS, just wrapping around them. You get that art control. Oasis looking to take a page out of the NAOS playbook, containing them instead towards A.
You gotta read them by the page, not by the cover. And individually, the play of NAOS suggests here they should be pushing out, and that they do! Papi Chulo and Witz finds the two opening picks that they needed in that.
It's huge here for NAOS right now. They got the spike down. And they're looking to keep Oasis funneled in CQC here by Secret yet again. It's a hush here before the battle. Mojer into the corner. There we go with the shots, and it's NDG and Mojer who just capitalize on that fact. 1v3. Marky all alone. Difficult proposition, and Papi Chulo's right behind him. Marky's just waiting for the run and gun of Papi Chulo. Eventually, he's going to be able to beat him. But that's all Oasis is going to get. This bonus round goes in favor of NAOS. They even get the kill with Wits. Frenzies are all you need here to make it 10-5, good sir.
The push here to take that CT away, to take that defender side spawn away on the pit, the dugout. That was crucial there for NAOS, and not only do they find one, but 2 kills they get of that push. When you're Oasis, you expect that to come anyways. You know they're on the lesser buy. You know the post plant is typically going to do that. And here on the flower, once more, Dax, it's wilted.
I've seen so many times that it's just a rose and bloom here for NAOS. Beautifully done, beautifully executed. And Oasis, it's going to be a timeout right now because they can see this slipping away from them. Bonus one by NAOS. Oasis is just trying to play any kind of form of containment here, but NAOS is just understanding that these angles can go in their favor, especially, I'd say, towards that backside of A, towards the secret area, towards the flowers that you mentioned. They can make those close angles work because of the amount of control that they're able to attain.
You know why they have lots of control?
Why?
Yeah, 2 controllers.
Ah.
Ain't that something? Well, I mean, realistically, it does aid them out in a lot. They can keep to condition, you know, Oasis here on this attacking side with this Viper wall that they commonly like to place. Maybe somewhere far off, maybe somewhere towards the site. They don't know. Oasis aren't sure, as I said. They're prone to that conditioning that we've seen NAOS really do. And when it comes to shaking up, the amount of different types of faces that NAOS can show, they're one of the best teams at doing that, and Oasis are struggling with the reads because of it.
Oasis just cannot find the right face right now. A while ago on Lotus, they understood the rotations and the movement of NAOS. They used the Trailblazer to figure out that there are players stationed on the opposite side of main, sure, but it's not enough. They get the Seekers now online, something at least Oasis can work with. But yet again, you can see it's a pittance of an economy here for Oasis.
Look at the big thing. They spot out the Astra from NAOS, right? Being NDG here towards A. And typically the Astra could be the lurker. And then they hear the Trailblazer towards B where the wall is already anyways. And so now if you're NAOS, you're like, rather if you're Oasis, you're like, where are they really going? That's a big problem we've had to deal with time and time on over as the execute comes in.
Well, now they know it's A side to dash on in there from Mojer. And eventually NAOS just keeping things calm before they actually get in there. They throw a second guiding light towards Secret, towards Dugout, just to confirm no one's playing close. Oasis sticking around though. Towards Link yet again.
Well, they have a pretty good post plant on this, and that's really what their composition gives them, right? So many tools to try and force away the defuse, nanos, the gravity wells, the snake bite, and now as they come on in, they just simply have a better hold.
It's 3v3 though, and Wits again still there. Joss is keeping calm too. And even when Oasis decides to get in there, you can feel for NAOS they're stoic. They're ready, and they're gonna get another round because of it.
Stoic, really? Or maybe just unfazed here by the opening lead from Oasis, which we've seen them start every single map by winning those leads for the most part. And yet now, as you said, they're really good at wiping that away and making sure that it doesn't get to them. That stoicism, as you talked about, is just, if you have a blank palette at every round, you simply aren't going to be fazed by what just came.
There's just so much safety. They really make sure that there's no one playing those rat corners. There's no one playing in such a tucked away angle. With that being said, NAOS right now, just away from taking this lead in the series. It's still a best of 5 though. We can go the distance if Oasis can recover. But it hasn't just been the cards here for Oasis. Georgie ready with the curveball. We have 3 ultimates ready for Oasis plus the arsenal. Savvy 8K gambling with the operator towards that B side on that stage even. But NAOS, they want to go for that R-take yet again.
It's a Hail Mary for them, really. Try and be able to get this one. You have to be a great catch. Guiding Light actually gathers information on A main presence. Star is a bit wayward. They retrieve it. But the deep push here from A main, this could allow NAOS to just bypass him on the A side execute itself, but there's still a lot of bodies here for them to deal with.
Yeah, the Guiding Light's thrown again. That gives the intel now that someone's still sticking around. Only problem for Oasis, they just can't get the read of the tempo here from NAOS. Against Game Lab, they were just matching fast versus fast, basically. This time, though, manipulation from NAOS. Georgie leading the charge to get the first one. But Papichulo removes his ultimate from this fight. Here comes the rest of NAOS now from the main angle, but Marky able to be stalwart on the defense. Oasis needed at least some control, and they get it there in that round.
And finally get a stop. The type of round they needed to not let this snowball away. It wasn't just a snowball, Dax. It was starting to turn into an avalanche, but as you said, Oasis, they get the round off of the aggression there from the run it back, and they just, at the very least, had the right read of the situation in that round. We talked about their struggles in doing exactly that, on how to open the book. Well, seems like at least they've gone through the first pages.
They kept so many tabs on that A main. Marky committing the Guiding Lights and the Seekers just for that. Georgie going for the run it back. And Oasis, dependency on the ultimates just to keep things stable for them. Moving now into the next round. Trailblazers thrown immediately. Mojer, though, thinking about the entry. Couldn't find the timing. And instead, that's going to be Oasis stalling things out for now again.
Same exact defensive setup here from Oasis. You got the 3 there towards the A main. Utility placed towards the 2 mid positions, and Savvy alone on B with the op. But now, as we talked about, unfazed. They don't mind having to play this again. They don't mind having to deal with the same problem, but this time with a bit less of a threat. Still Georgie, though, even without the right back, takes down Mojer.
Looking for a redo, but seems like for Oasis, that's the first frag they're looking for. Jado in the meantime finding Drax, and onto the side we go. Viper's Pit to also keep things guessing here for the side of NAOS. And Ja and Wits, the clear is so crucial again and again. Stability, reliability, all of that for NAOS now.
They timed that so well on the push as well. Neither of Oasis were ready, of the Oasis players that were ready, Marky nor Georgie, just weren't anticipating that to come in that exact moment. It's all on the next. See who gives himself away.
Could have been it. Never mind. And that's a save call here for Oasis. No way to go for the retake with the operator. They don't get the lockdown either. And NAOS has just run away with the second half. I don't believe we got an Oasis more than a single scoreline right now, Black and Blue.
Ain't that a problem? I mean, you look at Oasis, and how do you really stop on the controlling side? On really both their worst side here on Pearl, and just in general, they're the side that you do not want to be on this map. And Oasis is struggling many times on their defense. Their net of influence just hasn't been as all-encompassing as the same way NAOS are on both ends.
And this is what I started with for this series, for this map itself. NAOS, they had control of the map draft. They put Pearl right there smack in the middle, and they know Oasis has had struggles with this map even before VCTPH started. They've been looking to exploit that again and again. It's happening right now on the Oasis defense. There just has no been real answer on how to anchor down these sites, how to beat NAOS when they cannot use those ultimates. It's NAOS yet again, moving now, marching towards B, and Oasis say, screw it, we fight. Marky gets one, and DG's there to make the trade work. Yet again, Oasis, they can't go for the transfers, they can't go for the multi-kills, and NAOS will rotate away.
Could have been a double there for Marky. Look at how low NDG was. 3 HP on him, but does get healed back on up. So they do have just heal here off of the Wits. Now allows NAOS to look for a different place to fight. They make that noise here towards B-Link, which should pull a bit more interest, but it's really A that they want to split.
Yeah, because of that, though, breaking that turret keeps Oasis defending B anyway, and this allows Nexi now in the meantime to take so much responsibility for himself. Finds a takedown over onto one. Here we go with the off, finding the angle towards Wits 2. And Oasis, at the very least, still stable towards that side. The push, though, with the spike. Joss already on side. Papi Chulo coming in clutch, but Savvy AK knew someone was still there. Presence spelled, and Savvy's on top of things. 12-7, Oasis survive.
Literally and figuratively. Finding out where it's coming from. And that bit of a control here, Oasis. They're doing better so far, yes. You got 5 rounds to win in a row to come back as a timeout is called, but it's a question you have to ask. Too little, too late, perhaps. Where was this a while ago? This is what they needed to do. Once more, just now is really good at making sure that they keep that bleeding to a minimum as the timeout is called.
Yeah, that stopwatch was so much in favor of NAOS for so long. Finally, Oasis happy to change that time zone. But with this timeout, NAOS is now expecting it. NAOS understands that if there's any kind of utility thrown their way early, that can be a push that they're looking to punish. And we've seen how strong the NAOS punish has been all throughout this VCTPH.
Well, I want to see then how Oasis use their counter conditioning in that case. Maybe they can throw out utility early just to feign some from the NAOS side and get rid a bit more of, really the double controller that we've been seeing be a big problem in terms of those executes. There's just so much to throw out, especially against when there's an op on the opposing side. So many sight lines you can cut off, and they just simply do not have the mobility that NAOS have in their comp to be able to make the op as effective.
Like, who else can play the op right now between Savvy? You put Georgie on it, it's so difficult to run it with the Phoenix. So many times we've seen Mojer mobile. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard in terms of kills, but his impact on the space, impact with the entry is undeniable. NAOS, they're willing to sacrifice that tip of the spear to allow the rest of the backline to come and follow suit. And we move now towards the shops. We move towards middle. Oasis looking to do what they did a while ago, but NAOS is just ready for it with the numbers.
Well, they have a lockdown to use. Some noise made here on that art push. There's actually a lot to be thrown out in terms of presence. The firing squad, but Wits wins out that initial bout. It sends Oasis backing.
The precognition there from Wits, knew something was coming, and the perfect way to guide the rest of NAOS with his wings and to move on from that battle. favor comes towards NAOS. Nexi trying to play towards Connector. We've seen it to him before, towards that A site. Not gonna happen here by B. Instead, NAOS crawling.
Well, the pace they're on for sure is something to behold. They get that opening pick. They have a lockdown for B Link. They have lots of control here over B. It's a small sliver of a position to be played in the back hall, but it's a very difficult one. So it's pretty much Oasis having to commit here for the full retake. They have the res if they can get this mid control, but knowing that, Joss stays here to try and deny that.
Look at the amount of confirmation though here for NAOS. They even know B main is all theirs. Joss still sticking on around. Does he know these are many players? Joss gets the one, but can't get the another. Sacrifice Savvy to bring back Georgie. 4v4. Mojer here coming up close. Guiding Light gets the hit, and Mojer will get the takedown towards Nexi. The reads here from NAOS are undeniable. Cosmic Divide, though, to try and remove any spoilers from this retake. But here comes Oasis, and down they go. NDG's on the board, and in the blink of an eye, the retake, it will just fall immensely and immediately. NAOS! They just kept that second half in their favor, in their control, and they will take the series lead.
Yeah, they keep it in their pocket as well. Not only playing against the deficit in each individual map's round score, but also against the deficit in this series, down 1-0, and now they're up around a map as well, more importantly, and they're looking to close this out, moving on forward. It just really is so impressive that this is by far the most decisive map we've had in this entire series.
Decisive is the perfect word right now. You can feel the silence deafening there for the side of Oasis. Anything they tried to do on defense, answered by NAOS. They get one catcher, but that's pretty much it for the rest of the round. And security was the case for NAOS so many times on that second half. Let's check out the stats though, as we can notice who stepped on up for the side of NAOS. It was NDG. A bit low-key in terms of first kills, but the times that he would play that A site, the times he would play against the wall towards Link, it was undeniable that NAOS needed that X factor to just pull away from Oasis, and NDG just did that.
I mean, we saw it many times on over, right, where NDG was able to just find himself within a smoke or within a small position that minute moment was more than enough to majorly shake up the plans here for Oasis. And I think that's been the biggest problem of Oasis so far throughout this tournament run of theirs, where a lot of times where their initial plan, where their plan A doesn't work on out, their plan B typically isn't nearly as concrete as it might seem.
And now, in the meantime, it's so stable. Seeing on the defense, especially the crossfire stay set. We were singing our hymns and praises about that for Oasis a while back. It just wasn't here instead. They tried to go for the retakes. They tried to go for the overruns on the side of Oasis. It just wouldn't bite or budge against NAOS whatsoever. And it was more of opportune moments from Oasis that allowed them to get some of these rounds. This was so much cleaner from NAOS than any of us expected. And the Oasis Pearl Woes, they continue. NAOS happy to exploit that.
And we're going over to Ascent for the next map of this, potentially the final map of this series. And it's not one that we've seen Oasis be too proficient on as well very recently, right? They lost versus Game Lab Alpha there in the lower bracket playoffs yesterday. They barely scraped by against teams like SR Nakage and Puggers. So the statistics so far and just the history of how this pattern has gone on hasn't been too ideal.
Every time I see this picture, and delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, the beauty, the glory that is Wits, the Ocho buff, it still continues. He is still absolutely incredible, and I'd say that honestly about NAOS. If you needed a convincing win all throughout the series, it was this Pearl map, and there's nothing left to be said besides it was just a NAOS map all away.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, you look at the maps that they have played moving up on forward, and it's not looking to be their way. Ascent on after a map that we saw, now it's clean up against SR Nakage in the Game Labs, and then you're going over the Icebox, which we know how that typically turns out. So it's going to be very difficult for Oasis, but we saw them do it yesterday, down 2-1 versus Game Lab. Can they do it once more?
And it's still possible here for Oasis, and one thing they're hoping for is the fact that this Ascent map has been something they've been keeping out of reach until they needed to, dropping them in the bans as much as possible. But we'll talk about that later on, because we're going to head for a break. We return. It's the fourth map of this amazing Best of 5. The wrap-up or the return? Do we go to a 5th map or do we end it here? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th map of the Grand Finals between NAOS Esports and Oasis game. Daxi with black and blue. And it's NAOS who was very convincing in that last map there on Pearl. 2-1 scoreline in the favor there, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, you have to really recognize just how NAOS were playing super cleanly that game. As we said, the most dominant, decisive map we've had so far between these two, but you have to believe that the Oasis is going to give us a bit more. If not, if this is the final map, you have to somehow, hope for Oasis fans out there that they're going to give us a close game.
And this is going to be Ascent, something they've been keeping away from many, many opponents for so long. You'd always wonder, why are they banning Ascent? Why is this not being played by Oasis? And only when the going gets tough is when they bring it out towards the pool. Same case right now, it's a best of 5. They had to anyway. And looking back at their recent history, you had some comments about that one, black and blue. It was some wins against Puggers and SR Nakage in the regular season, but against Game Lab Alpha, it went the distance. It went into OT, and Game Lab Alpha just took it away from them.
Yeah, I mean, they barely won the matches as well against SR Nakage and Puggers, arguably teams that we didn't even expect to bring it that close. Maybe barring SR Nakage have also been impressive during the offseason, but we know that the Oasis, they're the top team to beat here coming into this stage, but they made the Grand Finals. I just haven't been so convinced of yet as of their maybe just not just fortitude in terms of the mental, but just the amount of different looks they've been giving now so far.
Brother, isn't that the contrast right now between NAOS and Oasis? NAOS has been convincing. NAOS, every single week, every single time, they have gotten better and better and as clean as possible in the PH side. And we know how dirty it gets here in the PH side. We know how, honestly, it gets really chaotic. There are teams that are ready for international competition, but less so for PH competition just because of how wild it gets. And then you look at the Oasis, who has been slipping, who's had their weaknesses exposed. That you have that front-loaded star power just to keep your roster going, just to keep your roster really in the competition. But you just can't rely on their natural talent. And even though they have a lot of plans, they have a big coaching staff, and you can see that they're trying to make these set plays work, it just isn't as convincing compared to what NAOS does.
Yeah, and you would kind of wonder, like, what to be a bit more effective. You have a bunch of stars put in together with arguably players with much less experience, and then you have another team which top to bottom are all equally as viable when it comes to just how they play things. And we were kind of wondering, what would really be the big defining factor between these two teams. And so far, where it seems like what we weren't expecting it to be, which turned out to be really just how clean NAOS have been playing when we thought they were going to be the team that would be a bit more ratty, a bit more scrambly.
It took them 2 series to figure out their problems. It seems like they had a good talk. They have a psych or whatnot. It's like,
buddy,
do you want to talk about your feelings?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about what you want to do? Well, what I want to do is move into Agent Select and see if this series is going to end here or we go the distance and go to the decider. Ascent, our map pick, ladies and gentlemen. And I would really wonder what Oasis is going to do right now moving forward. They're going to bring out the KO that they have been running so far. Something, though, that they swap around are the smokes themselves. And I truly wonder what Drax and Nexi are going to do. Cypher and the Omen here for the side of Oasis. But NAOS has been very manipulative of their composition on Ascent, changing it up again and again, and this time it's their classic comp, but with the Sage this time.
Oh yeah, well, you got Ja this time at the forefront once more, and this is where we see him really be super effective, right? You got Wits on that Sage, something you haven't really been seeing on Ascent as of late, but it's been pretty effective for them. Every time we see Wits on that Sage, he has been that reliable source of structure that has kept NAOS in the game.
And such a core comp between the Jet, the Sova, the Omen rather, as well as the Killjoy. It's just stability right now. Now, I was going back to the classics, but I do wonder what's that gonna do right now in terms of the dynamics here for NAOS with Mojo in the backline, with Ja at the front. It works for maps like Icebox, and in a way, if things really go bad here for NAOS right now, they still have a bit of warm-up in that kind of semblance. We move into Icebox next if Oasis wins this. And we know that they put Ja on that Jet as well. So whether it's a warm-up game or not, there is always that extra little bit of planning ahead for NAOS. And I do like the fact that they really trust Ja right now, especially after that fractured game, that he can keep the pace going.
Well, at this point, Dax, all I've learned in the past 2 years of the VCTPH is to expect the unexpected. Just if we go into Icebox, who knows how that could really turn out, but it's this map Oasis have to win. We've seen them with their backs against the wall yesterday down 2-1 in the best of 5 in the lower bracket versus GameLab Alpha, and yet they were able to come out of it, even when GameLab Alpha seemed so dominant after map number 3. So you have to believe Oasis Gaming have got more in the tank.
Oasis ended up building a lot of superstition yesterday because of the 9-3 curses that GameLab Alpha was able to exploit. But beyond that, those odds, they're stacked against them. NAOS in the meantime on the advance, but Georgie, a stellar shot. It's a Barakai Jet ready to battle yet again on his comfort pick. Looks for the dash, tries to go for the extra angle, and Georgie with another one. Wallon up from Wits, but can't lift himself up to the high heavens. Already peppered by Oasis as a response. NAOS has to back on the way.
Well, the question is, now that, Ja is the one at the forefront of that, he was in the chamber a while ago, but you typically aren't the entry in that case. Mojer still was as a Raze. Now with Ja being the entry himself, the first one to potentially go down or get a pick, that leaves a lot less touch potential for him, and he won't be that same source of reliability on the backline flank watch. So how do Oasis fend against this?
Yeah, we look for first kills and first deaths versus Ja basically now. Someone else will need to step on up, and in these kind of cases, I look at Papi Chulo especially as a classic from the SPE days. Mojer, though, spotted on us. Basically, by that camera placement, Oasis knows someone was nearby, forcing him to back on the way down to the hell angle. They break the turret first, and they're looking to break the rest of NAOS next. Marky with the backstab going, and the clear is just true here for Oasis. From the rafters to the low ground, it's all angles and all heights for Oasis.
Well, good start from Oasis, but we've been saying that all tournament long, all series long, really. Right in this grand final, they take the opening pistol, and then...
Just to interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
Isn't that the point? I will not be convinced of any first half lead from Oasis unless I see something like a 12-0.
Not even a 9-3, right? At this point after yesterday.
No.
A 10-2, who would know? 11-1, maybe. 12-0, like, perhaps.
Perhaps.
At most.
Just because it's only pistol the next one. But you were saying something.
No, that was it.
Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page. Like, it's a good start for Oasis. But there's a but. A very big but after that.
Well, it's Wits who was keeping his butt a while ago. After the win. See if we can do once more here on the stage.
That's his picture, that's for sure. But take a picture, it'll last longer for you next. See Georgie also with the martial shots on, and Oasis just so prepared for this one. Sure, go in, why don't you? Waits will find one more for his troubles, but Marky's there at the very end. Good rounds from Oasis, but...
although, seemingly...
I am just basically conditioned right now.
Oh, yeah.
I love Oasis. I love NAOS, but we've seen that Oasis hasn't been able to continue on with dominance from the first half. Eventually, NAOS will find the answer. I wonder if this conundrum will be solved earlier rather than later here by NAOS.
Well, I mean, these are the two most lovable teams, right? Very near and dear to many hearts, including some of ours. But they have to make it done the old-fashioned way. They have to start winning these rounds, especially on these anti-bonuses. Oh, Ja, he just gets a perfect read. That was a blind spam through the wall to get the wall bang.
And you give him a rifle and he'll give you a miracle, basically. Here we go now. Straight into the action. Mid-contested by NAOS. Beyond that, though, Oasis just playing a game of keep away. They know how perilous this formation of NAOS is. So many numbers right now. And they're looking to secure the main angles as much as possible.
Well, they've kind of split up the B site here. They have that control of B, and there's no real way that you can expect Marky to try and hold on to this. He's melting. He has to get out of this, but he's taking lots of damage, barely escaped with his life. It is their bonus, and all they're really searching for here is damage. Maybe if you can get the right timing on this out.
Now finds a small corner here for the side of Oasis. NAOS, though, in the meantime, has found the path. Make it towards B. Paranoia being primed by Papi Chulo. Perfect angle towards the CT side. Market looking to be vied for here by Oasis. It's just standard retake for that B site on ascent. Witstow holding close. Fragmento gonna be answer, forcing him to peek on out. Good clear here by Oasis. Utility so effective in these scenarios. Flash gonna be there though into play yet again. Oasis now looking to go for the crawl. Mojer wanting to play the front line, but Nexi, that's a great find. Papi Chulo makes the trade work, but Nexi is just smooth as butter as he gets in there. Nexi getting another one, perhaps no. Papi Chulo will deny him, but Marky and Drax, stability for Oasis as they get the bonus going.
Time.
Now they got it.
Oh,
so
that was
close.
so close. Point 18. Just barely scraped by with the defuse. And as you said, stability, Dax. That's what Oasis haven't really been getting throughout this series. Even when they would have, like, you know, a 5-4-1 lead, how close those rounds came, to the point that when they lose a single round, they're forced an eco immediately. So this is a really good start so far.
This is actually giving some stars and lights here for Oasis. Some positivity in such a state we've seen all throughout this series. Again, though, you look at the Oasis rotation, something we always bring up. It's not going to be Savvy 8K in. Marky, of course, has been playing a lot of Initiator. He's ready for that Sova. You still have Drax and Nexi, though. Tandem ready. Georgie at the forefront. And that's 2 already for Georgie. Seems like the Boracay Jet wants to get back to his own station. Go for the kills, go for the takedowns. Look to heat on up even more so.
Lots of pressure being applied here in the A main, but the spike is practically a bit out of reach. No real fight here for NAOS to be able to win, but you look at a lot of times, Oasis, they struggle on their defense. No, the free kill can't even be found by Mojo, but yeah, they struggle on the defense, and luckily for them, on Ascent, it is one of those most defender-sided maps that they can maybe start to get a grip on.
This is such a classic map, though, for Oasis. That's the thing. You look back way, way into their history, and it's always something they've been comfy with. They know how to play defense well. They know how to go for the chokeholds on the main angles. And you still have players like Marky, Wild Oreo in this roster right now who understands how to do that here for Oasis, how they keep the control and the intel with double initiator, how they can keep setting the pace, and how they can enable Georgie to do beautiful things like he's done for the past few rounds.
Well, we've certainly seen fiery starts from him, but it's a heat retention. How does the iron continue to melt after being struck? How does it mold? Just typically being, you know, NAOS, who has been solid as an anvil in those cases. And we have seen, to be fair, Ja, when he's on that duelist role, be the first guy in, struggles sometimes to get himself going on either half, and especially on the attacking half, where he is at first contact. So a lot of times he has someone else to make that space for him. Mojer on this team, Aziz on the former one, and he gets to capitalize off of that space and information given. So when he's on the front, it's a very different story compared to like the chamber we saw a while ago.
And you know who was his last partner in crime back in the final days of SBE? It was Georgie.
Yeah.
He was the one making that space for Ja. And we remember some of the biggest highlights from the SBE days from John Papichulo because they were at the back line all the freaking time. Oasis, they took the member that dismembered them in the land before. They're looking to use that same knife against NAOS right now. Mid-controlled, vied for here by NAOS, but Oasis at the ready with the sights yet again. And look who's anchoring down towards B. Nexi is in formation to keep an eye out on Speedway.
It's like a reverse Golden State, right?
Yep.
He beat us, so come join us instead. You'd fit in really well, and he has. He's been like a well-tailored glove. They really needed that presence, and Nexi gets a kill off the scan. Perfect timing here coming from Marky.
So much intel for Oasis. They will know where you're going between the Cypher, the Sova, and the KO. Nexi, though, getting it ready. Has to bring it dark. He does get scanned on out, and eventually the pressure is too much as Ja will be able to find him there. 4v4 scenario. NAOS on site, but they're contained here, black and blue.
Without NDG saves that dart all the way to the back site. Now they have that 4v4 as he talked about. They have complete full front side control, but Papichulo, because he had that from the shadows, he can reposition out to be main, which is huge.
Yeah, extra angle here to be utilized by NAOS. Wild Oreo loving that fragment. Georgie gets one, and it's going to be Oasis now waiting their way towards that B side 2 versus 1. They need to find Papichulo and fast, though. He's coming in from main. Do they have any inkling? He's from Speedway. No one's looking, and Poppy's there, ready for the takedown. Marky tried to find the train. 19 HP, a single bullet, but Papichulo is the single one that can keep NAOS in the game. There's the first round for NAOS.
How many times have we seen a Papichulo clutch on the lane position here on Ascent? Way too many to count. They find the opening pick. Yes, it's a great recon, as you talked about, Daxon. The setup there, perfectly placed for that backside control, but still, NAOS able to make it all across that. And just the one ultimate, that one from the shadows, the reposition there, being the crucial piece, even though he was late to try and fend them off from the B main. It came down to that clutch ability.
Yeah, quarantine terminated. That's why you want to run Omen on a map like Ascent. Quick rotations with the teleports, and of course, the global ultimate. Creativity is just, I'd say, inspiring on a map like Ascent. If you know how to just outmaneuver your opponents. You can just find the off angles here, and honestly, Papi Chulo, as Wits finds Georgie to begin with, it's really NAOS right now playing the game that they know so well. Go for the clutches in terms of the re-rotations. Go for the punishes. And Drax, does he find Ja first? Ja doesn't actually go inside the smoke right now. NDG is looking, and Oasis looking to play timing here. This smoke can be a make-or-break moment for Drax, if ever.
He almost had timing there. No one was looking at it for a second, but it does go away. Drax, he ends his day early here, gets caught on out. 4v2. No real problem inside. They have the Hunter's Fury, but do you really commit it at this point?
Can you go for it, Marky? Smoke yet again, the timing. This might break the heart of Oasis if it happens one more instance. Eventually, NAOS, they have made their way towards that B site. Turret will close off because of the suppress. Maybe a chance here for Oasis to find the timing, but NAOS is just so prepared in this instance.
They're looking to save, though. They burn the recon, confirm. Maybe could have gotten a scan and a spam through, but yeah, that's a round. NAOS here. Once more attacks. 4-0. And a 4-round comeback potentially.
You know, I had hope. I had hope that it would be something a little bit different.
Maybe different, right?
Yeah,
third times be the charm.
We kind of just write the same page for the script right now, ladies and gentlemen. But Oasis, they can get a good lead, but now is always just there, right behind them, and eventually overtaking them. We just go back to how Papi Chulo can clutch it. We just go back to how NAOS is so efficient at raiding where Oasis is going. And it's going to be the same old case we're getting right now from NAOS. Their strengths are just so defined right now as a team.
Well, Twitch director is certainly writing us a very non-deviating script so far. Blame Yunsa. How about that?
I can't believe you just name dropping right here.
That's a year one reference.
That's a year one. She's still here. I mean,
she's
still
here.
Amazing. But timeout now going to get called, and by this time, we have to figure out what else Oasis can do. They relied on the first frag potential from Georgie. They relied on that main control. But eventually, if NAOS is going to pull back, Oasis, they're going to have to keep tabs again and again of what NAOS is going to do. I do have a lot more hope here, though, compared to Pearl. Since they have so much ways to gather intel, they feel like there's a lot of history of comfort on it for Oasis. But NAOS is just playing on a different level right now.
I mean, you talk about comfort, but NAOS don't even necessarily have that because they're playing on almost entirely different composition from the last time we saw them. None of that Raze-centric and Fade-supported compositions we saw earlier on in the tournament. They have really shaken things up, and it's such a good thing to pull out in the grand finals because you have the flexibility of that because of the quality of players you have on this team. We know Ja has such a wide agent pool, but more importantly, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Oasis to get the read, and it's been something that we've been seeing them struggle with so far throughout the series anyway.
See if those struggles continue as NAOS now look to play a hard entry towards a Nexi, though, from up top. But look at the covering far from Wits. Sure, you can get the scan, but I have the elevation thanks to the barrier orb. Yet again, artistically made here and done by NAOS. That's the first kill going their favor, and that's a spike down.
Wits doesn't even use that barrier for it, but he does get on up. Marky somehow gets a kill.
He's
up
still
to
there.
Hunter's Fury, 3v3. They got the res, but no one's really within any saving capacity. Maybe here, but he's down.
Eventually, they figure out that Wits is still sticking on around. Break the turret, break the stage. But NDG just over onto the corner. Wild area, able to flush him out. It's Mojer now versus the world. The smoke is going to be in the way especially. And this gives time and precedence for Oasis to just go for the defuse. They lose Marky along the way, but Drax will be there to save the day. 5-2, Oasis, they get it done.
Started off as a really good round from Oasis, but what's good there is that they didn't allow the plan to get settled before the retake, and that's what you have to do in these retakes, right? You get them as soon as the plan goes off so they aren't ready, so they aren't posted on their positions, on their powerful, areas of control, and you get them off the catch, off the back pedal, and that's where Oasis can really capitalize off of with their comp, and especially the Marky creating that chaos and opening.
Oasis just has to be careful of any assumptions. Now still can build ways to find new angles with that stage. Proven there by Wits. It got dicey, but Oasis now, this is exactly what they need. Don't let NAOS bridge that gap. make sure their economy is as dented as yours. Many ultimates still for both sides, more so on the side of NAOS. That resurrection can be that extra value that you were looking for in the last round there.
That's value they're going to need to find and utilize. They've got that lockdown for this round, and as the Hunter's Fury is burned off of the last one, Marky has no way of denying that from happening anymore. They have that null command, perhaps, if they can time it right, but should be able to at least shut off the Hunter's Fury when it comes online. They have a good split up here. The crossfire, if anything, towards his mid.
A big suppression, though, here from the side of Oasis, but now is still able to make it work anyway. Ja steps in. Catch out Georgie. Here's another one for Ja, and looks like he's woken on up. Ja perhaps with a third. Not going to happen versus Marky, but now is already with the refract potential anyway. Slow Orb going to be there. The lockdown's in position, too, and Naos knows that this site is theirs. The wall's in position, and Naos is just there right in front of Oasis.
And another save here. Coming from Oasis, we've seen these 2v4 saves a lot more frequently now. And, you know, Oasis, they were joking about some time in the back, I remember, in some watch party that, like, if that was us, we wouldn't save, because why not, right? Have full confidence, or just go at it. Just go do it. Do this, do your thing. But you can see they're starting to respect it a bit more because of the snowball that NAOS have been really proficient at doing on these comebacks. They want to save that economy for further rounds.
Yeah, they can't do the same thing that they always want to do. They can't just go gung-ho because they know NAOS looking forward still. The macro game more important here for NAOS. Papi Chulo wanting to catch out Wild Oreo, and that he does. Breaks his space. Plays a game of limbo even. It's 5-3 as NAOS, same old story, inching closer and closer to the Oasis lead built.
My man's literally just crab peeked him there. He still want out the fight off the crouch. As you said, Ja starting to get himself going. It's never a comforting feeling on the opposing side of that player, for sure. And at least they have one rifle here to try and keep them going in this eco, but just that catch off by Papi Chulo, I think, really dented them a lot more.
Sounds like it's spoken for experience, huh?
No. Well, I haven't played against him.
Well, Nexi says no to Ja, that's for sure. And it still goes back to that whole crux of the problem perhaps here for NAOS right now. Yes, they're inching back. But do you really want Ja to die too early in the round if you put him in the front line?
Nobody's really been there for the consistent trading we've seen on some of the other maps. A map like Ascent doesn't really enable that the same way some of these other maps do. They still have the res, so nothing to fret. And that's a pretty good burn off of the ultimate for Oasis on a round they aren't expected to win anyways.
Well, at the very least, Oasis gets something for their troubles. But Marky, a troubling angle to play the frenzy and keep an eye out towards the spawn area. Eventually, though, he gets the intel himself. Getting closer and closer to getting that recon dart right now. Oasis, at the very least, they're looking to find out what the plan here from NAOS is. But time ticking now. And NAOS with mid control, so many options still to use.
Yeah, they can rotate to A. They've been one of the biggest adopters of this Cypher on multiple maps. We saw that on Fracture in contrast to what we were, seeing earlier in the season. And now they played on Ascent again. Georgie, the solo rifle in the round, gets a kill off, and that's a big one to find Mojer.
They're holding out for a hero, and now they get the intel to boot. Completely knows that now is in position towards the site. Spike, though, planted. With time running out, and you can see the elevation here. Joss up top the barrier orb. Null command now going to be the call. In Oasis, they really want to try and make this retake work. Georgie given space to get that takedown, but Papi Chulo finds him mid-dash. And with Wild Oreo the only one left, it seems like he's looking to try and bring out the kingdom here. Bring out the jungle. Papi Chulo on the left. It's NDG right in front of him. And the taming of the beast is made here by NAOS.
Well, they're crawling back into this one, arguably, though, a bit more contested than those map number 2 and 3s were on these comeback rounds. But Oasis, they're not out of the clear just yet. Ideally, you'd want at least 7 at the minimum on this opening defensive half. They have the From the Shadows, but it can be big, but not the same way some of the others might be. And ultimately, they can use it for information because that's what they've been pressed for a lot of times on these defensive sides.
Hasn't been information, been the strength here that Oasis is trying to utilize. And while Nexi gets one with does it one more time. They're so prepared for it. They're happy to make that trade work. They know they can get away with it anyway, and Wits is closer now to the resurrection than he is before. Spikes planted, Rafters here by Oasis, but now they immediately go for the battle. Hunter's Fury, though, gonna be the call here from NDG. Georgie dashing on in. He just desperately wants to contest Wits right now, force him to try and play back into main instead. Oasis dropping down, and NDG with the takedown. They were ready for it. Here comes another one, another victim to now Slaughterhouse. 8 HP left for Marky, all alone in a 1v2. As soon as he leaps, he gets into cover, but there is just going to be no chance with Mojo right beside you. We get the scoreline tied up.
That was huge from NDG. The fact that he was able to stop Georgie there on that drop and keep Papi Chulo alive, who was literally crouched for his life behind that dice, would have allowed Georgie to get a free kill, potentially in Papi Chulo in a difficult spot. But once more, NDG being that reliable source of presence, and this is a really good read NAOS have on the way to play this A take. They know that Ja, being the first guy in, is going to have to deal with that tripwire. And so they always have Wits ready to trade, the spam.
And since they're not running things like the KO or whatnot, right? It's Oasis who can play the way they wanted to play the Cypher earlier on Fracture. And their other answer is just build up a wall. We'll use it to just get the refrag going. And from that point on, it's that backline from NAOS yet again stable in position and ready with the angles. Oasis will not budge though. Aggression now with the pistols and the blade storm. Papi Chulo had the angle but couldn't get the shot going. Georgie just leaping into the fray. And at least a start here for Oasis that they can work with.
Yeah, this blade storm rumbling a bit too loud for even Papi Chulo to deal with. As a loud push here comes in towards that B site. Heavy-handed information gathered of its presence, of its possibility. You have Ja this time trying to catch up with the rest of the team. They're not committing to this just yet. There's so much utility thrown on out. Here comes out another Nano Swarm. They want to take this site, but those suppresses are keeping him at bay.
Just suppressing, sure. Removing NAOS, lobbing even more utility that way. Beyond that, though, Oasis still kept enchained. And Ja, we've seen this before, and he's going to look to do it again. Next, he goes down first. Cloud Burst for the disengage. NAOS now looking to fortify, looking to help out Ja in the pinch. But Ja says, I don't need any help. I got this angle until Marky shuts him down. Wits, though, in the meantime, still stable and still in control. Marky in a 1v3. From that point on, NAOS yet again, the wrap around was secure. Maybe a present made here for Marky. Not going to happen. Denied by Mojer. It's NAOS who takes the lead, and the same old story continues on into another map.
You see, though, on the attacking side, that where does Ja benefit off of the duelist the most? When he gets to be able to lurk that way, because that's really where a lot of his instincts on the attacking side lie, right? To be able to be that cutoff. The guy to really just come in from the rear and find some way to find an opening, as he was there towards that market a while ago. Nobody on Oasis even anticipating it.
And as soon as NAOS got the disengage going, they prioritized something else around the map. Prioritized cutting off the push towards the rafters, made sure Wits was in position, and they just really understand right now what they need to get done against Oasis, especially in terms of rotations. Suppression now comes from Wild Oreo. Intel that there's presence towards main here from NAOS. But Oasis, a chance here to tie up the scoreline. A chance to use rifles even into the round for right now. And keeping an eye out here for NAOS with the rotation moving towards B. Nexi again, he's confident he can get that first kill there, Black and Blue, but a second? That's the problem right now with Wits usually in position to refrag whatever Ja tries to do.
So Nexi, maybe he's got to shake up his setup here. You know, I'm not trying to say I know any better. But
yes?
If he had a one-way on that A main, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, we'll see what way NAOS can go, though, as they're looking to make the execute work towards that A side, smoking out the market. They also get a bit of that intel towards Nexi. Paranoia hits two, and Ja will just fly in like an Apache and just rain down a Hellstorm from him. Already the takedown towards the Cypher. Not this time, Ja says. Oasis scrambling for the retake, but NAOS is just prepared yet again.
Well, attack chopper laning hell from up above, down below. Mojer taken down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dunk the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside and stable enough to win the round through time.
7-5. As we said, Dax, any opening game lead, opening map lead from Oasis is always to be taken with a grain of salt.
There's always a plan B. There's always a second chance. There's always something in the cards here for NAOS. And it's undeniable. The timing of when they peak is synchronized to the point that even if they all die, they can't get the defuse. The stall potential from NAOS, whether active or passive, it is just clear right now. The macro sense from NAOS especially has been the biggest reasons why they are at the top of the PH food chain right now. Oasis, they need to make sure that trend doesn't continue moving into the second half. A 7-5 scoreline so familiar to us already in this best of 5. Wits creating the wall. Luckily, he stays alive, that's for sure. Georgie with the fire is already with the shots, but NAOS will disengage instead.
Yeah, it's a big wall. The fact he placed it that way just burns so much more aggressiveness, rather removes that aggressiveness from Oasis' attack there towards the B main. Now Ja can continue. Never mind. Cam spots him on out. They fall back, but there's so much utility still on this A side, as a lot of the strong side of the map was further considered towards B. A is still pretty defended.
Yeah. He has the numbers, and they have the rafters to boot. Good scan though, at least telling already Oasis that Ja is nearby. You get the plant going. Seems like it's crafted towards that main angle, and also to keep an eye out for Hell here for the side of Oasis. They're desperate to stay on site here. Post plants in relatively committed positions. Time also ticking down now. Paranoia can get thrown here. NAOS looking for opportunity, and Mojer wants to lead that charge. The rest of NAOS follows suit, and Mojer does get the first one. Papichulo's there too, though. Of all the people to play the entry, it's the Killjoy. And of course, the killing blow comes from NAOS. They win out the pistol yet again, and they're just looking to do the same thing they did to Oasis right there on Pearl a while ago.
Oh, this ain't a great script. If you're an Oasis fan, this run of show isn't looking to go your way. They simply waterfall there and completely flood down the site on the post plant hold. And they just don't have that verticality that the composition of NAOS would have. You don't have that Sage. You do have the KO, yes, and you do have Nexi on the camera, but they're not making the most out of what they got, especially when they were on the defense a while ago.
What else can Oasis even do by this point? NAOS is just playing to their strengths again and again, and Oasis still haven't found the answer after all these maps. You have a few shares here from Marky and Georgie. It's hero time perhaps with the taps. We've seen from NAOS though. Again and again, they play back. They make sure that they're not going to get tapped down. They're not going to fall too early on. And you can see it. Range so important right now for someone like Ja. Wants to peek into the middle. Marky though finds the shots. Perhaps a keep here for the side of Oasis. Someone needs to play the hero and fast, and at the very least, that's the first frag going the way of the attack.
Good shot here connected. Coming from Marky. I think Ja was looking towards the other side, and Marky was just a bit that much more quicker. Still did not get much going though here in NAOS. And that's something that I think would change in just about a bit. They have still the drone to find this on out. And that slow orb just halts him, but Wits gets found.
Oh, that's a stellar shot from Nexi. Here go the shock dart. No, and they just easily line up for Papichulo and NDG. Salt peppered and absolutely shaken. It's just easy condiments right now here for the side of NAOS. Okay, and I have an ult orb with that, good sir. Turn around, why don't you? Mojer's already with the flank. Once again, Oasis is in chains, and NAOS imprisoning them into, well, such a delicate scenario.
They still have a small chance of parole here, Dax, but currently, as of the moment, the court isn't judging their way. The jury isn't favoring their side. And Oasis, they're on a wayward slope here to a defeat. They call the timeout, and This is arguably, probably, potentially one of their final ones they're going to be calling. They need to start making these rounds on the comeback. We have seen them in these long extended series, in these long extended maps, just waver at any sort of contention.
You can feel how exhausting it's getting here for the side of Oasis. Timeout now going to get called, and I do wonder what else is left in the tank here for Oasis right now. They have the potential to figure out how to make a site execute work. They have the firepower with Georgie especially, but with the way that NAOS is just keeping the ebb and tides of this game, the way they're pushing and pulling that you mentioned a few maps back then, they just can't find the right timing. They can't find the opening at all.
To find that opening, they're going to have to create some opportunities of their own here, Oasis, especially on the attacking side. Such a difficult map to have to play the second half attack on and close out on a deficit as well. It's not going to be easy. But if we know there's one team to do it against NAOS, it's got to be Oasis. The only team to have won a series even against them in this stage.
Yeah, the only one that they have beaten, sure. But at the same time, NAOS took that last series against them. And this train of thought continues. NAOS might be able to do the same thing one more time. Oasis, though, breaking down that wall. It's an interesting predicament that NAOS does early on. Put the barrier up, make sure that someone's there or not. If it's fortifies, okay, Oasis is moving to the other side. It's a simple answer, a simple solution. Middle, though, Vide for Aldron, also getting such a good skyline right now. Understanding that NAOS is here, they vie for mid, but they will fall now. Nicely done by Oasis. With a rifle round, they survive with the majority.
They get some damage done. Oasis, that's the type of round they have to get, and they do. This can give them that momentum to push on forward. 6-9, scoreline not too far just as of yet. I want to see how they play off of a lot of what Oasis like to do, right, is make noise towards the site, cut that noise as the smoke comes on up, maybe make some noise and pressure towards the opposite side of the map, and then re-hit that initial site. And those types of conditionings are something that, you know, Oasis need to continue to do, because right now if they just go with their basic game plan without really switching it up much, now that's how they've been getting these reads.
Yeah, now it's going to be prepared, and even more so, NDG has the Odin, a classic on ascent. Get the scan and get the spray going. Georgie's going to get found here, and NDG will at least keep the bullet storm going. So many already eviscerated on the armor front here, Black and Blue. While Doria and Nexi didn't even see it coming.
Well, they're very fortunate here, Dax. Not much of a kill was to be found. Still damage done, though, so some a flesh wound, others an ankle breaker. NAOS don't have much util to throw, rather ultimates. They do have the lockdown coming after an orb, but Oasis, they're rotating now. There's a read here by NAOS, so on this. They know the information is coming.
NAOS is just prepared though towards the wine side. Great suppress, though. Finding Ja, and look immediately that Wits has to try and reinforce it with a slow orb. To burn a bit more time here on the side of NAOS. Oasis, though, rotating again towards middle. The game of cat and mouse continues.
And this is where they struggle. When NAOS don't press forward on the defense, Oasis sometimes struggle in that mid-round to make those decisions of where to go. This time, though, with the time clicking, the talk really ticking, there's a lot more for them to deal with, and Ja gets a free kill.
And here we have it. Papichulo is prepared too inside the smoke. And NAOS yet again setting up stations and refusing to allow Oasis any movement in. No chance and no entry. It's NAOS at double digits.
And an eco to come out here from Oasis. Desperate, dire moments for them. Lockdown available. They've got that neural theft, but it's going to be just so precious in how they're able to play these. A single rifle, a bound for Georgie. Maybe he can get his blades coming into the next, but NAOS really good at this stall. And as I said, Oasis, when they don't see NAOS push forward on this defensive side, they do struggle to get those proper reads and to try and create openings on the attack.
Oasis has been living on a prayer, basically. Map after Lotus. It just has been NAOS in control throughout the series after that map number 1. Quick low wall yet again. Wits given time to allow it to fortify. He's going to peek through it, and he still finds Marky anyway. You give him a love tap, but Wits will give you the knockout punch. The first frag goes away the favor of NAOS yet again.
What a star Wits is. From the 8-8 to a potential another grand final win. We've had some grand final winners on either side of this squad. But now us looking to raise that banner once more. We saw that opening, roster of theirs last year, year 2, stage 1, make it to the grand finals. But this is looking to be the team to deliver.
They made a splash last time around, and the only team that beat NAOS in the end was basically the team that has their members. Wits right now dismembering the competition. 3-4 and Paranoid doesn't get the connection, but Nexi finds the angle to take him down. It's Nexi and Drax versus the trio left. Ja, though, has to back on the way because of neural theft, but he's waiting for that second pick. He's looking for the timing. The scan is also going to be there to give him the intel, and Ja will get the one at least. Drax, though, still alive to fight. As an Omen, can use that from the shadows to get the hell out there. Now still understanding what's going on.
Saw how so smart Ja was. He updrafted as soon when that ping was going to click, just so they think he's up on top. Drax gets caught out in a 1v2. He can isolate these fights, but the Odin's so difficult to try and beat. He gets himself towards that backside. They don't know where he is, but Modra gets around anyways.
I think he just gave away his position at the end, threading the needle, couldn't find which target to catch. And now it's yet again outlasting, outwitting, and beating their opponents. It's 11-6, 2 more, and the championship will fly in the favor of NAOS.
NAOS here. It's time for them to start pulling out their banner potentially to get the red tape out. Oasis, the team seated at the top at the start of the stage and at the start of the playoffs. They're the ones who have to try and make their mark. They got the blades on a Georgie. They have an op on a Nexi. With Savvy out of the game, he's picking up that slack.
We can discuss it again. Oasis, how does that rotation even work out on a map-per-map basis? Sometimes you have some hot hands waiting in your bench. And Savvy 8K has had such a strong tournament run. We haven't seen him ever since, I believe, map 1, right?
Yeah.
And perhaps that's something missed right now by Oasis, especially against the way that NAOS is playing.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually. But well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits, though, finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi. You said someone needed to step up for Oasis, and Nexi does so.
He has finally responded here, not having himself necessarily, the type of series or tournament that we've come to expect from Nexi, but ultimately it's about the quality of what he gets over the quantity of it. And now they're really good at stifling those pushes from Oasis in the post plant. Luckily for them, Nexi just had the proper tools to pry this can of worms open.
And it's a fortunate scenario there. If Ja only had a few more bullets, perhaps he could push that even deeper.
Yeah.
And then again, Nexi, the stability there, the shots, hitting priority targets. He knew someone was coming his way, but he didn't flinch whatsoever, and timeout not gonna get called. You see this from NAOS. In a second half timeout where they have the lead, it's only when Oasis gets that big moment that they try to stop that in its tracks, prevent them from getting any kind of momentum from a bolsterous round there.
Yeah, immediately halts them. And the benefit here too is knowing what they've got, knowing what ultimates they've got, they can try and switch things up. Wits, he is also, he kind of flirted with the operator there. Sells it, goes for the Vandal instead, but they have that option here on NAOS to just be super flexible in terms of who picks up what, and so do Oasis, to be fair. But when you have a 5-man roster, as we talked about those rotations, they don't come on in. You don't have to swap players out who are currently playing hot.
You have to deal with the cards you're dealt with, and NAOS have made sure the cards that they have, or in this case, the players that they have, are well and ready to play any kind of configuration. Oasis, though, always wanting to have that ace in the sleeve. quantity perhaps from Oasis. NAOS looking to build on quality instead. And as you can see, NAOS not really on the best kind of buys. Witz though still finds Georgie at the start. Witz has gotten away with too many things right now in the series, Black and Blue, and it really kicked off from that map number 2, and it's still going.
And they're peppering them. You see the shock darts, they're raining, connecting. Marky on low HP. Georgie was hit directly with that too as well before going down. So now they're peppering them right now into seasoning. It's going to be a bit too thick for Oasis to deal with. They got 45 seconds left, but they have to explode at some point.
They're looking for the moment, that's for sure. And Oasis eventually will have to jump the gun. In the meantime, though, NAOS looking to hold towards Boathouse. Something interesting to watch out for. NDG, he's one away from the Hunter's Fury, perhaps even in the pinch. If he can get a kill, he can get that takedown, but the Hunter's Fury instead comes online from Marky. They're looking to catch out Witz and NDG, but it's Giant NDG with the takedowns instead. It's unbelievable that NAOS still has this in their hands, has this in their clutches, and Oasis cannot even come close. This is the era of NAOS looking to close out stage 1 as they are on tournament points.
Disastrous here for Oasis. The mixed buy at best. And the Philippines' finest looking to get its crown in NAOS after a single round. Do we go to map number 5 once more with a 5-round deficit? Or do Oasis falter at the very top end?
I can feel it already. Oasis has broken on the buys. And now so prepared on the opposite. 3 ultimates in Operator. And all the confidence in the world. Witz holding close by the switch. Oasis, one more chance to make this B main push happen.
Well, they find out where Witz is. He can reposition. The dash going to come in from Georgie. He knows that switch is occupied, and he gets a kill he needed.
CQC important here for Oasis. They need to bridge that gap, but NDG still sticking on the round. Looking for intel, but surprise, surprise, Trax is there! Suddenly, a Wild Omen appears. And just to the absolutely frightening masses, NAOS losing 2. Oasis there on site though. Marky trying to hold close, dash on in from Ja to try and clear out towards the shed. Give at least a bit of presence towards Speedway. And here we go again. Ja trying to find the angle, but Nexi will find him through the wall. It's Mojer now and Papi Chulo looking for any kind of opportunity. But they go for the save. There are rounds to give anyway. Oasis at the edge of defeat. They still have a hand over that cliff.
Well, the event horizon so far doesn't find them, but Papi Chulo, he gets a 3rd! Damage done. Keats himself in the game, and a bit of a warning, a love tap, if you will, that Daddy Chulo's watching.
Whenever you see a glimmer of hope for Oasis, it just fades away when Papi Chulo's around.
Yeah. Like, don't get too comfortable.
He gets 3 exit frags at the end. That could have been at least something Oasis could have built on, but it all just crumbles whenever this man is on a mission. 8-12 scoreline. Luckily, Oasis can still buy rifles, but it's not the best buy that they wanted.
Yeah.
They still have some light armor to boot.
Some light armor here and there. Nexi, you can only get 1 trap too as well because of that half armor. Does he even have a cage? Only 1. It's not really the best utility at all here placed for Oasis. Oh no, Ja, he's going to peek this. You know it. He doesn't even land the shot. They're very fortunate.
And that was just lucky there for Marky Nexi right now. Trying to go for the cyber cage, and Ja found out by Marky eventually. The spam comes on in. A single tap to do him in. The resurrection going to be there though. And Witz making sure it's still a 5v5 scenario. Oasis navigating towards that A main side. Interesting enough though, there's a lot of cubby presses right now for NAOS.
Well, NAOS, they have that Hunter's Fury here to try and dismantle them as soon as the execute does come on in. They know they have positions. They know they can deny the plant off of the generator as well. Oasis, they're going to have to push somehow, but the catch! A triple kill from Mojer! This is tournament point! They burn the 3rd!
Lightning strikes and Marky's trying to find it. Papi Chulo's there yet again. And it's Marky versus the rest of NAOS, but Papi Chulo will send Oasis to the the grave, the era of NAOS. This is their time, this is their tournament, and this is their win.
NAOS the time now, as they finally get the Grand Final Championship here. And what a game, what a run, super elated. You can tell the champagne's gonna be popped because you have now crowned Philippines' finest in NAOS.
By the book, and they have read Oasis like a book again and again in these kind of maps. What a way to win though, controlling the action in the last few maps that we saw. Dances all around from NAOS. This is gonna be some good eating tonight there for the NAOS faithful. But just really goes to show that this is a team that we had concerns at the start, and they got rid of it so quickly that they just became the team to beat later on.
Yeah, and it just seems like, now as soon as they faced that first and only series loss throughout their entire tournament run, it just turned them towards a much better kind of momentum sake and just a better direction of where to turn their team. And they simply just knew multiple times on over that they have the tools it takes to make it happen.
They played with fire though for Oasis, and they got burned to an absolute crisp at the end. Tried to find any angle to work with. Shut down there by the Killjoy. Shut down by Papi Chulo one more time. There's just no comfort when you're playing against NAOS. There are no reprieves. It's always a stranglehold, and every time Oasis feels like they have a small little vacation in the way, in the middle of these kind of rounds, NAOS just swoops in and descends on their prey.
Yeah, when there's a little pocket to breathe, when they're starting to drown and they finally find a breath of air, it's players like Papi Chulo, players like Mojo there who just simply stifles that and simply, pops the tires that have been keeping them going so far, and they just are never letting Oasis get comfortable. And, for a team with such young talent as well, that can be very detrimental in the long run, especially in a best-of-5 series like this.
And that young talent nurtured. You look at Mojo again. Last time against Oasis, a nice box, he flexed over to the Omen. This time, he's flexing over to the Killjoy, and he still does wonders. I was really impressed by his setups, and also the fact that sometimes he would play entry to allow Ja the usual lurk antics. It really just goes to show, though, here for NAOS that they understand each other. That was our concern, the 3-2 split. That it's going to be a problem between NDG Mojo and the Papi Chulowitz as well as Ja. But they came together as a family. They came together as a unit, and all in all, they just flew past the PH scene together.
And ultimately enough, the adjustments on both the attacking side and the defensive just not being on point, not catching the right timing many times on over. And, congrats to what they were able to do so far here, Oasis, but they really could have taken this series on over. It just never came on in. They're going to be expected to do a lot more of great work coming in the stage 2. They are directly invited for making it in the top 4, but what a map and just what a series in general. This was the grand finals we were hoping for.
In the end, though, NAOS proving that they are at the top of the PH League. They will be, of course, in stage 2. Also joined by Action PH as well as Game Lab Alpha, if I am correct. Our top 4 will be moving on. But absolute elation, absolute cheers there for NAOS. The way that they're able to just keep Oasis on their toes and the way that they're able to just be so effective on the holds, it really felt like for NAOS, they weren't wasting any single moment all throughout that series.
Yeah, nothing given, all taken here by NAOS Esports. And once again, congratulations to the current kings of the VCTPH. They get the job done in such decisive fashion. That Lotus map was the one we really were telling to be Oasis to win, right? But that map veto, for them to remove both Split and Haven, I think really became a big detrimental point to Oasis' game plan.
The strongest strengths of Oasis just thrown to the wayside. We check out the stats, though, as we have a bit of time to breathe. And you can see it here now, still suffocating with their MVP. Papi Chulo doesn't need the first kills, it's the last kills that matter. The exit frags are just absolutely shut down. The Wits also so many times making angles. We expect that from Sages and Lotus, not too much on Ascent, but he was just able to circumvent whatever Oasis was assuming. In the end, all the intel in the word for Oasis, it didn't matter because NAOS had the opportunities and angles all throughout the rounds.
Well, Papi Chulo, a true gentleman, not starting the fight, but knowing how to end one. And that's what we've been seeing many times on over. The classic Papi Chulo clutch. And then multiple times where he gets, those kills in between rounds. And this is what Wits was really so good at adjusting into. That wall being placed up over that A main. Maybe if they were placing that one-way Cypher cage, it would have blocked out that vision, which ideally, after the first time it happened, it should have been.
Yeah, we got the 3-1 standing in the end, though. Oasis couldn't make that 5th map happen. Overall, moments of hope for Oasis. You can see the pedigree of these players. You can see how strong they are. But we always wonder, with an all-star lineup, are there too many chefs in this kitchen? Are there too many players on this roster right now? Too many variations that they can't find the consistency that they are looking for. Those are questions Oasis will be looking to answer. It's undeniable that they are talented, as the numbers do imply, but in the end, the unit that just stands above and beyond everyone else, it is NAOS.
And what was so great about this team, too, as well, every single map, there was one for each of these players. Papi Chulo, how perfect he was, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, the daddy of them all. He makes it happen, and what a series for him.
Back-to-back exits, back-to-back endings, and it's just Papi Chulo again and again at the conclusion, ready to close this chapter. Stage 1 ends with NAOS flying on top. They were so close last year as an organization, only beaten by some of the players on this roster right now. Well, I guess that's always the answer. Get the best, you get what you can from it, and you can get wonders to happen all the way till the end.
And for this stage, at the very least, for this moment, and for these next few months, it's NAOS to be touted the best here at the Philippines stage. The top, the kings, whatever you want to call them, they take this grand final, and in what a great fashion as well. As I talked about, you know, every single map, you had something for everybody. Map 1, Papi Chulo. Map 2, Ja for sure, and Wits as well. Map 3, NDG. Map 4, Papi Chulo, and everybody chiming on in with Mojer as well near the end. So really great stuff from the team all around from top to bottom.
It's a team effort, that's for sure. And what did we just witness there from NAOS? Control all throughout the PH scene. We always talk about individuals who do show up on the Philippine side, but rarely do we get that full team, besides, of course, that who's in that franchise. We'll see you guys, though, towards the panel. We'll toss it over to them to break it all down.
Time check, time check, time check, time check, time check.
Masama yung loob ni Poppy. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you guys our champions for VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split 1, NAOS Esports. It truly is the time. Now is the time for NAOS Esports. Back here on the panel, it's still Likeable, Fluffy02, and of course, Riku. At malaman naman tong usapan na to kasi umabot tayo sa 4 maps dito na kung uumpisahan natin, dun tayo sa Lotus. Dati naniniwala tayo na itong Oasis Gaming nagtatribe sa mga mapa na more traditional like Haven and the like. Pero for some reason, nagpakita sila ng lakas at endurance pagdating dito sa Lotus, Fluffy.
Yeah, this was the map that they banned out yesterday against Game Lab, and today they're really showing what they were hiding. Able to really take, especially the first half, really convincingly for Oasis, and they were able to convert that. Although they reached the overtime period, as we move on to Fracture, we can see that the team's relentlessness didn't stop NAOS from striking back.
Yeah, when we look at this highlight, we talked about Ja being one of the players to watch dito sa NAOS, and a lot of these moments on his chamber have been a pivot and have been very impactful. All of the frags, all of the kills, his positioning, and even that ace was just so good, and that's the reason why sobrang lakas ng NAOS dito sa Fracture.
Yes, and speaking of Ja talaga dito, akala mo wala na talaga sa meta tong chamber, pero he manages to make it work every single time he does pull it out. Pero commendable pa rin naman yung performance dito ng Oasis. They had really good moments and they had really good counter strats dito sa NAOS. It's just that sometimes it just felt like NAOS was one step ahead of them. Even going into Pearl here, na nung una medyo dikit yung laban in the first half, but coming into the second half, NAOS had complete control, especially on that attack side.
It's so hard for Oasis to really make a move because when they're attacking, it felt like NAOS always had control and had the pace. If you look at the frags here on screen, you can see how well they're playing together. NDG getting these multi-frags, able to set his team up for success.
Yeah, every single time, NAOS is doing an amazing job when it comes to the retakes. They feel like they're so calm. It feels like they just have full control. They are not sweating at all kahit nakapag-plant na ng spike itong si Oasis, and every single time, they are able to make it work.
And moving over here, dito naman sa Ascent, at first, Oasis really had the momentum going. Ang ganda ng mga reads nila dun sa defense. Even when Georgie was over or like aggressing towards the start of the half, ang ganda ng mga nagagawa niya. It's just that by somehow, itong NAOS, na-figure out nila yung formula how to counter the defense of Oasis Gaming. At nung huli, sila pa nga yung nag-lead dun sa first half natin.
I mean, that's one of the strengths of this team, right? That adaptation coming in so quickly is so important, especially at this level. Even though Oasis had that lead that you mentioned, NAOS quickly turned that on its head and secured the first half before securing the second.
I think there was this semi-mini hype when we were like, oh my gosh, Ja on this jet, and he's able to just fly across the sky, get a lot of these finishing kills, and is able to clean slate on most of these rounds.
Alam mo kung bakit fly across the sky? Kasi NAOS has wings.
Ay, gusto ko yan!
Sa team logo
Oh my
nila,
gosh.
saktong-sakto na. And actually, to comment on that, I was a little bit worried na si Ja yung naging duelist dito. And we put Mojer in a more defensive role on that Killjoy. Pero wala, they made it work. And Ja is just so good at that Jet. Sanay tayo nakakita siya sa Sentinels role, pero from time to time, pag nilalabas dito yung Jet, ang ganda talaga dito.
Yun nga I feel like Ja, once the playoffs started, nung nakita natin yung pinakaunang pagtutuos nitong NAOS and Oasis sa playoffs round natin, Ja has been such a stellar and very consistent player. There's no day that he's off. He is always on.
He's always so flexible. And you know what follows Ja? The rest of NAOS Esports. Because they're always there to support him no matter what role he's there to play. And on this Jet, still so effective, still so deadly because he has that aim.
Wala talaga eh. Kakaiba talaga yung momentum. Lahat ng factors when it comes to NAOS Esports right now. It's just so flawless. It's just so convincing. So, it's undeniably good. Kasi ilang beses na natin sila nakita, they have not dropped a series since the previous time na natalo sila, which I believe was the Oasis gaming match, hindi ako nagkakamali, during our regular split. Kaya mainit talaga, which, eto guys, I have the honor of presenting you guys the champions for VCTPH Split 1 2023. It's none other than NAOS Esports. Palakpakan muna natin sila, guys. Let's give a moment for these guys because that was some hell of a performance. Akala ko aabot tayo ng Game 5. Were you expecting to go Game number 5?
I was hoping for a Game 5, not gonna lie.
Maximum hope yun.
Maximum hope yun indeed.
Pero ito nga, i-welcome na natin sila sa wakas. Let's watch this! Kung kahapon, sinabi ko sa The Mods, may invisible trophy. Ngayon may virtual trophy na pinapakita for them. And ang ganda talaga. Wala na akong masabi at this point kasi time and time again, pinakita lang talaga nila yung consistency. There's nothing more to it for me right now to say.
I think that's the best thing about this team. They really have the consistency. The moment that they made their mistake against Oasis Gaming, they said, okay, what can we fix? How can we fix it? And then we'll just keep going up and up and up.
Yeah, they truly maximize the regular season time, no? Tiningnan nila kung ano mga weaknesses natin, ano bang pwedeng natin magawa before the playoffs. And they were able to, you know, match up against Oasis when it comes to the scoring sa final tally. But pagdating ng playoffs, they were able to get revenge.
Actually, makikita mo rin yan dito sa performance nila in the game today itself. Dun sa Pearl kanina, it seems like if it wasn't broke, they weren't gonna fix it. So they kept pushing A over and over again. And then it conditioned Oasis Gaming to like be wary of this team. Pero in the end, they're like, nope, you guys are conditioned now. We're gonna switch it up now kasi na-figure out nyo na. And it just goes to show na ang galing-galing nila. And I kind of want to dissect a little bit more kung paano nila pinag-isipan lahat ng strats nila. So lucky for us, we do get an interview with the entire team! Woo! So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the panel the whole team of NAOS Esports. Ayan, kompleto recados tayo ngayon. Hello everyone! Siyempre, Wits! Ang ganda ng ngiti. Pwede ba baka naman pwede makahingi ng isang 8-8 dyan.
8-8? Ay, pwede. Dahil champion, sige.
Let's go! 8-8! Alam mo,
sabi ko sa kanila, isa-save ki 8-8 pag nag-champion. So, ayan, binigay ko. So,
sulit naman pala. Ask and they will deliver talaga. Delivering the win.
Oh, totoo yan.
Sige, umpisahan natin sa'yo, Rico. Meron ka bang katanungan para sa ating NAOS Esports champion team ngayon?
Yes. First of all, congratulations again, NAOS Esports. Napakaganda ng inyong performance. Ang una kong tanong ay, before the grand final started, ano yung mindset nyo when you were going up against Oasis sa inyong best of 5?
Actually, kahit natalo na namin sila nung sa upper finals, parang nirespect pa rin namin sila. Bakit? Kasi alam namin yung capable ng Oasis na kaya nilang mag-bounce back sa grand final. So, parang ginawa pa rin namin yung best namin para paghandaan sila for the grand finals. And ayun, yeah, we're grateful. Nagbunga naman.
Oo nga, ang sulit ng preparation, 3-1. Very, very strong showing.
Fluffy, medyo masama ata loob mo, pero...
Man, grabe. But speaking of preparation though, did you guys prepare extra hard for this one? Especially because you saw Oasis really play that best of 5 yesterday, so through and through. And it's the only other best of 5 that we have, so you can see a lot of the strats, a lot of the maps. So how did that go for you guys?
Actually, simula nung natalo kami ng Oasis dun sa ibang tournament at saka dun sa group stage, wake-up call sa amin yon. So talagang yung ginagawa naming practice before that, ginawa namin times 3.
Wow!
Parang ganon, yeah. So talagang minsan parang natitilta kami, nababurnout na kami dahil sobrang grabe yung training na ginagawa namin.
Grabe.
Let's actually talk about that. Kasi nung nag-uumpisa yung mga rounds natin sa kada mapa, it would always seem like itong Oasis Gaming yung lumalamang sa umpisa. Pero ang galing kasi nare-reverse nyo pa siya later on in the game. So at any point ba throughout these 4 maps, natitilt ba kayo o kaya naman parang mawawala kayo sa focus as magre-realign lang kayo?
Actually, nung first game, sobrang tilted namin and frustrated namin. So, ang ginawa namin, lumabas kami, nag-reset, pinakalma namin yung isa't isa. And then, yun, parang pinress lang namin reset button, then bounce back sa second game and 1 game at a time lang.
It really shows. Meron pa ba kayong tanong before
Yes.
I throw it? Sige, go
Meron
ahead.
isa pa akong a question in regards to like as a whole squad. Ang galing pa rin ng performance yun when we look back at the regular season. Top 2 ang inyong finish. Pero now that you guys are the champions, ano sa tingin nyo ang pinakamalaking difference and growth ninyo from the very beginning of the season to now that you guys are the champions?
Nakakatawang isipin ngayon kasi yung improvement namin, feeling ko is yung disiplina and synchronization namin as a team. And simula nung dumating dito yung assistant coach namin or analyst si El at saka yung bootcamp, doon na lahat doon na namin nakita yung potential talaga namin.
Wow.
Galing.
Support.
Oo,
Yes.
sakto lang talaga rin yung pasok nung extra support nila sa back end doon. Nakakatuwa na makita. And it really paid off kasi tingnan nyo naman yung consistency nyo. Hindi talaga siya joke pagdating dito. Ang ganda ng performance nyo since then. And congratulations again. Pero syempre, dito na tayo sa favorite part natin sa interview. I'm sure ikaw, Wits, yung nilalaman ng puso mo, gusto mo na rin i-shoutout right here, right now. Let's go.
Ayan. So, unang-una, syempre, gusto ko i-shoutout si Lord. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. And syempre sa NAOS management, for sa mga sponsors namin, sa MTech. Dahil kung wala kayo, wala kami dito ngayon. And salamat sa pagtiwala sa amin. Sa girlfriend ko, si Ian. And thank you sa pagsuporta. Ayan, ito na yung bunga ng sakripisyo namin. And nakakatuwa. Thank you guys sa pag-support and sa pagtiwala. Thank you so much.
Bibigyan kita ng chance, the rest of the team as well. Baka may gusto rin silang i-shoutout. This is your shining moment right now.
Oh,
Ito
si
na.
MVP dyan. Shoutout.
Hello.
Hello! Shoutouts time!
Shoutout nga pala sa...
Magpakita ka sa camera para
Ayan,
alam na ikaw yung nagsasalita.
Ayan.
Ayan.
Shoutout nga pala kay Noelin sa asawa ko na napakaganda at todo suporta sa akin. I love you so much, baby.
Ba't parang kay Papi Chulo ka nakatingin doon?
Andun kasi siya sa likod.
Kaya naman pala. Akala ko, si Papi Chulo yung tinatawag mo na baby. Congratulations sa lakas ng performance mo, ha? Ang galing.
Thank
Isang
you.
watch this.
Yes!
Yes! Gusto ko tong team na to ini-interview. They deliver pag may hinihingi ka. O, sino pang may mga pa-shoutout dyan?
Ito, si Mojer.
Sige.
Yun.
Ito. Yan.
Hello, hello guys.
Hello, Mojer! Ayan,
Hello
bukod
po.
sa ano, bukod sa mga pa-shoutout, baka may gusto ka pang mga mensahe na sabihin bago ka magpa-shoutout. Go lang.
Unang-una, thank you sa teammate ko dahil sa kanila na-achieve namin tong championship sa VCT. And yeah, thank you din kay Lord and sa NAOS management.
Wala bang pa-shoutout kay Cheska?
Shoutout nga pala sa bebe ko si Cheska. I love you. Thank you sa pag-support. Mwah!
Lagi pakispell. Sige. Next player naman tayo dito, Mojer. Susulitin natin tong interview na to. This is your shining moment, guys. Sino pa? Sino pang may pa-shoutout dyan?
Si ano po? Si NDG. May bebo.
Ka-talking stage daw ni NDG yan. Na-mention niya sa interview
Ay,
namin.
wow. That's bongga.
NDG, mention mo naman yung bebo mo today.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Ay,
Hello.
tinig ba?
Yes.
Ayun. What's the... Ano daw?
Shoutout mo naman si Bebo.
Shoutout? Shoutout to sa lahat ng fans na sumusuporta sa amin, sa fam ko and friends. And especially kay Bebo. Yan, hello.
So nice.
Christine, yan. Hi, Christine. Yan.
Nag-name drop na siya. Last time,
Yan,
Bebo
so-
lang eh. Ngayon may name drop na. Hello sa'yo, Christine. Sino pang sino pa bang hindi nakakapagpa-shoutout din dyan sa team nyo?
Si Dick. Dick, ikaw na Dick. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats sa lahat. Ayan.
Hello po, good evening po.
Good evening.
Hello.
Gusto ko yung post mo dun sa sa mga poster natin. Pa-dimple ka nga dyan. Isang post nga dyan.
Alin yun?
Yung yung nakaturo ka sa pisngi mo. Yan! Yung gusto ko. Congratulations ka pala. Ha? Ito na yung chance mo to give some shoutouts sa mga supporters and loved ones mo.
Shoutout sa NAOS kay Boss Jappy tsaka kay Sir Carl sa buong NAOS. Sa family ko, friends, tsaka sa teammates ko, tsaka sa bebe ko, Joanna Santa Maria.
May apelido
may
pa.
apelido.
Kompleto. Kompleto, Ricardos. Congratulations. Si Coach, andyan ba? Pili na lang
Mark.
kayo sa mga coaches.
Si Mark.
Ready na ready sila sa mga shoutouts.
Oo nga. Siyempre nakalista
Hello.
na yan.
Truly.
Hello, Coach. Baka may
Hello.
gusto ka ring ipa-shoutout. O kaya naman,
Ah.
may gusto kang sabihin kasi grabe rin yung journey nyo getting to this point.
Wala naman. Sobrang proud ako sa sa team, sa each individual na yung hard work nila, alam mo yun, na-meet na nila yung gusto nilang goal sa life. Pero yun, step 1 pa lang namin to. Step 2 namin kasi is malalo sa ipa. Yun.
Sige.
Tapos shoutout sa sa girlfriend ko na si Vinny Velasquez. Tapos shoutout sa mom ko and sa ate ko na nandyan sa watch party sa NAOS. Hello. Thank you sa pag-support, mommy, and Ate Arden, I love you. Okay. Yun lang, shoutout sa sa teammates na hardworking. Shoutout kay El. Chemistry, coach chemistry. Pero credit sa sa buong players, ay sa lahat ng players. Galing nila.
Galing.
I think sobrang galing nila.
Thank you.
Shoutout din
Ayan.
sa media, sa NAOS.
Ayan. Ito na natin.
Sa lahat ng
Lahat na.
mga tao sa NAOS, lahat ng tao sa watch party. Hello. Thank you for supporting.
Ayan. O, bago namin kayo pakawalan, isa munang group ulit dito. Magsama-sama kayo dito sa
Group?
frame. Yes.
Ay, wait lang. Si analyst.
Oh, sige, sige.
Baka may shoutout.
Of course, of course.
Halika. Tapos sama-sama daw.
Hello po.
Hello.
Hello.
Baka may pa-shoutout ka, Mr. Analyst.
Shoutout kay Amex, kay Mark kasi nagtiwala siya sa akin kaya nila ako kinuha dito. Like, pero congrats din sa team ko. Shoutout sa nila. Sobrang dedicated nila sa pakikinig sa akin kahit medyo nakaka-overload minsan. Shoutout sa friends ko dyan sa sa watch party. Shoutout sa NAOS management for trusting in me. And shoutout kay mommy. Love you, me. Para sa inyo to.
That's so nice. That's so nice. Pakibalik. Meron pa bang mag-shoutout bago natin ibalik kay Wits yung microphone?
May mag-shoutout to ba? Ikaw, Vince. Uy, si manager po.
Siyempre, kompleto.
Yeah.
Kompleto sa
Hello?
Ricardos tayo dito. Hello, manager!
Hello po.
Papa-shoutout naman dyan.
Shoutout sa family ko, sa NAOS, kay Sir Jappy, kay Sir Carl, and sa sponsor namin, MTech,
Mary Mart, Hotel 101, and Delta. Thank you so
Kompleto
much.
talaga.
Wow.
Ay, sa family ko rin and friends. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Pakipasa na lang ulit kay Wits kung wala na magpapa-shoutout. Yan.
Okay. Thank you po.
Uy, meron pa akong isang last
Oh,
question.
sige. Ito
Pwede
sakto si
pahabol.
Wits yung ano. May pahabol pa daw na question, Wits.
Meron
bago namin
akong
kayo
pahabol.
pakawalan.
Yes. Ano yung first thing na gagawin nyo ngayon as a celebratory, like maybe ritual, na gagawin nyo as a team tonight?
Actually, hindi pa namin alam kasi sobrang overwhelmed pa kami hanggang ngayon. So after na tong interview, baka mag-usap kami.
Okay. Abangan,
kain,
balitaan mo na lang kami. Antayin namin yan.
Understandable.
Isa munang parang group shot dito para naman kompleto kayo.
Group shot!
Anong gusto mong posing? Ikaw mamimili, Wits. Total, ikaw yung nag-IGL na sa kanila ngayon.
Posing, ano ba? Ano ba posing natin?
Ayan, oras daw. Yung oras daw. Ayan. Ayan, okay. Kunyari may magsa-screenshot. 1, 2, 3,
1, 2, 3.
Ayan, maraming salamat. And once again, congratulations on being the champions.
Thank you po.
Ang sarap talaga sa feeling pag gano'n. No? Lahat kayo game, sobrang energetic lang. Yung usual mga players na medyo mahiyain, walang hiya-hiya this time eh.
Game na game sila.
Game na game talaga. Pero syempre, lahat naman mga naggaganap dito ngayong gabi, hindi yan magiging posible with, of course, without the help of Valorant or Riot Games and Mineski Philippines. So maraming salamat sa inyo.
But also, if you've been with us for the long haul, you have always had the opportunity to have that Grab food. So we'd like to thank Grab Delivery as well for everything. You can use this code for free delivery every day in every store.
And of course, this tournament is sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Miss Cynthia. Ako nababati in behalf of Bill. pero, hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Dahil meron pa rin tayong giveaway. Ito na yung last chance nyo, guys. Kasi matatapos na yung stream natin. Kaya humabol na kayo. Pwede kayo manalo ng 790 Valorant points o kaya naman 1,650 Valorant points, powered of course by Grab Unlimited. Fluffy, ano bang kailangan nilang gawin para manalo?
All you have to do is really easy. Just like and follow Valorant Esports Philippines and Grab Food PH Facebook pages. Share the live stream with the hashtags #VCTPH, #Valorant Challengers PH, and #GrabUnlimited.
And syempre, mag-comment kayo sa live stream yung favorite team nyo dito sa VCT. Winners will be announced every end of the playoffs. Well, today is our very last day of our VCT broadcast, kaya comment na.
Humabol na kayo. Pwede nyo rin i-include yung mga hashtag. Hashtag maganda si Riku. Hashtag pogi si Fluffy. Hashtag maganda si
Likeable.
Yan. Simpleng-simple lang, guys. So, wag nyo nang palampasin tong opportunity na to. At baka ito na yung gateway nyo para makakuha ng sarili nyong Oni 2.0 bundle. So, ako i-share ko na rin yung stream na yan bago pa mahuli ang lahat. Pero dahil dyan, guys, maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanood throughout this split. Makikita-kita pa tayo sa susunod na split, of course. But once again, here on the panel, it has been Likeable,
Fluffy02,
Enrico.
We'll see you guys in the next one. Bye!
Bye-bye!